What if the largest city of the ancient world lay hidden beneath the dense jungles of Southeast Asia? A civilization lost to time, its colossal structures and intricate artistry swallowed by the earth. Deep in Cambodia, the magnificent Angkor Wat stands as a silent sentinel. More than just a temple, it is a gateway to a forgotten empire, a realm of mystery and grandeur. In 1860, French explorer Henri Mouhot ventured into the uncharted forests. Amidst the towering trees, he stumbled upon something extraordinary. A sprawling temple complex, its spires piercing the sky, its carvings breathtaking in their detail. Mouhot was awestruck. He had uncovered a civilization whose achievements rivaled the greatest empires known to man. But what secrets did these stones hold? What stories lay buried beneath the jungle floor? This is the story of Angkor. A story of kings and gods, of engineers and artists, of a civilization that rose to unimaginable heights and then vanished.
What if the largest city of the ancient world lay hidden beneath the dense jungles of Southeast Asia, its colossal structures and intricate artistry forgotten by time? Deep in Cambodia, the magnificent Angkor Wat stands not just as a temple, but as a gateway to a civilization shrouded in mystery and grandeur. In 1860, French explorer Henri Mouhot ventured into the uncharted forests of Cambodia. Amidst the towering trees and tangled vines, he stumbled upon something extraordinary, a sprawling temple complex with soaring spires and exquisite carvings. Astonished, he wrote, "One of these temples, a rival to that of Solomon and erected by some ancient Michelangelo, might take an honorable place beside our most beautiful buildings." His discovery of Angkor Wat unveiled to the Western world a civilization whose achievements rivaled the greatest empires known. Angkor Wat is the largest religious monument on Earth, covering over 162 hectares. Built in the early 12th century by King Suryavarman II, it was dedicated to the Hindu god Vishnu before transforming into a Buddhist temple. The temple's 5 central towers symbolize the peaks of Mount Meru, the sacred mountain at the center of the Hindu universe. Its walls are adorned with over 2,000 intricately carved apsaras, celestial dancers, each one unique, capturing moments of divine grace and beauty. But Angkor Wat is just the beginning. Nearby lies Angkor Thom, the last capital of the Khmer Empire, established by King Jayavarman VII. At its heart stands the enigmatic Bayon Temple, famous for its massive stone faces gazing serenely in all directions. Taproam, another jewel of this ancient city, is entangled in the roots of giant silk cotton trees, a haunting reminder of nature's reclaim over man-made marvels. Further afield, Banteay Srey, built of red sandstone, showcases some of the finest carvings in Khmer art, so delicate they've been called a precious gem. For centuries, the true scale of this civilization remained hidden, but recent advances have peeled back the layers of time. Using Lidar technology, light detection and ranging, scientists have mapped the landscape beneath the jungle canopy. This revolutionary technology can penetrate dense vegetation, revealing the contours of the ground below. What they've found is astounding. Angkor was not just a collection of temples, but part of a vast urban complex, possibly the largest pre-industrial city in the world, supporting up to 1 million inhabitants. This brings us to a fascinating theory: Angkor as a hydraulic city. Scholars propose that the Khmer Empire's success was due in large part to its sophisticated water management system. Massive reservoirs called barays, some measuring 8 kilometers long and holding up to 50 million cubic meters of water, collected and distributed water through an intricate network of canals, moats, and spillways. This system wasn't merely for irrigation. It regulated floods, supported multiple rice harvests annually, and was integral to urban planning and religious symbolism. Imagine the ingenuity required to build such a system without modern machinery. The Khmer engineers demonstrated a deep understanding of hydrology and engineering. The West Beret and East Beret were marvels of their time, enabling the cultivation of multiple rice crops per year and supporting a thriving population. The canals connected temples, residential areas, and farmlands, reflecting a city meticulously planned with both practicality and spirituality in mind. But how were the colossal stones of Angkor Wat transported and assembled? The primary material was sandstone from the Kulin Hills, located about 40 kilometers away. Over 5 million tons of stone were quarried, a monumental task. The Khmer devised an ingenious solution. They utilized the waterways. During the rainy season, when water levels were high, stones were loaded onto rafts made from buoyant bamboo and logs. These rafts floated down the Siem Reap River and through a network of canals directly to the construction site. The artistry didn't stop with construction. The temple walls are alive with bas-reliefs depicting mythological scenes, battles, and daily life. Nearly 1,000 square meters of these carvings tell stories from the Ramayana and Mahabharata, bringing to life gods, demons, and heroes. Each Apsara carving is unique, showcasing the high level of artistic expression and attention to detail that defined Khmer craftsmanship. Yet, despite all this sophistication, the Khmer Empire eventually declined. Environmental changes offer some clues. Studies suggest that prolonged droughts followed by intense monsoons in the 14th and 15th centuries may have overwhelmed the hydraulic system. The very infrastructure that supported their rise could not adapt to drastic climate variability, leading to agricultural failure and weakening the empire's stability. The use of Lidar has not only revolutionized our understanding of Angkor, but has also transformed archaeology globally. Similar technology has uncovered hidden Mayan cities in Guatemala and unknown structures around Stonehenge in the United Kingdom. By revealing what was once invisible, Lidar allows us to rediscover lost chapters of human history. UNESCO has called Angkor one of the most important archaeological sites in Southeast Asia. It's more than ruins. It's a living chronicle of a civilization's zenith, ingenuity, and complex relationship with the environment. As we delve deeper, we uncover lessons about sustainability, innovation, and the impermanence of even the greatest human achievements. So, what if the true legacy of Angkor Wat isn't just in its stones and carvings, but in the questions it raises about our own civilization? In understanding how the Khmer Empire harnessed nature, celebrated art, and built monuments that touch the sky, we might find insights into how we shape our world today. The secrets of Angkor Wat continue to be unearthed, each discovery peeling back another layer of this enigmatic empire. It's a reminder that history is not just a record of the past, but a mirror reflecting timeless aspects of the human spirit, the drive to create, to explore, and to leave a lasting mark on the world.
Thanks to Professor Koh's work, we now know much more about the Maya. Without further delay, I am pleased to present to you Professor Michael Koh.
Beginning about 800 AD, something went drastically wrong with these people. This area was abandoned pretty much for hundreds and hundreds, almost 800 years. By comparing civilizations in the past, you could illuminate the whole story of how human cultures came about to be.
Scientists have recently uncovered evidence of advanced ancient civilizations that might not have been entirely human. Among these are the Mayan and Inca civilizations, whose astonishing achievements in engineering, astronomy, and record-keeping continue to baffle modern researchers.
Many of these great Maya cities have been extremely well mapped.
These societies, with their towering pyramids, vast road networks, and intricate stonework, demonstrate a level of sophistication that has led some to speculate about extraterrestrial influence. As we delve into the remarkable legacies of the Mayans and Incas, the mysteries surrounding their capabilities and origins invite us to reconsider the limits of human ingenuity and the possible role of otherworldly intervention. The ruins of the Mayan civilization were rediscovered by Western explorers in the 19th century. John Lloyd Stevens and Frederick Catherwood played pivotal roles in bringing these sites to the world's attention. Stevens' detailed writings and Catherwood's accurate illustrations introduced the grandeur of Mayan architecture and culture to the Western world, sparking further exploration and study. The Mayan civilization thrived for over 3 millennia, from around 2000 BCE to 1500 CE, primarily across what is now Mexico, Guatemala, Belize, Honduras, and El Salvador. This civilization developed in the region known as Mesoamerica, characterized by diverse landscapes including rainforests, mountains, and coastal plains. The geographical diversity greatly influenced the Mayan culture, agriculture, and architectural styles. The Mayans had one of the most sophisticated writing systems in pre-Columbian America, consisting of hieroglyphs. These hieroglyphs numbered around 800 distinct symbols, some representing syllables while others depicted whole words. This system enabled the Mayans to record their history, rituals, and astronomical observations with remarkable precision. Surviving codices, such as the Dresden Codex, provide invaluable insights into their knowledge and cultural practices. The Mayans were advanced in both mathematics and astronomy. They independently developed the concept of zero, a critical mathematical innovation, and utilized a vigesimal base 20 numbering system. Their calendar system was equally sophisticated. The Tzolk'in, a 260-day ritual calendar, and the Hab, a 365-day solar calendar, were used in tandem to create a 52-year calendar round. Additionally, the long count calendar allowed the Mayans to chronologically record longer periods. They were capable of predicting solar eclipses and had detailed knowledge of celestial movements, particularly that of Venus. Mayan cities were renowned for their monumental architecture. Structures included temples, pyramids, palaces, and observatories, often constructed with precise alignment to astronomical events. One notable structure is the Temple of the Great Jaguar in Tikal, which stands 47 meters tall. These architectural marvels were often decorated with intricate carvings and inscriptions that told the stories of gods, kings, and important events. The Mayans played a ceremonial ball game known as Pocatok, which held significant ritualistic importance. The game was played on large ball courts, with the Great Ball Court at Chichen Itza measuring 168 meters in length and 70 meters in width, making it one of the largest in Mesoamerica. The Mayans employed advanced agricultural techniques to sustain their large populations. They used methods such as terracing, which involved creating stepped fields on slopes to prevent erosion and manage water resources. Slash-and-burn farming was another technique, where vegetation was cut and burned to clear land for crops.
And in the ashes, all the nutriments that were in the trees are now in the soil.
Additionally, they developed raised field farming, which involved creating elevated plots of land to prevent flooding and increase arable land in swampy areas. In 1911, Hiram Bingham, an American historian, brought international attention to the ancient site of Machu Picchu. His expedition and subsequent publications revealed the extent of Inca achievements, sparking widespread interest in Inca history and culture. The Inca civilization flourished between the early 15th century and the Spanish conquest in the 16th century, centered in the Andean region of South America. Their empire, known as Tawantinsuyu, covered vast areas of modern-day Peru, Ecuador, Bolivia, Chile, and Argentina, reflecting its vast territorial expanse divided into 4 administrative regions. The Incas were renowned for their extraordinary engineering and architectural skills. They constructed structures that have withstood the test of time and seismic activity, a testament to their advanced building techniques. Machu Picchu, located at an altitude of 2,430 meters, features intricate stonework using a technique called ashlar, where stones are cut to fit together without mortar, providing both aesthetic beauty and structural stability. Another marvel is Sacsayhuaman, a fortress near Cusco with massive stones, some weighing up to 200 tons, fitted together with remarkable precision. This site served as both a military complex and a ceremonial center. The Incas built an extensive and sophisticated road network known as the Kapak Nyan, spanning over 40,000 kilometers across their empire. This network facilitated efficient communication, trade, and military movements throughout the mountainous terrain. The roads included bridges, tunnels, and rest stations called tambos. Agriculture was a cornerstone of Inca society, and their innovative techniques allowed them to thrive in the challenging Andean environment. They implemented terrace farming on steep slopes to prevent soil erosion and create arable land. These terraces were built with stone walls and filled with fertile soil. Moray, a site featuring a series of concentric terraces, each with a different microclimate, is believed to have been an agricultural laboratory where the Incas experimented with crop cultivation. The Incas used a unique record-keeping system called quipu, consisting of knotted strings. Quipus were used to convey numerical information and record data such as census records, tribute obligations, and historical events. The system was highly versatile, with the color, length, and knotting patterns of the strings encoding different types of information. Religion was central to Inca life, with a pantheon of gods and elaborate rituals. The sun god Inti was the most important deity, and the Incas considered themselves his descendants. The Coricancha in Cusco was the main temple dedicated to Inti, adorned with gold and precious stones. Both human and animal sacrifices were integral to their religious practices, conducted to appease the gods and ensure agricultural fertility, success in warfare, and the well-being of the empire. When comparing the Mayan and Inca civilizations, their engineering prowess stands out. The Mayans are known for their vertical architecture, with iconic towering pyramids. El Castillo at Chichen Itza, standing 30 meters tall, is known for its precise astronomical alignment. On the equinoxes, shadows cast by the setting sun create the illusion of a serpent descending the steps, a tribute to the serpent deity Kukulkan. Another testament to Mayan architectural skill is the Temple of the Great Jaguar at Tikal, a 47-meter-tall structure serving both religious and administrative purposes. In contrast, the Incas excelled in creating extensive horizontal structures and infrastructure, particularly in challenging mountainous terrains. The Kapak Nyan road system, spanning over 40,000 kilometers, connected the vast Inca Empire, facilitating communication, trade, and military movements. Their terrace systems, like those at Machu Picchu, not only prevented soil erosion but also created microclimates to cultivate diverse crops. In terms of record-keeping, the Mayans developed one of the most complex writing systems in pre-Columbian America, consisting of approximately 800 glyphs. Mayan scribes documented their knowledge in codices, such as the Dresden Codex, which contains detailed astronomical tables, ritual schedules, and historical records. Inscriptions on stelae and temple walls recorded important historical events, genealogies of rulers, and religious texts, providing rich sources of information for modern researchers. The Incas, on the other hand, employed quipus, knotted strings used for record-keeping, which conveyed information through various combinations of knots and colors. Quipus were essential for administrative purposes, recording population data, tribute obligations, and resource inventories. While primarily understood as a numerical system, some researchers suggest that quipus might also have encoded stories or information beyond numerical data, indicating a complex system of record-keeping. An intriguing theory that has captivated many is the ancient alien hypothesis. This theory proposes that advanced extraterrestrial beings influenced the development of ancient civilizations, including the Mayans and Incas. Proponents of this theory suggest that the extraordinary astronomical knowledge, precise architectural feats, and sudden emergence of complex societies could be attributed to contact with advanced alien civilizations. They point to structures like the pyramids at Chichen Itza and the precise stonework of Sacsayhuaman as beyond the technological capabilities of these civilizations without external help. However, mainstream archaeology attributes these achievements to human ingenuity, cultural evolution, and extensive knowledge accumulated over generations. Despite this, the hypothesis remains a popular topic in pseudoscientific discussions and media, appealing to those fascinated by the mysteries of ancient civilizations.
3 years after the fall of Jerusalem and the Temple, when an Arch of Triumph was erected in Rome, 960 men were holding that cliff of Masada against the whole might of the Roman Empire. I had the honor and privilege to excavate the site completely, and in fact all the discoveries which we made proved that the story of Josephus Flavius was correct.
Perched high above the Dead Sea, the ancient fortress of Masada stands as a magnificent structure to human ingenuity and resilience. This awe-inspiring megastructure, discovered by scientists, reveals a fascinating blend of royal luxury and desperate defiance. But the story doesn't end there. Just a short distance away, the discovery of the Dead Sea Scrolls has added an even deeper layer of mystery and historical significance to the region. Join us as we unravel the secrets of Masada and explore how these incredible finds are reshaping our understanding of ancient civilizations. Masada is an ancient fortification located on a rugged, isolated rock plateau in the southeastern region of Israel, overlooking the western shore of the Dead Sea. This impressive site, also known as Metzada in Hebrew, symbolizes Jewish heroism due to its historical significance and dramatic landscape. Rising approximately 450 meters above the level of the Dead Sea, Masada is an imposing natural fortress. The plateau itself is about 600 meters long and 300 meters wide at its widest point, with a flat top covering around 9 hectares, roughly equivalent in size to 17 football fields. Constructed during the reign of Herod the Great between 37 and 31 BCE, Masada was chosen for its defensible position and strategic advantage. Herod, known for his monumental building projects, envisioned Masada as a refuge for himself and his followers in case of a revolt. The site gained particular historical prominence during the First Jewish-Roman battle. According to the Jewish historian Flavius Josephus, Masada became the last stronghold of Jewish rebels known as the Sicarii, who held out against a Roman siege. After a lengthy siege, the Romans constructed a massive ramp on the western side of the plateau to breach the walls. Masada has yielded a plethora of archaeological treasures that provide a vivid glimpse into the lives of its ancient inhabitants. The primary excavations conducted by Israeli archaeologist Yigael Yadin in the 1960s uncovered numerous artifacts and structures that tell the story of Herod's grand vision and the final stand of the Jewish rebels. Herod's palace complex at Masada is a testament to his architectural ambition and penchant for luxury. The complex is divided into several distinct sections. The northern palace is the most elaborate part, constructed on 3 rock terraces. The upper terrace housed living quarters and a semicircular portico that offered stunning views of the Dead Sea. The middle terrace featured an elaborate reception hall, while the lower terrace included a bathhouse with a sophisticated hypocaust heating system. The walls were adorned with frescoes depicting floral and geometric designs, and the floors were covered with intricate mosaics, showcasing the opulence of Herod's reign. The Western Palace served as the administrative hub, including living quarters, storerooms, and a large central courtyard. It also contained an audience room with a throne niche, indicating Herod's need for a formal space to conduct affairs of state. The palace's storerooms were well stocked with foodstuffs, wine, and oil, indicating meticulous preparation for a prolonged stay or siege. The palace complex featured several bathhouses, equipped with both cold and hot baths, steam rooms, and dressing rooms. These bathhouses were marvels of engineering, with sophisticated water heating and circulation systems that reflect the Roman influence on Herod's architectural style. The synagogue at Masada is one of the oldest synagogues discovered in Israel, providing a rare glimpse into Jewish religious practices during the Second Temple period. Stone benches lining the walls would have accommodated congregants during prayer and study. A small room adjacent to the main hall, believed to have been used to store religious texts, yielded fragments of biblical scrolls, including parts of Deuteronomy and Ezekiel, underscoring the spiritual life of the Masada inhabitants. The Roman ramp and surrounding siege camps are significant for understanding Roman military strategy and engineering prowess. Built on the western side of the plateau, the ramp is a massive earthwork structure, rising over 200 meters. Constructed by the 10th Roman Legion, the ramp allowed the Romans to move siege towers and battering rams to breach the fortress walls. 8 Roman camps encircled Masada, their outlines still visible today. These camps housed thousands of soldiers and included command centers, barracks, and supply depots. The largest camp, known as Camp F, served as the headquarters for the Roman commander, Lucius Flavius Silva. One fascinating theory posits that the Sicarii rebels might have engaged in psychological warfare against the Romans. Imagine the rebels using reflective surfaces, such as polished shields or metal objects, to create blinding flashes of sunlight aimed at the Roman soldiers. This clever tactic could have disrupted Roman activities and lowered their morale. While speculative, this theory adds a layer of intrigue to the story of Masada's defense. An interesting comparison can be made between Masada and Alcatraz Island in San Francisco Bay, USA. Both are isolated fortifications with dramatic histories of resistance and imprisonment. Alcatraz is famous for its use as a federal prison, known for holding notorious criminals and its almost impossible to escape location. Meanwhile, Masada is renowned for its role as a last stand against a powerful enemy. The structures on Masada were not carved directly from the mountain, but were built using stones quarried from the surrounding area. The natural features of the plateau were cleverly incorporated into the design, enhancing its defensive capabilities. Herod's engineers were particularly skilled, creating elaborate water systems, including cisterns capable of storing large quantities of water. This ensured a sustainable supply in the arid environment, a critical factor for the inhabitants' survival during sieges. Masada is not only a historical site but also a natural one, home to a variety of unique flora and fauna. The plateau and its surroundings are part of the Judean Desert, which hosts several species adapted to the harsh, arid environment. Among the interesting wildlife that can be spotted around Masada are the Nubian ibex, a type of wild goat known for its impressive climbing abilities, and the Tristram's starling, a bird recognizable by its glossy black feathers and orange wing patches. These species add an ecological dimension to the experience of visiting Masada, showcasing the biodiversity of the region alongside its rich history. One of the most significant ancient discoveries near Masada is the collection of texts known as the Dead Sea Scrolls. These ancient manuscripts were found in a series of caves around the site of Qumran, located about 20 kilometers northwest of Masada. The Dead Sea Scrolls were first discovered by Bedouin shepherds in 1947 and later excavated by archaeologists in the 1950s. Dating from the 3rd century BCE to the 1st century CE, these scrolls include some of the oldest known copies of the Hebrew Bible, along with a variety of other texts that shed light on the religious practices and beliefs of the time. The scrolls are composed of several types of writings. Around 40% of the scrolls are copies of texts from the Hebrew Bible, including parts of every book except Esther, providing critical insight into the early forms of the biblical manuscripts. There are also sectarian manuscripts, which include rules, hymns, and commentaries specific to the community believed to have inhabited Qumran, often identified as the Essenes. These documents offer a glimpse into the beliefs, practices, and daily life of this group. Additionally, there are apocryphal and pseudepigraphal texts, which are writings not included in the canonical Hebrew Bible. These include additional stories and interpretations that were part of the broader Jewish tradition at the time. The scrolls were found in 11 caves near Qumran, and the site itself has been extensively excavated. Archaeologists have uncovered ruins of a settlement that likely housed the Essenes, featuring communal dining rooms, ritual baths, and a scriptorium where some of the scrolls may have been copied. This settlement provides valuable context for the scrolls and insight into the community that produced and used them. There is a historical link between Masada and the Dead Sea Scrolls. Some of the scrolls found at Masada itself during Yigael Yadin's excavations included biblical texts similar to those discovered at Qumran. This suggests that the Jewish rebels who occupied Masada during the Roman siege might have brought these sacred texts with them, further highlighting the cultural and religious continuity in the region during that period. The discovery of the Dead Sea Scrolls is often considered one of the greatest archaeological finds of the 20th century, providing invaluable insights into the history of Judaism and the early development of Christianity. The scrolls are now housed in the Shrine of the Book at the Israel Museum in Jerusalem, where they continue to be a major focus of scholarly research and public interest.
How do I think the pyramids were built? To be honest, I have no answer to that question. And anybody who tells you that he or she knows how the pyramids were built are not telling the truth.
Santa and I spent 7 years of our lives scuba diving all around the world. You're coming across statues underwater, you're coming across columns underwater. It's just magical, diving on an underwater city.
For centuries, the lost city of Herakleion, or Thonis as it was known to the ancient Egyptians, was thought to be nothing more than a legend, hidden beneath the waves near the mouth of the Nile River, off the modern-day coast of Alexandria, Egypt. It was a city whispered about in a few rare inscriptions and ancient texts, until its discovery in the early 2000s.
You have to be careful when you look at underwater structures. You have to look at all the conditions that have led to their submergence.
Underwater archaeologist Frank Goddio and his team unveiled this submerged city, transforming it from myth to reality in a groundbreaking moment for archaeology. Herakleion was not just any city, it was a vital gateway to Egypt, a primary port for Greek trade before Alexandria took prominence. This bustling hub was alive with commerce, culture, and religion, serving as a significant center for the worship of the god Amun-Gareb.
The submergence of those sites is largely because of subsidence of land rather than sea level rise, because it's relatively recent.
Among its most revered ceremonies was the annual Mysteries of Osiris, celebrating the resurrection of Osiris.
But over here we have the god Osiris from Egypt, remembered by the ancient Egyptians as a bringer of the gifts of civilization, not only in Egypt, but in many other lands as well.
The artifacts and inscriptions recovered from beneath the waters tell tales of this grand city. Located about 6.5 kilometers off the coast, submerged under 30 to 45 feet of water, the ruins of Herakleion have yielded an astonishing array of artifacts. Giant statues towering over 5 meters high, beautifully carved and remarkably preserved in the silty seabed, depict Egyptian gods and goddesses alongside pharaohs and Greek rulers, a testament to the cultural melting pot that was Herakleion.
They came to Egypt and established religion by building primeval mounds up and down the Nile Valley.
Alongside these, gold coins and bronze and stone weights unearthed from the site offer glimpses into the trade networks and economic systems that underpinned the city's prosperity. Adding to the intrigue, archaeologists found dozens of small limestone sarcophagi, likely used for mummified animals brought as offerings, and the remains of over 64 ancient shipwrecks. These discoveries weave a narrative of a city where commerce and devotion to the gods were deeply entwined, a place of profound spiritual significance. Drawing parallels between Herakleion and the ancient city of Pompeii in Italy presents an interesting perspective on how natural disasters can both destroy and preserve. While Pompeii was buried in volcanic ash, Herakleion succumbed to rising waters and earthquakes. Yet both cities lay forgotten for centuries, their rediscoveries providing snapshots of ancient life. Pompeii offers a view of Roman life captured in ash, whereas Herakleion's story is told through artifacts preserved under the sea, offering unique insights into ancient Egyptian civilization. The ongoing exploration of Herakleion challenges our understanding of ancient history, shedding light on the interconnectedness of ancient civilizations. The city's artifacts and structures, now emerging from the depths, serve as a potent reminder of the fleeting nature of human achievements and the intricate tapestry of human history. Now moving on to another discovery. The submerged ruins of Cleopatra's palace offer a fascinating window into the past. This palace, once a bustling centre of political and cultural activity, was home to Cleopatra VII, the last pharaoh of Egypt, known for her intelligence, political acumen, and captivating presence. The discovery of its ruins has thrilled historians and archaeologists, providing unprecedented insights into Cleopatra's era, a time marked by immense political power, cultural achievements, and architectural splendour. The underwater excavations at this site have been nothing short of a treasure trove, unearthing a wealth of artefacts that tell the story of life in ancient Alexandria. Among the hall are magnificent statues that might have once graced the palace and its surroundings, depicting Egyptian gods, Ptolemaic rulers, and possibly Cleopatra herself. These finds offer clues to the artistic and religious milieu of the period. The submerged structures, thought to include the palace's living quarters and ceremonial areas, and possibly even the fabled Pharos lighthouse, give us a glimpse into the architectural and urban planning styles of the time. Moreover, everyday items such as pottery, glassware, coins, and personal ornaments have been found, painting a vivid picture of both the domestic life within the palace and the bustling economic life of Alexandria. Cleopatra's Alexandria was a cosmopolitan beacon of trade, culture, and learning, hosting the Great Library and attracting scholars from across the ancient world. Cleopatra's reign represented the peak of Alexandria's development as a hub of Hellenistic culture, merging Egyptian traditions with those of Greece and Rome. The underwater discovery of the palace highlights Alexandria's significance in the ancient Mediterranean world. Drawing parallels with the sunken Roman city of Baiae in the Bay of Naples, both Cleopatra's palace and Baiae were epitomes of luxury and political clout of their times, reflecting the architectural tastes and wealth of their civilizations. While Baiae reveals much about Roman elite leisure and architectural innovation, the underwater ruins of Cleopatra's palace open a portal to the end of the Egyptian pharaoh's era, and the attempts by the Ptolemaic dynasty to synthesize Egyptian and Hellenistic cultures. The exploration of Cleopatra's palace continues to enrich our understanding of ancient Alexandria's pivotal role in the Mediterranean. It also offers a deeper look into the life and times of one of history's most enigmatic figures, Cleopatra VII, and the lavish lifestyle she led. The ruins serve as a poignant reminder of Alexandria's former glory and the fleeting nature of human achievements, standing as a testament to the transformative power of nature over history. Founded by Alexander the Great in 331 BC, the port of Alexandria quickly ascended to become one of the ancient world's most crucial trade hubs, buzzing with the exchange of goods, ideas, and cultures. Its prime location on the Mediterranean coast of Egypt established it as a pivotal connector of trade routes from Europe, Asia, and Africa, transforming it into a melting pot of global significance. The strategic and economic importance of the port was unparalleled, primarily serving as the vital conduit for Egypt's grain shipments to Rome, which was essential for the empire's stability. Among the marvels that made Alexandria famous was the Pharos lighthouse, one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world. Positioned on the island of Pharos, this engineering masterpiece not only guided ships safely into the harbour with its formidable light, but also symbolised the city's affluence and ingenuity. Although not directly linked to the port, the Great Library of Alexandria was another testament to the city's intellectual and cultural richness, drawing scholars and thinkers from across the globe. The royal quarters and palaces of Alexandria, including the Museion, home to the famed library, reflected the city's role as a beacon of Hellenistic culture and power. Meanwhile, underwater archaeology in the port area has unveiled a trove of artifacts, from ancient shipwrecks to everyday items, shedding light on the maritime practices of the time and the diversity of goods that flowed through Alexandria. The port was a linchpin in the ancient economy, bustling with the trade of grain, papyrus, glass, and precious metals, among other commodities. Its docks and warehouses were a hive of activity, indicative of a well-organized network that made Alexandria a cultural and economic bridge between various civilizations. The discovery of diverse ship remains and goods in Alexandria highlights its wider reach in the ancient trade world. The legacy of the port of Alexandria is monumental, influencing maritime trade, architecture, and culture well beyond its heyday. Ongoing archaeological work in the port area continues to enrich our understanding of the interactions, economies, and daily life of ancient civilizations. Its history serves as a powerful reminder of humanity's interconnectedness through time.
The ancient underwater city of Alexandria, located at the mouth of the Nile River in Egypt, is a treasure trove of archaeological wonders and historical insights. Founded by Alexander the Great in 331 BCE, it quickly rose to become the cultural and economic hub of the ancient world. However, parts of this legendary city succumbed to the sea due to earthquakes and tsunamis over centuries. Diving into the depths of the Mediterranean, Frank Goddio and his team's exploration of Alexandria's underwater ruins stands as a testament to human curiosity and technological prowess. The discovery of this ancient city submerged beneath the sea intertwines the grand narratives of history, technology, and myth, offering a window into one of antiquity's greatest civilizations. The use of state-of-the-art technology, including submersible robots and sophisticated sonar mapping, marks a significant evolution in underwater archaeology, reminiscent of the groundbreaking exploration of the Titanic wreck. Yet, while the Titanic's discovery opened the deep sea to archaeologists, Goddio's project breathed life back into ancient urban landscapes, showcasing the advancements in archaeological methods. The preservation of artifacts and structures found underwater presents unique challenges, starkly contrasting with those encountered in the preservation of the Dead Sea Scrolls. The saltwater environment of Alexandria erodes materials over time, demanding innovative solutions for conservation, highlighting the diverse challenges archaeologists face based on the context of their discoveries. The uncovering of the royal quarters and temples in Alexandria offers unparalleled insights into the Ptolemaic dynasty's architectural and cultural grandeur, drawing comparisons to the discovery of Pompeii. However, Alexandria reveals its secrets from beneath the waves, providing a unique lens through which to view ancient urban planning and religious practices. When compared to other ancient submerged cities like Baiae or Pavlopetri, Alexandria's ruins underscore the city's cosmopolitan nature, standing as a testament to its role as a center of commerce, culture, and knowledge. Alexandria's position as a cultural and economic hub in the ancient world is further emphasized by the diversity of artifacts found, echoing the melting pot of cultures found in Silk Road cities like Samarkand. The discovery of remnants believed to be part of the Pharos Lighthouse, one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world, underscores Alexandria's advanced engineering and pivotal role in ancient navigation, much like the Great Wall of China's significance in its own civilization. The successful exploration of Alexandria's underwater ruins not only advances our understanding of ancient civilizations, but also inspires further technological innovation in underwater archaeology. This quest to uncover the past mirrors how the space race propelled aerospace technology, demonstrating the impact of historical exploration on modern advancement. Moreover, the cultural resonance of these discoveries, akin to the fascination sparked by the discovery of King Tutankhamun's tomb, highlights the enduring allure of Egypt's ancient civilizations. Exhibitions of artifacts from Alexandria's underwater ruins have captured the global public imagination. Delving into the depths of the Mediterranean, the underwater excavations of Alexandria have unveiled treasures that paint a vivid picture of a city steeped in glory and history. Among the ruins and relics, a myriad of statues, sphinxes, and architectural marvels whisper tales of ancient Alexandria's cultural and artistic zenith. One of the most breathtaking discoveries is a giant statue believed to depict Ptolemy II, an emblem of the fusion between Hellenistic and Egyptian influences that characterize the Ptolemaic dynasty. Crafted from red granite, this colossal figure stands as a bridge between 2 worlds, reminiscent of the grand colossi of Memnon in Luxor, Egypt, and underscoring the tradition of monumental sculpture that flourished in ancient Egyptian culture. The seabed also revealed sphinxes and statues of Egyptian gods and goddesses. These findings not only highlight the Ptolemies' efforts to weave together their Greek heritage with the rich tapestry of Egyptian religious symbolism. The sphinxes, majestic with their lion bodies and human heads, serve as symbols of the ruler's wisdom and power, reflecting the broader narrative of Greek and Egyptian cultural intermingling. Furthermore, the recovery of architectural fragments from Alexandria's waters provides a window into the city's architectural prowess and urban planning. Columns, capitals, and friezes bear witness to a city where Egyptian, Greek, and Roman influences converged, creating a unique aesthetic that mirrored Alexandria's identity as a melting pot of civilizations. This aspect of the discoveries draws parallels with the archaeological finds in ancient Rome, where a similar amalgamation of architectural styles speaks to a rich, interconnected Mediterranean world. The excavation also brought to light an assortment of pottery and jewelry, offering glimpses into the daily lives, trade, and artistic expressions of Alexandria's denizens. The variety of pottery, from utilitarian domestic vessels to elaborately decorated ceremonial pieces, suggests a society of complex social strata and diverse needs. Meanwhile, the jewelry, gold earrings, necklaces, and rings, often embellished with precious stones, underscores Alexandria's affluence and its pivotal role in the trade networks that crisscrossed the Mediterranean. These artifacts not only revealed the city's artistic flair, but also its connections to a wider world. Through these discoveries, the underwater ruins of Alexandria continue to fascinate and enlighten, offering a mosaic of insights into one of antiquity's most magnificent cities. When divers stumbled upon a shipwreck near the Greek island of Antikythera in 1901, little did they know they were about to uncover one of the most astonishing artifacts of the ancient world, the Antikythera mechanism. Often hailed as the world's first analog computer, this device, dating back to around 100 BCE, is a marvel of ancient engineering and scientific knowledge. With its intricate system of over 30 bronze gears housed in a wooden frame, the mechanism was designed to predict lunar and solar eclipses, track the cycles of the Olympic Games, and model the moon's complex orbit, showcasing a level of technological sophistication that seems centuries ahead of its time. But what's truly fascinating about the Antikythera mechanism isn't just its complexity and precision. It also served as an astronomical and calendar device, capable of calculating the positions of the sun, moon, and perhaps even the planets. It featured dials for the zodiac and solar calendar, embedding celestial phenomena within the fabric of timekeeping in ancient Greek society. Inscriptions on the device acted as a user guide, revealing a profound understanding of astronomy and mathematics among its creators and users. While the origins of this extraordinary artifact remain speculative, many believe its connection to Alexandria isn't far-fetched. Known as the intellectual beacon of the Hellenistic world, Alexandria was home to the legendary library and the museum, a research institution that attracted scholars like Euclid, Hero, and Archimedes. Their contributions to mathematics, physics, and engineering could very well have influenced the creation of the Antikythera mechanism, suggesting it may have originated from this vibrant scientific community. In fact, some scholars posit that the principles behind the mechanism could have been inspired by Archimedes himself, although he lived earlier than the device's estimated creation date. The discovery of the Antikythera mechanism in a shipwreck hints at the extensive trade networks and cultural exchanges of the time, linking Alexandria with other Greek locales, including Antikythera. Such connections likely facilitated the spread of technological and scientific knowledge across the Mediterranean. The legacy of the Antikythera mechanism extends far beyond its historical and archaeological significance. It stands as a testament to the technological achievements of the ancient Greeks, challenging our perceptions of ancient technology and highlighting their sophisticated understanding of mechanical devices. Modern scientists and engineers have drawn inspiration from this ancient marvel, leading to new discoveries about ancient science and technology, and even the development of replicas using ancient techniques. Ongoing research, employing advanced imaging techniques, continues to unveil the secrets of the Antikythera mechanism, offering insights not just into the device itself, but also into the scientific and cultural milieu of the Hellenistic period. Through the lens of this remarkable artifact, we gain a deeper appreciation for the ingenuity of the ancient world, particularly the pivotal role played by Alexandria in fostering a legacy of innovation and knowledge that continues to inspire to this day.
The huge areas of the world that have never been looked at by archaeology at all, or if looked at by archaeology, looked at only minimally. Of course, the most important are the flooded continental shelves, and that's why Santa and I spent 7 years of our lives scuba diving all around the world.
Nestled at the westernmost edge of the Saurashtra Peninsula in what is now the state of Gujarat, India, the ancient city of Dwarka offers a narrative that is as rich in spirituality and mythology as it is in historical urban development.
The calculation is that 27 million square kilometers that was above water during the Ice Age is underwater now.
The city's strategic positioning near the confluence of the Gomati River and the Arabian Sea played a pivotal role not just in safeguarding it from potential invaders, but also in bolstering maritime trade and fostering connections with other parts of the ancient world. This geographical advantage, coupled with the city being enveloped by water on all sides, either as a peninsula or a series of islands, crafted a natural fortress that was a challenge for any adversary to overcome.
Most of human civilization has been organized around water, right? And as the water levels change, some of those ancient cities could be completely covered.
We did a lot of diving in southern India, so it was great for her to be able to talk in their own language to Tamil fishermen and Tamil divers and see if they'd seen any weird stuff underwater, which they certainly had.
Moreover, the Gomati River's proximity not only enhanced the city's scenic beauty, but also served as a crucial lifeline for its residents. Dwarka's urban landscape, as depicted in ancient texts, was nothing short of architectural grandeur. The city boasted of meticulously planned streets, a state-of-the-art drainage system, and formidable fortifications, all of which were divided into well-defined sectors for residential, commercial, and administrative purposes.
We know that it's been underwater for about 6,000 or 7,000 years, but the question is, how long before that was it made? How long did it stand there above water?
This level of urban planning and civil engineering sophistication showcases an advanced understanding of city management and infrastructure development, making Dwarka a marvel in ancient urban planning. The city's defensive structures, including a series of gates and fortifications, underscored the thoughtful defensive strategy employed in its construction. These were not merely architectural feats, but were strategically designed to regulate access and provide unwavering protection against invasions. Such architectural and strategic prowess points to a high degree of sophistication and indicates that Dwarka was a city that blended beauty with brains, making it a formidable entity in the ancient world.
You're coming across statues underwater, you're coming across columns underwater. It's just magical in diving on an underwater city.
Diving into the depths off the coast of modern-day Dwarka in Gujarat, India, archaeologists have embarked on marine explorations that have significantly advanced our understanding of the ancient city's grandeur and the sophisticated civilization that once flourished there. These underwater explorations have brought to light submerged structures, stone foundations, walls, pillars, and steps that many believe were part of the legendary Dwarka, a city of immense importance in Hindu scriptures. The discovery of such elaborate underwater architecture points towards the advanced engineering and construction techniques of the time, hinting at a society that was far ahead of its contemporaries in terms of urban planning and infrastructure development. The use of modern technology, including sonar scanning, diving explorations, and underwater photography, has been instrumental in mapping out the submerged city, providing us with a clearer picture of its complexity and the scale at which it operated. But the revelations don't stop at structures. A plethora of artifacts unearthed both from the seabed and land excavations near Dwarka tell tales of a culturally rich and economically prosperous society. The remnants of well-laid streets and an elaborate drainage system underscore a high degree of urban planning, indicative of a society that valued organization, environmental health, and the well-being of its citizens. Moreover, the variety of materials discovered suggests Dwarka was a bustling hub of trade and cultural exchange, maintaining connections with other civilizations of its time. This diversity not only showcases the city's economic vitality, but also its cultural openness and dynamism. But perhaps what's most fascinating is the chronological evidence unearthed through radiocarbon dating.
We have to accept that civilization in India is at least 5,000 years old. The largely and correctly discredited notion of an Aryan invasion of India needs to be abandoned.
Some artifacts and structural components of the submerged city have been dated back to the 2nd millennium BCE, aligning Dwarka's timeline with that of Lord Krishna, as described in traditional beliefs and ancient texts. This dating not only cements Dwarka's place as a significant cultural, religious, and economic center in the ancient world, but also bridges the gap between mythological narratives and historical reality. These archaeological findings offer a tangible framework to understand the evolution of urban settlements in ancient India, shedding light on societal structures, trade practices, and the cultural dynamics of the time. As we piece together clues from the past, Dwarka holds a special place in the tapestry of Hindu mythology and Indian ancient history, not just for its divine origins, but also for the mystery and majesty that encompass its story. At the heart of Dwarka's legend is its foundation by Lord Krishna, a pivotal figure in Hinduism revered across various traditions. The epic tales from the Mahabharata and the Bhagavata Purana tell us of Krishna's quest to protect his people from persistent threats, leading to the establishment of this city. It wasn't just a random choice. Krishna was strategic, opting for a location that offered natural defenses and prosperous living conditions for his subjects. Positioned on the western coast, Dwarka was a fortress against adversaries, thanks to its geographical advantages and access to vital sea routes that facilitated trade and communication. This city wasn't just a safe haven, it was a symbol of divine protection and ingenuity, blending spiritual significance with architectural splendor. The story of Dwarka, with its grand buildings and eventual mysterious submergence, captures the imagination, making it a subject of fascination and reverence. Dwarka, often hailed as the City of Gold in ancient scriptures, embodies not just the literal application of gold in its architecture, but also represents an era of unparalleled wealth, prosperity, and architectural ingenuity. This legendary city, with its palaces shimmering with gold and precious stones, grand public spaces, and formidable fortifications, stands as a testament to the zenith of ancient urban development and prosperity. The city's opulence wasn't confined to its material wealth. It extended to its sophisticated design and layout, which were attributed to Vishwakarma, the divine architect in Hindu mythology. Commissioned by Lord Krishna, Vishwakarma's vision for Dwarka was nothing short of architectural brilliance. The planning of Dwarka was meticulously executed, with distinct zones for residential quarters, marketplaces, temples, and public buildings. This segregation ensured that the city functioned efficiently, with each area serving its purpose without encroaching on another. The residential quarters, designed for comfort and accessibility, were likely constructed with not just security in mind, but also aesthetics, ensuring that the city's inhabitants lived in an environment that was safe, beautiful, and harmonious with nature. But perhaps the most captivating tale of Dwarka is its mysterious submergence.
The submergence of those sites is largely because of subsidence of land rather than sea level rise, because it's relatively recent.
Legend has it that following Lord Krishna's departure from this world, the city met its end, swallowed by the sea. This story isn't just a pivotal chapter in Hindu mythology, marking the end of an era and the onset of Kali Yuga. It has also piqued the interest of archaeologists and historians. Their underwater explorations near the modern city of Dwarka have unearthed submerged structures, offering a tangible link to the city's legendary past. These discoveries hint at the existence of a significant settlement that might have gradually succumbed to rising sea levels or other catastrophic events, giving some historical backbone to the mythological tales. The submergence of Dwarka is often seen through a symbolic lens, reflecting on the ephemeral nature of wealth and the inevitability of change. It reminds us that even the most splendid creations, no matter how grand or well-built, are not immune to the forces of time and nature. This story, rich with historical intrigue and mythological depth, continues to enchant and provoke thought, bridging the ancient with the present and the mythical with the real.
I want to talk about Antarctica. They are clearly protecting or preserving something that may or may not be under 3 miles of ice.
There's undoubtedly a time when Antarctica was lush and green. The question is, was it lush and green during the lifetime of the human species?
Yes.
And this is where it gets tricky.
Imagine embarking on an expedition to the frozen, remote expanses of Antarctica, only to uncover secrets of a lost civilization that might have thrived there in ancient times. This fascinating theory suggests that parts of a sophisticated ancient civilization could have existed on what is now the icy continent of Antarctica. This idea is tied to the hypothesis of Earth crust displacement,
whereby from time to time, the entire outer crust of the Earth, like the skin of an orange, might shift, leaving the core of the Earth in place.
indicating that Antarctica wasn't always positioned at the South Pole, but might have enjoyed a more temperate climate long ago, making it hospitable for human life. However, this theory is not without its controversies.
Does it happen at all is the first question. I mean, of all the theories I've looked at and supported, this is the one that I've come in for the most criticism for.
The concept of such dramatic geographical shifts is viewed by the scientific community as highly speculative and lacking in solid geological evidence. The current understanding of plate tectonics does not support the possibility of the Earth's crust moving so drastically and quickly to reposition an entire continent from a temperate zone to the South Pole. But the theory delves deeper than just geography. It explores global myths, legends, and religious texts, interpreting them as potential clues to the existence of this ancient civilization. Tales of great floods and cataclysms found in these stories are not seen as mere fiction, but as allegorical records of real events that led to the downfall of this advanced society.
The most important issue to me is the issue of a global cataclysm at the end of the Ice Age.
It is hypothesized that a major disaster, such as a flood or comet impact, could have been the cause of this civilization's disappearance from historical records, with survivors possibly dispersing around the globe and spreading their advanced knowledge to other emerging cultures.
Of course, the most important are the flooded continental shelves. Sea level rose 400 feet at the end of the last ice age. Let's be clear, this was a rise that was extended over a period of 11 or 12,000 years. It did not rise 400 feet overnight.
This leads to another intriguing aspect of the theory, the influence of this lost civilization on later societies. It is believed that the remnants of this ancient society played a significant role in shaping the development of well-known ancient cultures, such as the Egyptians and Sumerians. Similarities in architectural structures and astronomical alignments across different ancient sites are cited as evidence of a shared origin of knowledge. This suggests that these early civilizations might have inherited advanced architectural techniques, astronomical insights, and possibly other lost technologies and wisdom from their predecessors.
The discovery of the technique to do longitudes that actually show the world as it looks during the last ice age suggests that somebody during the last ice age was mapping the world.
Imagine a world where an advanced civilization flourished tens of thousands of years ago, long before the Sumerians of Mesopotamia marked what we consider the dawn of civilization around 6,000 years ago. This bold claim challenges the conventional timeline of history, suggesting that this sophisticated society existed during the last ice age or even earlier, presenting a significant puzzle for mainstream historical narratives that typically view complex societies and state-level civilizations as relatively recent developments. The evidence pointed to is as fascinating as it is controversial. It highlights the architectural marvels of megalithic structures like Göbekli Tepe in Turkey, the iconic Stonehenge in England, and the majestic pyramids of Egypt and Mesoamerica.
One of the many ways that Göbekli Tepe, I think, is going to prove to be a game changer is it's going to require us to reconsider our whole dating sequence on megalithic sites around the world.
These ancient constructs are not just stone monuments but testimonies to an advanced knowledge of architecture, engineering, and astronomy. Precise astronomical alignments of these structures, such as the alignment of the Great Pyramids with Orion's Belt or the solstices and equinoxes at Stonehenge, underscore a sophisticated understanding of the heavens. This expertise suggests that the people who built these monuments had a deep comprehension of celestial bodies, seasons, and cycles. The theory extends beyond monumental architecture. It proposes that this civilization possessed advanced navigational skills, which could explain how similar architectural styles and astronomical knowledge appeared across vast distances, transcending oceans and continents. The scale, precision, and complexity of these megalithic structures indicate technological and engineering skills far beyond what has traditionally been attributed to prehistoric societies. Furthermore, the alignment of ancient monuments with astronomical phenomena hints at a comprehensive grasp of astronomy, deeply integrated into their cultural and religious practices. Evidence of sophisticated urban planning evident in the ruins of ancient cities suggests advanced societal organization and knowledge of city building. The global spread of similar architectural and astronomical insights among disparate ancient cultures indicates a shared source of advanced knowledge. This could have been disseminated by survivors of this prehistoric society, whose legacy might be the foundation upon which later civilizations built their own achievements. Journey back to the Eocene epoch and you'd discover Antarctica vastly different from the icy, remote continent familiar to us today. This fascinating period reveals a past where Antarctica wasn't engulfed in ice but was bustling with life. During the Eocene, Antarctica occupied the same position over the South Pole as it does currently. Yet the global climate was substantially warmer, enabling the continent to support a climate far removed from the frozen desert we recognize now.
There was a lush rainforest that is now covered in miles of ice.
Yeah, that's probably true. The Earth's climate was very different from how it is today.
This era marked a time of significant change, with continental drift following the breakup of the supercontinent Pangaea. As part of the Gondwana fragment, Antarctica was gradually moving to its present isolated position, while continents like Australia and South America began to drift away, modifying ocean currents and climatic conditions. A notable difference from today's Antarctica was the absence of the vast ice sheet that currently covers the continent. The Eocene's elevated global temperatures meant Antarctica was devoid of this extensive ice cover, which had profound implications for the planet's climate. The lack of ice's high albedo effect, which reflects solar radiation, resulted in an even warmer Earth's climate. The tectonic activity during the Eocene was crucial in reshaping our world. The breakup of Gondwana persisted, and the formation of the Drake Passage between Antarctica and South America began to physically isolate the continent. This isolation marked a critical juncture in Antarctica's climatic history. Another significant development was the formation of the Antarctic Circumpolar Current towards the end of the Eocene, or at the beginning of the Oligocene. As the world's largest ocean current encircling Antarctica, the ACC played a vital role in the thermal isolation of the continent. By circulating cold water, it established a climatic barrier that kept warmer waters at bay, leading to the cooling and eventual glaciation of Antarctica. Fossil evidence breathes life into the Eocene Antarctica, with forests of beeches, conifers and ferns indicating a much warmer and more humid climate than today's icy conditions. These fossils, including those of plants and pollen, demonstrate that the continent once supported a diverse range of flora and fauna. Sea levels during the Eocene were significantly higher due to the absence of large ice caps and the warmer global temperatures. This resulted in different coastal configurations, with areas now above water being submerged at that time. The elevated sea levels and warmer temperatures fostered a rich and diverse marine ecosystem, distinct from the current Antarctic marine life. Thus, when we contemplate Antarctica today, it's essential to remember that this icy continent once experienced a vastly different past, one that was warmer, brimming with life, and played a pivotal role in Earth's geological and climatic history. The Eocene epoch, a captivating chapter in Earth's history characterized by dramatic climatic shifts and significant transformations in life on our planet. This period, stretching from about 56 to 34 million years ago, is nestled within the Paleogene period of the Cenozoic era, famously known as the Age of Mammals. This era marked the flourishing of mammals, taking the stage after the dinosaurs exited at the end of the Cretaceous period. The Eocene sits between the Paleocene and the Oligocene epochs, with each phase documenting crucial geological, climatic, and biological shifts. Tectonic plates were on the move towards their current positions, influencing the oceans and sculpting the climate in profound ways. A notable event of this epoch was the Paleocene-Eocene thermal maximum, which occurred around 56 million years ago. Imagine Earth undergoing a sudden temperature surge, with temperatures increasing by 5 to 8 degrees Celsius in just a few thousand years, likely due to a massive release of methane from oceanic methane clathrates. This event significantly impacted ecosystems, leading to the extinction of some species while triggering rapid evolution and diversification in others, especially among mammals. During the Eocene, the atmosphere was laden with CO2, with levels ranging between 1,000 to 2,000 parts per million, far exceeding the pre-industrial levels of about 280 ppm. High CO2 levels, driven by volcanic activity, the combustion of organic matter, and the declining efficiency of carbon sinks, enveloped the Earth in a greenhouse climate. This led to rising temperatures, altering weather patterns and ocean currents, and crafting a world vastly different from our own. The Eocene's warmer conditions had significant effects on marine life. Temperature changes affected marine currents, altering species distribution and fostering the development of new ecosystems. It was a period of change, new beginnings, and dramatic shifts that laid the groundwork for the planet's future. The Eocene epoch, with its stories of warming, shifting, and evolving, serves as a reminder of the dynamic and ever-changing nature of Earth.
I believe that it's worth considering the possibility of a remote common ancestor, which passed down key information that was inherited by later cultures. I'm willing to accept that the Great Pyramid was largely completed by the ancient Egyptians. But remember that the ancient Egyptians tell us in many of their texts that everything they knew was a legacy.
Imagine stepping back in time, way before the majestic pyramids of Egypt were ever conceived, and finding yourself exploring the Blombos Cave on the southern coast of South Africa. Discovered in the 1990s by Professor Christopher Henshelwood, this cave has turned out to be a treasure trove of artifacts dating back about 100,000 years to the Middle Stone Age, offering a unique glimpse into early human culture.
Are we looking at the traces of a forgotten episode in human history? I think so. I think that's what's going on here.
The variety of artifacts found in Blombos Cave is nothing short of astounding. Among these treasures are some of the earliest known bone tools. These weren't just rudimentary tools, but were delicately crafted, indicating a high level of skill and an advanced understanding of materials long before similar tools appeared in other parts of the world. The sophistication in these tools suggests that early humans were far more advanced than previously thought. But the artifacts don't stop there. The cave has also yielded pieces of ochre engraved with geometric patterns. Far from being mere decorations, these engravings are believed to represent some of the earliest forms of symbolic communication and abstract art, hinting at the complex cognitive abilities of their creators.
There's more and more evidence that cave art that was attributed to Homo sapiens was actually done by Neanderthals.
This ability to think abstractly and to plan suggests a significant leap in human cognitive development, often referred to as the cognitive revolution. Moreover, the discovery of shell beads in the cave points to a culture that valued personal adornment and possibly had social or ritualistic practices involving these items. These beads could have been used in necklaces or bracelets, potentially serving as a form of currency or social stratification. When we compare these ancient engravings to the later, more detailed Lascaux cave paintings in France, a fascinating picture emerges. Although the Lascaux paintings, which date to about 17,000 years ago, are more visually complex, the abstract patterns and use of materials like ochre at Blombos may represent an earlier form of the same cognitive evolution towards symbolic thought and communication. This comparison not only underscores the continuity in human artistic endeavors, but also highlights the depth and richness of human creativity from its very beginnings. These findings from Blombos Cave challenge our previous assumptions about prehistoric humans and provide deep insights into the evolution of human cognition, artistic expression, and social structures. They paint a picture of a complex, nuanced society engaged in sophisticated practices and thought processes long before many other known civilizations. Let's travel from the ancient ingenuity displayed in South Africa's Blombos Cave to another fascinating archaeological site, Çatalhöyük in south-central Turkey. Discovered by James Mellart in the late 1950s and later excavated by Ian Hodder, Çatalhöyük has been a goldmine of information about Neolithic urban life, dating back between 9,500 to 7,700 years ago. Covering about 32 acres, Çatalhöyük isn't your typical ancient city. The settlement was incredibly well planned, with houses made of mud bricks built so close to each other that the roofs served dual purposes: ceilings for the dwellings they topped, and terraces for the adjacent upper levels. This unique architectural style suggests a highly organized society with no clear signs of social stratification, which is pretty unusual for such an early form of urban development. The residents of Çatalhöyük had a vibrant cultural life, as evidenced by the elaborate frescoes adorning the walls of their homes. These murals, which are among the earliest known examples of narrative art, depict detailed hunting scenes and vultures, providing a window into the community's beliefs, rituals, and the environment around them. Religion appears to have played a central role in daily life at Catalhoyuk. This is indicated by the numerous figurines and shrines unearthed during excavations, with a notable prevalence of female symbols and figures suggesting potentially matriarchal elements in their social structure. One of the most intriguing theories about Catalhoyuk is that it might have been an egalitarian society. The uniformity in house size and communal living arrangements support the idea of a proto-communist social order, where there wasn't a significant emphasis on social hierarchy. This is further backed by the absence of grand tombs or palatial structures, which are usually indicative of pronounced social stratification. These comparisons not only highlight the diversity in how early urban societies could be structured and function, but also enrich our understanding of human social evolution. As we delve deeper into these ancient cities, we continue to uncover how our ancestors lived, worked, and formed communities, providing valuable insights into the past that shape our knowledge of human history. The story of the Derinkuyu underground city in Cappadocia, Turkey, reads like something out of a fascinating mystery novel, complete with accidental discoveries and architectural wonders.
It's really important to understand that archaeology is often driven by accidental finds.
Located in a region celebrated for its unique geological features, particularly the soft volcanic rock that has been easily sculpted for millennia, Derinkuyu is the largest of the many underground cities carved into this landscape. Our tale begins in 1963, when an ordinary homeowner in Derinkuyu, known only to a few, decided to make some home improvements. Little did he know that knocking down a wall in his basement would open a door to the past. Behind the wall was a passage that led to a complex network of rooms and tunnels extending deep beneath the earth. What the homeowner had discovered was not a simple series of rooms, but an elaborate subterranean city that stretched down as much as 85 meters and included at least 18 levels. This ancient city wasn't just a refuge. It was a fully functional community with everything from homes and communal gathering places to schools, places of worship, and tombs. When local authorities were alerted to the find, archaeologists rushed to explore this underground marvel. They were astounded to discover that Derinkuyu could have supported as many as 20,000 people along with their animals and stored food. The city's design was remarkably sophisticated, with ventilation shafts that ensured fresh air could reach even the deepest levels, similar to modern-day air conditioning systems. The city's architecture suggested that its creators were not only skilled builders, but also clever strategists. Massive stone doors could be rolled across passageways to seal off the city from invaders, and narrow tunnels would have forced any intruders to enter in single file, making them easier to defend against. Derinkuyu's design is often compared to the labyrinth of Minos from Greek mythology, intended to confuse or trap unwanted guests with its complex layout and her minimal exits. This feature, along with its ventilation and security measures, highlights a level of planning and engineering that parallels the sophistication of certain modern infrastructures. The Altamira Cave, nestled in the picturesque Cantabria region of northern Spain, was brought to international attention in 1879 by Marcelino Sanz de Sotuola, who famously declared that its stunning cave paintings were of prehistoric origin. This initial claim faced a great deal of skepticism, but was eventually verified, proving the paintings to be an astonishing 36,000 years old, dating back to the Upper Paleolithic period. Renowned for their vivid depiction of wild mammals and human hands, the paintings of Altamira are celebrated for their vibrant polychrome techniques. Artists of the time utilized an impressive palette created from charcoal, ochre, and hematite to produce colors ranging from deep blacks and yellows to rich reds. These pigments were not just randomly splashed on, but were applied meticulously with tools like fingers, fur pads, or flint tools, pointing to a sophisticated understanding of materials and methods. The subjects of these paintings, mainly bison, horses, and boars, are portrayed with a remarkable sense of movement and dimensionality that is rarely seen in other Paleolithic art. This dynamic portrayal suggests that these creatures were not only important food sources, but also held a significant place in the cultural and spiritual life of the people. The detailed depiction of their anatomy and behavior reflects a deep observational skill and suggests that the artists were highly knowledgeable about their subjects. The realism and artistry of Altamira's cave paintings, especially the famous bison scenes, highlight the painter's extraordinary skills and their keen eye for detail. Some scholars believe that these paintings were used in rituals or shamanistic practices aimed at ensuring a successful hunt or invoking animal spirits, indicating that the cave might have been a place of great spiritual importance. Altamira's artists mastered the art of creating depth and movement through adept shading and contouring, focusing more on realism and possibly the spiritual connection between the human and animal worlds.
Nobody actually knew that it existed until it was accidentally discovered. It's about 5,000 years old, but we can't read that script. The script exists, but we can't read it. So there could be all kinds of information in that script.
Discoveries of ancient texts in Egypt have significantly expanded our understanding of ancient civilizations, particularly those of ancient Egypt, Greece, and Rome. These discoveries span various genres, including religious, scientific, literary, and philosophical texts, opening our eyes to ancient moments you had to be there to believe. In 1799, during Napoleon's ambitious campaign in Egypt, a remarkable discovery was made by French soldiers near the town of Rosetta, now known as Rashid. They unearthed a granodiorite slab, dark and hard, which would come to be recognized as one of the most significant archaeological finds in history, the Rosetta Stone. This discovery was monumental not just for its immediate impact, but for the doors it would open in the field of Egyptology. The Rosetta Stone, dating back to 196 BC, bears a decree issued in Memphis in honor of King Ptolemy V. What makes the stone extraordinary is its trilingual inscription. The same message is conveyed in hieroglyphics, the script used for religious documents, Demotic, the common script of Egypt, and Ancient Greek, the language of the ruling administration at the time. This feature of the Rosetta Stone provided the crucial breakthrough in deciphering Egyptian hieroglyphs, which had been a long-standing mystery. Jean-François Champollion, a French scholar, made the groundbreaking realization in 1822 that by comparing the Greek text, which was already understood, with the hieroglyphic and demotic texts, he could unlock the ancient Egyptian language. The text inscribed on the Rosetta Stone is essentially a piece of propaganda, extolling the virtues of Ptolemy V's reign. It commands that the decree be displayed in temples across Egypt, highlighting the practice of disseminating such declarations in prominent religious and public spaces. This aspect of the Rosetta Stone reveals much about the political and religious workings of Ptolemaic Egypt, illustrating how rulers used such inscriptions to communicate with and influence their subjects. Today, the Rosetta Stone is often heralded as the world's most famous slab of stone, a symbol of the key to unlocking the mysteries of ancient Egypt. The Egyptian Book of the Dead, dating back to around 1550 to 50 BC, offers an extraordinary glimpse into the spiritual life of ancient Egypt. Unlike what its name might suggest, the Book of the Dead is not a singular book, but a collection of spells, prayers, magical formulas, and incantations, meticulously crafted to guide the deceased through the underworld, known as Duat, and into the afterlife. These texts, written on papyrus, were often included in the burial chambers, personalized for each individual, with spells selected for their perceived usefulness in navigating the afterlife. The evolution of these funerary texts, from the pyramid texts intended for royalty to the coffin texts, and eventually to the Book of the Dead, accessible to the wider population, marks a significant shift in ancient Egyptian religious and social practices. This transition indicates a democratization of the afterlife, suggesting changes in societal structures and religious beliefs where eternal life was no longer a privilege of the pharaohs, but a possibility for all. The spells within the Book of the Dead paint a vivid picture of the ancient Egyptians' beliefs regarding the afterlife, including the trials the deceased would face, such as the judgment before Osiris, the god of the afterlife. This collection of texts is invaluable for understanding ancient Egyptian religion, mythology, and views on life after death, portraying a complex belief system where the dead could continue to interact with the living and the gods. When juxtaposed with the Rosetta Stone, the Book of the Dead offers a different kind of bridge to the ancient past. The Rosetta Stone, discovered in 1799 and instrumental in deciphering Egyptian hieroglyphs, unlocked the ability to read countless texts from ancient Egypt, thus opening up a broader understanding of Egyptian civilization. In contrast, the Book of the Dead delves into the spiritual and religious beliefs of the ancient Egyptians, offering insights into their perceptions of death, the afterlife, and divinity. Though the Rosetta Stone and the Book of the Dead differ significantly, one being a bilingual decree and the other a compilation of funerary texts, they collectively illuminate the complexity of ancient Egyptian civilization. The Rosetta Stone reveals the administrative and political landscape, while the Book of the Dead provides a profound understanding of the spiritual and religious depth of this ancient culture. Diving into the intellectual and spiritual depths of ancient Egyptian civilization, two cornerstone documents stand out for their profound contributions: the Pyramid Texts and the Rhind Mathematical Papyrus. Each in its own domain showcases the advanced understanding and the multifaceted nature of Egyptian life, spanning the realms of religion and mathematics. The Pyramid Texts, dating back to around 2400 to 2300 BC, hold the distinction of being the world's oldest religious texts. Inscribed within the pyramids, viewed by the ancient Egyptians not merely as tombs but as portals to the afterlife, these texts served a crucial purpose. They were intended to secure the pharaoh's divine status after death, offering guidance through the underworld to achieve eternal life among the gods. With over 700 spells, the pyramid texts laid the foundation for future Egyptian funerary practices, as seen in the evolution of the coffin texts and the Book of the Dead. Initially reserved for pharaohs, the democratization of these texts over time reflects a significant shift, suggesting an evolving conception of the afterlife that eventually embraced all Egyptians, not just the elite. In contrast, the Rhind Mathematical Papyrus from around 1550 BC delves into the pragmatic and analytical world of mathematics. Named after Alexander Henry Rhind, who acquired it in 1858, this document served an educational purpose. It trained scribes in arithmetic, algebra, and geometry, encompassing practical problems relevant to surveying, architecture, and resource distribution. This papyrus not only demonstrates the Egyptians' prowess in fractions and linear equations, but also hints at their early approximation of pi, underscoring the practical implications of their mathematical knowledge in daily life and state administration. While the pyramid texts are steeped in the spiritual and esoteric, aimed at guiding the deceased through the afterlife, the Rhind Mathematical Papyrus is grounded in the practical and worldly, focusing on mathematical education for administrative efficiency. Yet both documents illuminate the sophistication of ancient Egyptian society from different angles. The pyramid texts reflect the deep religious beliefs and funerary customs that shaped Egyptians' views on life, death, and the hereafter. Meanwhile, the Rhind Papyrus reveals the pragmatic application of mathematical principles in managing the state's affairs, from architecture to the distribution of resources, highlighting the integral role of mathematics in the governance and organization of ancient Egypt. Together, the pyramid texts and the Rhind Mathematical Papyrus underscore ancient Egypt's remarkable advancements in understanding both the divine and the empirical. In 1945, near the Egyptian town of Nag Hammadi, a discovery was made that would significantly widen the lens through which we view early Christian thought. A local farmer named Muhammad al-Saman unearthed a sealed jar containing a collection of texts that shed light on the Gnostic beliefs flourishing in the 3rd and 4th centuries AD. Written in Coptic, these texts were hidden away, likely by a community that held them dear at odds with the mainstream Christian authorities of their time. The Nag Hammadi Library is a fascinating compilation, ranging from Gospels and philosophical treatises to revelations. It dives into deep theological debates and spiritual practices that stood apart from the orthodox teachings of the early church, emphasizing a personal connection and knowledge of the divine, known as gnosis. Among its treasures is the Gospel of Thomas, notable for its 114 sayings of Jesus. This text in particular contains parallels to the canonical Gospels, but also introduces teachings that were not included in the Bible as we know it, offering new perspectives on Jesus' words and teachings. The discovery of these texts has challenged traditional narratives of early Christian history, unveiling the rich tapestry of beliefs that existed alongside what would become Orthodox Christianity. The Nag Hammadi texts paint a picture of a vibrant, albeit contested, religious landscape where various groups and sects struggled for spiritual authority and legitimacy. The act of burying these texts might have been a desperate measure by a community under threat, aiming to preserve their spiritual heritage against the dominating force of Orthodox Christianity. When compared to the canonical New Testament, the Nag Hammadi texts stand out for several reasons. They bring to light the theological diversity that characterized early Christianity, offering views on mysticism, the cosmos, and the nature of divinity that diverge significantly from the orthodox path. For instance, their portrayal of Jesus often contrasts with that of the canonical Gospels, presenting him more as a spiritual entity and questioning the physical aspects of his crucifixion and resurrection. Additionally, while the canonical Gospels derive their authority from their apostolic origins, the texts from Nag Hammadi often claim apostolic or even divine authorship as a means to assert their legitimacy and authority.
An example I often give is the Indus Valley civilization. Nobody actually knew that it existed until it was accidentally discovered while a railway was built. And then they found that there were these actually very, very sophisticated, very complex mud brick structures on a very large scale. Then they found that this culture had had a language, a fully developed written script. We can't read that script. The script exists, but we can't read it.
The story of the Indus Valley civilization, one of the earliest cradles of urban life, reads like a mystery novel filled with climatic twists, geological turns, and the shadowy figures of invaders. As we dive deep into the annals of ancient history, this civilization's gradual fade from the vibrant urban entity it once was around 1900 BCE to mere remnants by 1300 BCE has puzzled scholars and history buffs alike. Let's explore some of the intriguing theories that have emerged over the years for why this civilization suddenly vanished. Imagine living in a city where the once reliable monsoon rains start becoming erratic around 2200 BCE. This wasn't just inconvenient, it was catastrophic. The Indus Valley people, whose agricultural prowess depended on these rains, faced reduced yields and possibly famine as a result. Imagine rivers, the lifelines of your trade and agriculture, changing course due to tectonic shifts. Cities that were once bustling hubs of trade and culture could no longer sustain their populations. This wasn't just about less water for crops. Entire trade routes were disrupted, especially those with Mesopotamia, putting further strain on an already struggling economy. Now add to this scenario the threat of earthquakes. These weren't just minor tremors, but possibly significant quakes that could alter river courses, destroy sophisticated drainage systems, and turn well-planned cities into inhabitable ruins. The very foundations of urban life were literally and figuratively shaken. For a time, the theory of an invasion by nomadic Aryans gained traction, suggesting a dramatic end to the Indus Valley civilization. When the British were laying down the tracks for the Indian railway system in the 19th century, they stumbled upon something extraordinary: ruins made of well-crafted bricks in the Punjab region. Little did they know, these bricks were the remnants of the Indus Valley civilization, a society that had vanished thousands of years before. At first, these ancient bricks found a new purpose under the wheels of progress, quite literally being used in railway construction. It's a bit ironic when you think about it, an ancient civilization helping to lay the foundations for modern transportation, all while its own story was buried in oblivion. Enter Alexander Cunningham in the 1870s, a man who could be seen as a detective in the realm of history. As the founder of the Archaeological Survey of India, Cunningham was among the first to take a scholarly interest in these ruins. However, even with his reports, the true significance of what they had found wasn't fully grasped. The pieces of the puzzle were there, but the picture was yet to be seen. The plot thickens with Sir John Marshall, who took the helm of the ASI in the early 20th century. Under Marshall's direction, the ASI turned its gaze to the prehistoric past, setting the stage for a discovery that would challenge the narratives of urban civilization's origins. It was Daya Ramsani who, in 1921, began excavating at Harappa, and soon after, Rakal Das Banerjee laid bare the wonders of Mohenjo-Daro. These sites revealed to the world a civilization of astonishing complexity and sophistication, with well-planned cities, advanced drainage systems, and a plethora of artifacts that spoke of a rich cultural life. The discoveries of Harappa and Mohenjo-Daro were like opening a window to an ancient world, showcasing the architectural and cultural achievements of the Indus Valley civilization. This was a society that had its unique script still undeciphered and urban planning that could rival any contemporary city today. The Great Bath of Mohenjo-Daro, with its watertight construction, hinted at a society that placed significant emphasis on cleanliness and possibly ritual purification. As more archaeologists joined the fray, Ernest Mackay, Madho Sarup Vats and Mortimer Wheeler to name a few, the knowledge of this ancient civilization expanded. Each excavation across the Indus Valley region brought new insights. The narrative of the Indus Valley civilization challenged the then prevailing notion that complex urban life began solely with Mesopotamia and Egypt. Here was evidence of a parallel society that had flourished and then, for reasons still debated, declined and disappeared, leaving behind a legacy buried under the earth. Let's take a stroll back in time to explore Harappa, a city that once thrived in what's now the Punjab province of Pakistan. This ancient metropolis wasn't just any old city, it was a cornerstone of the Indus Valley civilization, bustling with life between 2600 BCE and 1900 BCE. The story of Harappa's discovery is as fascinating as the city itself. Initially spotted during the 19th century, it wasn't until the British were laying down railway tracks in the 1850s that Harappa began to reveal its secrets. Ironically, bricks from this ancient city were used in the construction of the railway, unknowingly dismantling a piece of history for the sake of progress. Fast forward to the 1920s, when Sir John Marshall and his team of archaeologists took a closer look and realized Harappa was part of something much bigger. They uncovered a city so advanced it would rewrite our understanding of urban planning in ancient times. Imagine walking through streets laid out in a perfect grid, with main roads up to 30 feet wide intersecting at right angles. This wasn't a haphazard settlement. It was a city built with precision and forethought, showcasing remarkable engineering skills. Harappa's infrastructure was nothing short of revolutionary. The city boasted an advanced drainage system, with covered drains along the main streets and smaller ones connecting from individual homes. This emphasis on cleanliness and public health is something many modern cities could learn from, and the buildings, all constructed with standardized baked bricks, stood as a testament to the Harappans' knowledge of materials engineering, giving the city a unified look. But Harappa wasn't just about impressive streets and sanitation. The city was alive with bustling granaries, which were central to its food storage and distribution system. These weren't just any granaries. They were massive structures located near the city's heart, hinting at a well-organized governance system that ensured the population was well-fed. Diving into the everyday lives of Harappans, we find a society that valued comfort and cleanliness. Houses, ranging from simple dwellings to more elaborate homes, often had their own wells and bathrooms. This level of domestic luxury suggests a society where social stratification was present, but also one that placed a high importance on individual welfare. And then there are the artifacts. The seals engraved with animal figures and an undeciphered script that hint at a complex system of communication, trade, administration, or perhaps even ritual. The pottery and tools unearthed in Harappa, from utility wares to beautifully decorated pieces, reflect the diverse occupations and crafts practiced in the city, painting a picture of a vibrant, bustling community. Harappa was more than just a city. It was a beacon of urban civilization, showcasing advancements that were unparalleled for its time. Its discovery and excavation have not only provided us with a glimpse into ancient urban life, but also challenged our perceptions of ancient civilizations and their capabilities. Nestled in the Sindh province of Pakistan lies Mohenjo-Daro, a site that's not just an archaeological treasure but a testament to the architectural genius of the Indus Valley civilization. This city, one of the most iconic remnants of ancient urban life, gives us a sneak peek into the lives of its people, their societal structure, and their unparalleled urban planning. The city was cleverly divided into two main areas: the lower city, bustling with residential and commercial life, and the Acropolis, where public and ceremonial buildings stood. This division speaks volumes about the level of organization and planning that went into Mohenjo-Daro. It wasn't just a cluster of buildings, it was a thoughtfully laid out city, designed for efficiency and order, with distinct zones dedicated to different aspects of daily life. But let's talk about the Great Bath, the crown jewel of Mohenjo-Daro. Imagine a large, watertight pool, meticulously constructed for religious purification rituals. Surrounded by corridors and rooms, the Great Bath wasn't just an architectural marvel. It was a central piece of the city's spiritual and communal life, emphasizing the importance of water not just for survival, but as a sacred element in their culture. The people of Mohenjo-Daro were master craftsmen, their skills shining through in the intricate beadwork, finely crafted metal objects, and beautiful pottery discovered at the site. These artifacts were not merely utilitarian. They bore the marks of artistic excellence and possibly held deeper symbolic meanings for their creators. The variety and quality of these items suggest a society that valued not only function, but form and beauty, integrating them into their everyday lives. Moreover, Mohenjo-Daro was a bustling economic center. The numerous seals, weights, and measures found among the ruins hint at a complex economy that thrived on both local and long-distance trade. This was a city that was not isolated. It was connected, engaging in commerce with distant lands, showcasing its economic prowess and its role as a significant player in the ancient world. Mohenjo-Daro, with its advanced urban planning and sophisticated architectural elements, stands as a shining example of the ingenuity of the Indus Valley civilization. The Grand Canyon, spanning 277 miles and plunging over a mile deep, is not just a geographical wonder. Its layers of rock unveil Earth's history, stretching back nearly 2 billion years. As the Colorado River wove its course, eroding the plateau, it exposed the very chapters of our planet's timeline, layer by layer. But what if there's more to this wonder than meets the eye? What if nestled in its rock formations and hidden caves lie secrets of ancient civilizations? The vastness of the Grand Canyon is not just an emblem of nature's grandeur, but it also echoes with whispers from a bygone era. In 1909, an intriguing article surfaced in the Arizona Gazette. This piece of news, sensational at its core, described an archaeological expedition that reportedly had ties to the prestigious Smithsonian Institute. The claims? Within the heart of the Grand Canyon, remnants of ancient civilizations were found, ones that bore uncanny resemblances to Oriental and perhaps even Egyptian cultures. The Gazette detailed how the explorers had stumbled upon a labyrinth of tunnels and caves, many of which harbored fascinating artifacts. Among the finds were tools, weapons, and decorative items that seemed out of place considering the geographical location and the known history of the area. More astonishingly, there were claims of hieroglyphics akin to those of ancient Egypt etched onto the cave walls. The crown jewel of this discovery was the alleged find of mummies, which, if true, would have redefined our understanding of ancient transcontinental interactions. As the news spread, it captured the imagination of many. The thought that the Grand Canyon, already a marvel in its own right, could be the gateway to a forgotten chapter of human history was tantalizing. Here was an implication that there might have been a mingling of civilizations, suggesting unknown trade routes or explorations that connected continents in antiquity. However, while the tale was rich in detail, corroborative evidence was scant. The Arizona Gazette was the sole publisher of this incredible find, with no follow-up stories or additional corroborations coming forth. Furthermore, inquiries to the Smithsonian Institute found that they had no record of the expedition, casting further doubt on the newspaper's claims. This lack of concrete evidence and the ensuing silence led many to dismiss the story as a creative, if not audacious, hoax. Yet, even as a piece of folklore or local legend, the story underscores humanity's innate desire to seek out mysteries and, perhaps, to hope that there's more to known landmarks than what's visible on the surface. Deep within the shadows of the Grand Canyon's towering walls lies a network of caves and crevices that have been carved out over millions of years. These aren't just geological wonders, but possibly repositories of ancient mysteries. Throughout history, humans have shown an innate tendency to seek shelter in caves, not just as a refuge from the elements, but also as a space for contemplation, artistry, and preservation of culture. In this context, could the caves of the Grand Canyon hold clues about past civilizations? Some enthusiasts and amateur archaeologists have speculated about the possibility of finding artifacts hidden within these caverns. The canyon, with its labyrinthine twists and turns, presents a treasure trove of potential spots where ancient people might have stashed their belongings, either for ritualistic purposes or simply for safekeeping. Reports have occasionally surfaced, talking about unusual artifacts unearthed in or around the area. From intricately designed pottery shards to tools that seem anachronistic given the known Native American history of the region, these discoveries fuel the argument for a more complex story waiting to be unraveled. A few narratives even suggest the existence of metallic objects, hinting at a sophisticated metallurgical knowledge that might have been way ahead of its time. Local Native American legends also hint at their ancestors having had a deeper connection to the canyon's caves. Tales passed down through generations speak of sacred rituals performed in the heart of these caverns and of hidden chambers filled with symbols and petroglyphs. Some tribes consider certain caves within the canyon to be spiritual places where the veil between the physical and spiritual world is thin. The recurring tales and finds suggest there's more to be explored. The mere possibility of unearthing an artifact that could redefine history ignites the adventurer in many. But for now, these secrets remain guarded by the timeless walls of the Grand Canyon, challenging us to look deeper, question further, and explore with an open mind. The Grand Canyon isn't just a marvel of geology. It is also a sacred and deeply significant space for the Native American tribes that have resided in its vicinity for countless generations. Their stories, passed down orally through the ages, serve not only as a testament to their rich history and connection with the land, but also hint at a deeper understanding of the canyon's enigmatic past. The Hopi, one of the Native American tribes associated with the Grand Canyon, have a profound spiritual connection to this vast chasm. For them, the Grand Canyon is more than just a geographical landmark. It is the Sipapuni, the place of emergence where their ancestors entered this world from another. This lore suggests that the canyon is not just a place of past significance, but is intrinsically linked to the Hopi's understanding of life, death, and the transition between worlds. Then there's the Zuni tribe, whose ancestral memories speak of a time when their people lived inside the Grand Canyon. They describe vast underground citadels, spiritual places of worship, and the echoes of ceremonies that resonate with the winds of the canyon. Such tales, while not supported by mainstream archaeology, provide a fascinating window into how the canyon is perceived, not as a mere tourist attraction, but as the very soul of a people. The Navajo, known as Dine, have their own tales interwoven with the canyon's vast stretches. They view the Grand Canyon as a sacred place, filled with the spirits of warriors, animals, and deities. The echoing calls of the canyon winds are, to them, the voices of these spirits communicating with the living. Various points within the canyon are used for rites and ceremonies, and it's believed that disturbing these areas can bring about misfortune. Furthermore, petroglyphs and pictographs found scattered across secluded parts of the canyon serve as silent testimonies to its ancient inhabitants. These rock carvings, some dated to be thousands of years old, depict scenes from daily life, spiritual visions, and perhaps even celestial events, showcasing the deep cosmic connection these tribes felt. The allure of the Grand Canyon doesn't merely reside in its majestic views, but also in the secrets it holds deep within its layers. Modern excavations within the canyon are testament to humanity's insatiable curiosity. With every expedition, geologists, archaeologists, and historians delve deeper into the canyon, hoping to glean insights into our planet's past and the ancient civilizations that might have once called the region home. Contrary to popular belief, modern exploration doesn't just rely on pickaxes and brushes. Advanced technologies like ground-penetrating radar and Lidar, light detection and ranging, are being deployed to peer beneath the surface and uncover hidden structures or artifacts. These tools can detect inconsistencies or abnormalities below the ground, hinting at potential sites of interest without even making a scratch on the surface. Recent excavations have unearthed fascinating finds, from ancient tools and pottery fragments to previously undiscovered rock art, all painting a vivid picture of the canyon's ancient inhabitants. These discoveries offer tantalizing glimpses into the lives, cultures, and traditions of the people who lived in and around the canyon, long before it became a modern tourist attraction. Despite all the progress and revelations, a significant portion of the Grand Canyon remains unexplored and untouched. Its vastness and challenging terrain ensure that there are still many hidden enigmas waiting to be discovered. With every uncovered artifact or structure, a new chapter in the canyon's rich tapestry of history is revealed, hinting at even more profound insights yet to be unearthed. As we look to the future, the Grand Canyon promises even more mysteries to be unraveled. With the advancement in technology and increasing interest in the site's historical significance, the next generation of explorers is set to journey deeper and farther into the canyon. And as they do, they'll not only be discovering the canyon's secrets, but also connecting more profoundly with the echoes of ancient civilizations and the grand narrative of our planet. The walls of the Grand Canyon aren't just bare rocks. Here and there, scattered often in secluded nooks, are pictographs and petroglyphs, the silent whispers of those who came before us. These ancient rock arts are like pages from a diary, narrating stories, beliefs, and daily lives of ancient peoples. The petroglyphs etched onto the rock surfaces and the pictographs painted using natural dyes often present patterns and symbols. Some might show animals native to the region, while others depict human figures in various stances. Certain symbols might seem ritualistic or spiritual, hinting at religious or ceremonial practices. For indigenous communities, these artworks are not just historical artifacts. They are a living connection to their ancestors, an unbroken thread linking them to the very land they inhabit. Every line, every dot, every shade is a testament to their deep bond with the canyon, its challenges and its bounties. As time progresses, many of these artworks are at risk due to natural erosion and, unfortunately, human intervention. They are invaluable not just as art, but as records. They provide insights into the cultures, beliefs, and perhaps even the thoughts and feelings of people from millennia past. These silent historians serve as a bridge, allowing us, if only for a moment, to traverse time and connect with ancient souls. And as always, thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed our video today.
I believe that it's worth considering the possibility of a remote common ancestor, which passed down key information that was inherited by later cultures. I'm willing to accept that the Great Pyramid was largely completed by the ancient Egyptians. But remember that the ancient Egyptians tell us in many of their texts that everything they knew was a legacy.
Imagine stepping back in time, way before the majestic pyramids of Egypt were ever conceived, and finding yourself exploring the Blombos Cave on the southern coast of South Africa. Discovered in the 1990s by Professor Christopher Henshelwood, this cave has turned out to be a treasure trove of artifacts dating back about 100,000 years to the Middle Stone Age, offering a unique glimpse into early human culture.
Are we looking at the traces of a forgotten episode in human history? I think so. I think that's what's going on here.
The variety of artifacts found in Blombos Cave is nothing short of astounding. Among these treasures are some of the earliest known bone tools. These weren't just rudimentary tools, but were delicately crafted, indicating a high level of skill and an advanced understanding of materials long before similar tools appeared in other parts of the world. The sophistication in these tools suggests that early humans were far more advanced than previously thought. But the artifacts don't stop there. The cave has also yielded pieces of ochre engraved with geometric patterns. Far from being mere decorations, these engravings are believed to represent some of the earliest forms of symbolic communication and abstract art, hinting at the complex cognitive abilities of their creators.
There's more and more evidence that cave art that was attributed to Homo sapiens was actually done by Neanderthals.
This ability to think abstractly and to plan suggests a significant leap in human cognitive development, often referred to as the cognitive revolution. Moreover, the discovery of shell beads in the cave points to a culture that valued personal adornment and possibly had social or ritualistic practices involving these items. These beads could have been used in necklaces or bracelets, potentially serving as a form of currency or social stratification. When we compare these ancient engravings to the later, more detailed Lascaux cave paintings in France, a fascinating picture emerges. Although the Lascaux paintings, which date to about 17,000 years ago, are more visually complex, the abstract patterns and use of materials like ochre at Blombos may represent an earlier form of the same cognitive evolution towards symbolic thought and communication. This comparison not only underscores the continuity in human artistic endeavors, but also highlights the depth and richness of human creativity from its very beginnings. These findings from Blombos Cave challenge our previous assumptions about prehistoric humans and provide deep insights into the evolution of human cognition, artistic expression, and social structures. They paint a picture of a complex, nuanced society engaged in sophisticated practices and thought processes long before many other known civilizations. Let's travel from the ancient ingenuity displayed in South Africa's Blombos Cave to another fascinating archaeological site, Çatalhöyük in south-central Turkey. Discovered by James Mellart in the late 1950s and later excavated by Ian Hodder, Çatalhöyük has been a goldmine of information about Neolithic urban life, dating back between 9,500 to 7,700 years ago. Covering about 32 acres, Çatalhöyük isn't your typical ancient city. The settlement was incredibly well planned, with houses made of mud bricks built so close to each other that the roofs served dual purposes. Ceilings for the dwellings they topped, and terraces for the adjacent upper levels. This unique architectural style suggests a highly organized society with no clear signs of social stratification, which is pretty unusual for such an early form of urban development. The residents of Çatalhöyük had a vibrant cultural life, as evidenced by the elaborate frescoes adorning the walls of their homes. These murals, which are among the earliest known examples of narrative art, depict detailed hunting scenes and vultures, providing a window into the community's beliefs, rituals, and the environment around them. Religion appears to have played a central role in daily life at Çatalhöyük. This is indicated by the numerous figurines and shrines unearthed during excavations, with a notable prevalence of female symbols and figures suggesting potentially matriarchal elements in their social structure. One of the most intriguing theories about Çatalhöyük is that it might have been an egalitarian society. The uniformity in house size and communal living arrangements support the idea of a proto-communist social order, where there wasn't a significant emphasis on social hierarchy. This is further backed by the absence of grand tombs or palatial structures, which are usually indicative of pronounced social stratification. These comparisons not only highlight the diversity in how early urban societies could be structured and function, but also enrich our understanding of human social evolution. As we delve deeper into these ancient cities, we continue to uncover how our ancestors lived, worked, and formed communities, providing valuable insights into the past that shape our knowledge of human history. The story of the Derinkuyu underground city in Cappadocia, Turkey, reads like something out of a fascinating mystery novel, complete with accidental discoveries and architectural wonders.
It's really important to understand that archaeology is often driven by accidental finds.
Located in a region celebrated for its unique geological features, particularly the soft volcanic rock that has been easily sculpted for millennia, Derinkuyu is the largest of the many underground cities carved into this landscape. Our tale begins in 1963, when an ordinary homeowner in Derinkuyu, known only to a few, decided to make some home improvements. Little did he know that knocking down a wall in his basement would open a door to the past. Behind the wall was a passage that led to a complex network of rooms and tunnels extending deep beneath the earth. What the homeowner had discovered was not a simple series of rooms, but an elaborate subterranean city that stretched down as much as 85 meters and included at least 18 levels. This ancient city wasn't just a refuge. It was a fully functional community with everything from homes and communal gathering places to schools, places of worship, and tombs. When local authorities were alerted to the find, archaeologists rushed to explore this underground marvel. They were astounded to discover that Derinkuyu could have supported as many as 20,000 people along with their animals and stored food. The city's design was remarkably sophisticated, with ventilation shafts that ensured fresh air could reach even the deepest levels, similar to modern-day air conditioning systems. The city's architecture suggested that its creators were not only skilled builders, but also clever strategists. Massive stone doors could be rolled across passageways to seal off the city from invaders, and narrow tunnels would have forced any intruders to enter in single file, making them easier to defend against. Derinkuyu's design is often compared to the labyrinth of Minos from Greek mythology, intended to confuse or trap unwanted guests with its complex layout and her minimal exits. This feature, along with its ventilation and security measures, highlights a level of planning and engineering that parallels the sophistication of certain modern infrastructures. The Altamira Cave, nestled in the picturesque Cantabria region of northern Spain, was brought to international attention in 1879 by Marcelino Sanz de Sotuola, who famously declared that its stunning cave paintings were of prehistoric origin. This initial claim faced a great deal of skepticism, but was eventually verified, proving the paintings to be an astonishing 36,000 years old, dating back to the Upper Paleolithic period. Renowned for their vivid depiction of wild mammals and human hands, the paintings of Altamira are celebrated for their vibrant polychrome techniques. Artists of the time utilized an impressive palette created from charcoal, ochre, and hematite to produce colors ranging from deep blacks and yellows to rich reds. These pigments were not just randomly splashed on, but were applied meticulously with tools like fingers, fur pads, or flint tools, pointing to a sophisticated understanding of materials and methods. The subjects of these paintings, mainly bison, horses, and boars, are portrayed with a remarkable sense of movement and dimensionality that is rarely seen in other Paleolithic art. This dynamic portrayal suggests that these creatures were not only important food sources, but also held a significant place in the cultural and spiritual life of the people. The detailed depiction of their anatomy and behavior reflects a deep observational skill and suggests that the artists were highly knowledgeable about their subjects. The realism and artistry of Altamira's cave paintings, especially the famous bison scenes, highlight the painter's extraordinary skills and their keen eye for detail. Some scholars believe that these paintings were used in rituals or shamanistic practices aimed at ensuring a successful hunt or invoking animal spirits, indicating that the cave might have been a place of great spiritual importance. Altamira's artists mastered the art of creating depth and movement through adept shading and contouring, focusing more on realism and possibly the spiritual connection between the human and animal worlds.
Is it possible that some of the monuments of ancient Egypt are actually much older than the Egyptologists tell us? Now, no modern builder would create a large building and add onto his or her shoulders the additional burden of aligning it to true north within a fraction of a single degree. They just wouldn't get it. They wouldn't understand why it was important to do that.
Droughts often carry a heavy toll on modern economies and ecosystems, yet these challenging times have occasionally peeled back the layers of history to reveal astonishing archaeological finds. One such remarkable discovery is the lost temple of Nectanebo in Egypt. This ancient temple resurfaces periodically as the fluctuating Nile River levels drop during severe droughts, exposing it from beneath the waters where it lay hidden. Located near modern Cairo in the ancient city of Heliopolis, known as Iunu in ancient times, the lost temple of Nectanebo provides crucial insights into the religious and cultural life during the 30th dynasty of Egypt, when Nectanebo Kon ruled from 380 to 362 BC. Heliopolis was not only one of the oldest cities of ancient Egypt, but also a major religious hub, celebrated for its majestic temples and as the center of worship for the sun god Ra. The temple, which is dedicated to the creator god Atum, plays a significant role in understanding the period. Atum was associated with the sun and creation, embodying the cycle of life, which made him a central figure in the religious practices at the time. The temple's strategic location and dedication highlight its immense religious importance. As it periodically emerges from the waters, the temple offers a rare opportunity for historians and archaeologists to explore and document the relics of a time usually hidden beneath the Nile's waters. This occasional visibility not only underscores the temple's archaeological and historical significance, but also highlights the dynamic interaction between natural events and historical discoveries. Now, who was Nectanebo? Nectanebo I is a towering figure in the annals of ancient Egyptian history, celebrated for founding the last dynasty that was purely Egyptian, the 30th dynasty. Before the onslaught of Persian and later Macedonian conquests, his rule from 380 to 362 BC was a pivotal era, marked by a revival of traditional Egyptian culture, ambitious architectural endeavors, and formidable military campaigns. Nectanebo's story begins in the delta region of Egypt in a city called Sebennytos, known today as Samanud. His birth name, which translates to the soul of Re, Lord of Strength. His rise to power was dramatic. Amidst a period riddled with political instability and internal strife, he seized the throne by overthrowing the previous pharaoh, Jedor. This bold move not only marked the end of the 29th dynasty, but also ushered in an era that strongly emphasized a return to Egyptian roots, distancing itself from recent Persian influences. During his reign, Nectanebo was intensely focused on rejuvenating Egypt's economy and reviving the rich tapestry of traditional religious practices that had been overshadowed during periods of foreign dominance. He was not only a devout builder of temples, but also a generous patron of the arts. Across Egypt, from Heliopolis to Hermopolis, he commissioned the construction and restoration of numerous temples dedicated to various deities, infusing life into these sacred spaces with elaborate decorations and expansive structures. But Nectanebo was not just a peacetime ruler indulging in cultural and religious enhancements. He was also a strategic military leader, actively defending Egypt against Persian attempts to reconquer it. He strengthened the nation's borders with formidable defensive structures, particularly in the Nile Delta, which played a crucial role in repelling invasions. His diplomatic skills were equally noteworthy. He fostered alliances with Greek city-states and employed Greek mercenaries, which not only bolstered his army but also brought Hellenistic cultural influences to Egypt. His extensive building projects were not merely displays of wealth or power, but were deeply embedded with cultural and religious significance, aimed at reinforcing the pharaonic ideology and divine kingship. The artistic renaissance that flourished during his reign saw a surge in high-quality sculpture and temple decorations, which continue to be admired for their craftsmanship. Reflecting on his legacy, Nectanebo left a lasting impact on Egyptian culture and national identity. His efforts to fortify Egypt's independence and his revival of many cultural practices made him a revered figure in later Egyptian memory, often celebrated as the last great native pharaoh before the long period of foreign dominations. Today, artifacts from his reign, such as statues, temple decorations, and coins, continue to offer rich insights into the period's artistic and religious life, and are subjects of intense study by archaeologists and historians around the world. In a broader historical context, Nectanebo could be compared to figures like the Byzantine Emperor Heraclius, who also endeavored to revive religious and cultural traditions in the face of external threats. This parallel underscores a common theme in history, where leaders often turn to cultural and religious revivalism to forge a collective identity during periods of crisis. Now, moving back to the Lost Temple, the discovery of this ancient marvel is as intriguing as its history. The existence of the temple is most commonly brought to light during times of drought when the Nile's water levels significantly recede. For centuries, the temple was hidden from view, submerged under the silt deposited by the Nile's annual floods, which both obscured and preserved it from the ravages of time and human activity. The first clues about the temple's existence came not from visible remains, but from ancient texts and sporadic local folklore. Archaeologists have long used these snippets of information as breadcrumbs, leading them to its periodic rediscovery whenever nature allowed. It was particularly during the major droughts that have affected the Nile in the late 20th and early 21st centuries that the temple ruins were fully exposed, providing a clearer and more comprehensive view of its layout and allowing for detailed archaeological examinations. To study the exposed parts of the temple, archaeologists have employed a variety of sophisticated techniques. Photogrammetry has been used extensively to capture detailed images of the temple's inscriptions and carvings, allowing experts to create accurate 3D models of the site. Additionally, geographic information system technology has played a crucial role in mapping the layout of the ruins in relation to the ancient river channels, offering insights into the historical changes in the landscape that have occurred over millennia. This combination of ancient lore and modern technology illustrates the dynamic way in which archaeologists are working to unravel the mysteries of the past, preserving its wonders for future generations. The lost temple of Nectanebo, dedicated to the creator god Atum, also known as Temu, holds a place of great reverence in the annals of Egyptian history. Atum's cult, one of the oldest in Egypt, symbolizes both the completion and the beginning of the life cycle and the sun, casting this temple as a key religious site within the Heliopolitan tradition. The strategic placement of this temple in Heliopolis, the epicenter of worship for the sun god Ra and closely linked to Atum, further weaves it into the grand tapestry of solar worship that was central to ancient Egyptian spirituality. The construction of the temple was an architectural feat, utilizing large sandstone blocks intricately carved with hieroglyphs and religious iconography. This choice of material not only ensured the structure's durability, but also allowed for the detailed and extensive carvings that adorn the temple's walls, which tell tales of divine legends and pharaonic glory. Upon closer examination of the exposed ruins during periods when the Nile's waters recede, archaeologists have unearthed the foundation and lower sections of these massive sandstone walls, alongside several statues of Nectanebo decked in royal attire. These statues poignantly illustrate the pharaoh's aspiration to be seen as a divine entity and offer a window into the art and religious life of his time. The myriad of carvings found on the temple walls also provides invaluable insights into the daily religious practices and societal interactions of ancient Egyptians under Nectanebo's rule. The grandeur of the temple not only underscores the religious complexities of Nectanebo's reign, but also reflects the political power and stability he commanded, as only a prosperous and stable ruler could undertake such an ambitious construction project. However, the intermittent visibility of the temple due to changing Nile water levels presents significant challenges for its conservation. The alternating exposure to air and water not only threatens the preservation of this ancient marvel, but also accelerates the deterioration of the stone and inscriptions. Despite these challenges, each period when the temple surfaces provides a crucial opportunity for further study and preservation efforts. Archaeologists and historians are continually aiming to delve deeper into the temple's structure during these windows, hoping to uncover more artifacts and possibly other structures associated with the temple complex that could shed further light on this historic sanctuary. This ongoing exploration and the efforts to safeguard the temple's integrity ensure that each chapter of its exposure helps piece together more of the past, maintaining a bridge to an era that shaped the foundations of modern civilization. Discoveries of ancient civilizations in the jungle regions of the world have always fascinated archaeologists, historians. These finds often illuminate the complex societies that flourished in dense forest environments, revealing sophisticated cultures that mastered their challenging surroundings. The Maya civilization, one of the most notable ancient cultures of Central America, has left an indelible mark on modern understanding of pre-Columbian societies, thanks to the extensive discoveries of their cities, writings, and astronomical observatories. Spread across what is now Mexico, Guatemala, Belize, Honduras, and El Salvador, their remarkable achievements in various fields continue to be a source of fascination and study. The Maya cities, such as Tikal in Guatemala, Palenque in Mexico, and Copan in Honduras, are celebrated for their sophisticated architecture that blends seamlessly with the natural landscape. Tikal, known for its towering pyramids like Temple 4, the tallest pre-Columbian structure in the Americas at over 64 meters in height, was a bustling metropolis and a political powerhouse. Palenque is famed for the Temple of the Inscriptions, which houses the tomb of the great ruler Pakal. This pyramid is a testament to the Mayans' mastery over their environment, utilizing the natural hillside for its construction. Copan, with its intricately carved stelae and the hieroglyphic stairway, showcases the detailed narrative of the Mayas' history and cosmology. These cities not only served as civic and religious centers, but also as reflections of the Mayas' deep understanding of urban planning and sustainable living within the dense jungles. The Maya script, consisting of over 800 hieroglyphs, is the only known fully developed writing system in the pre-Columbian Americas. This writing was crucial for the detailed recording of their history, astronomical observations, and complex calendar systems. The decipherment of Maya glyphs in the 20th century opened a window into the Maya civilization, revealing the dynastic politics, warfare, and trade networks that flourished among these city-states. Interestingly, the Dresden Codex, one of the few surviving pre-Columbian Maya books, contains extensive tables for predicting the movements of the Moon and Venus, highlighting their advanced mathematical systems. Sites like the Caracol Observatory in Chichen Itza exemplify the Mayas' sophisticated understanding of astronomy. The structure, with its unique circular design, allowed Maya astronomers to observe celestial events with remarkable accuracy. Their knowledge of the cosmos was so precise that they could predict solar eclipses and the cycles of Venus, which they believed was linked to the god Kukulkan. This advanced astronomical knowledge was integral to their agricultural practices, religious ceremonies, and the construction of their calendar system, which included the 260-day Tzolk'in and the 365-day Hab. The Great Blue Hole, a giant marine sinkhole off the coast of Belize, provides intriguing insights into the environmental practices and possible decline of the Maya civilization. Studies of sediment and mineral deposits from the hole suggest periods of severe droughts in the region, aligning with the theorized timeline of the Maya collapse around the 9th and 10th centuries. This natural phenomenon serves as a stark reminder of the vulnerabilities of ancient civilizations to climate variability and change. One of the most captivating theories about the Maya civilization is related to their sudden decline and abandonment of cities in the 9th and 10th centuries. While overpopulation, warfare, and political instability undoubtedly played roles, recent evidence suggests that severe and prolonged droughts could have been a critical factor. This theory is supported by sediment and mineral analysis from bodies of water like the Great Blue Hole and Lake Chichen Canab, which indicate significant reductions in rainfall during this period. The dependence of the Maya on rainwater for agriculture and daily life would have made such droughts catastrophic, potentially leading to widespread famine, social unrest, and the eventual collapse of many city-states. A fascinating comparison can be drawn between the Maya and the ancient Egyptians, particularly in their pyramid construction. While both civilizations built pyramids as monumental structures, their purposes and architectural styles were distinct. Egyptian pyramids, such as the Great Pyramid of Giza, served primarily as tombs for pharaohs and were constructed from massive limestone blocks. In contrast, Maya pyramids, often found at the heart of their cities, served as temples for worship and rituals, built with step sides and a temple at the top. This architectural difference reflects the contrasting religious and cultural practices of the two civilizations. The Inca Empire, a beacon of sophisticated engineering and profound cultural achievements, stretched across the Andean region, encompassing what we now recognize as parts of modern-day Peru, Ecuador, Bolivia, Argentina, Chile, and Colombia. This vast empire, thriving in the 15th and early 16th centuries, showcased a remarkable integration of architecture, agriculture, and astronomy into the natural landscape, epitomized by its key discoveries that continue to captivate scholars and tourists alike. Machu Picchu, perched majestically in the Peruvian Andes, stands as a testament to Inca ingenuity. Rediscovered in 1911 by Hiram Bingham, this 15th century citadel was built without the aid of wheels to transport heavy rocks or iron tools to carve them. The Incas employed a technique known as ashlar, where stones were cut to fit together without mortar so perfectly that not even a knife blade could fit between them. Intriguingly, Machu Picchu was built with a deep understanding of astronomy. Its Intihuatana stone accurately indicates the two equinoxes, twice a year when the sun sits directly over the stone, casting no shadow. Additionally, the placement of certain windows and doors aligns with astronomical events, suggesting a civilization deeply intertwined with the cosmos. The Inca Trail, a marvel of engineering, was part of an extensive network of paths, estimated to cover around 40,000 kilometers, linking the far reaches of the empire. This trail system not only facilitated rapid communication through relay runners, but also supported the movement of armies and goods, despite the challenging Andean terrain. The trail includes a series of stone steps, tunnels, and bridges, traversing through cloud forests and alpine tundras, highlighting the Incas' profound understanding of their environment and their ability to adapt their architectural techniques to the mountainous landscape. Sacsayhuaman, with its imposing walls made of massive stones, some weighing over 100 tons, is an architectural marvel located on the outskirts of Cusco. The precision with which these stones are cut and fitted together is so high that the seams between the stones are virtually imperceptible. This fortress, believed to represent the head of a puma, with Cusco forming the body. An interesting theory that has emerged about these structures, particularly Machu Picchu, is that it served as a royal estate for the Inca emperor Pachacuti. Instead of being a defensive stronghold, it is theorized that Machu Picchu was a retreat symbolizing the power and prestige of the Inca ruler, strategically located to oversee the sacred landscape and align with key astronomical events, reinforcing the emperor's divine association with the sun god Inti. Comparing the Inca Empire's architectural feats to those of ancient Rome reveals a fascinating juxtaposition. While Roman architecture is renowned for its introduction of the arch, concrete, and extensive road networks that integrated the empire, the Incas achieved a comparable level of integration without these technologies. Their road networks, built in harmony with the natural terrain, and their structures, designed with an innate understanding of earthquake engineering, reflect a different kind of sophistication. Where Rome's architecture spoke to the empire's expansionist ethos and engineering innovation, Inca architecture communicated a deep reverence for the natural world and a desire to blend rather than dominate the landscape. These key discoveries within the Inca Empire offer a glimpse into a civilization that, despite lacking many of the technologies that are often associated with ancient architectural marvels, achieved an extraordinary harmony between their engineering, architectural feats, and the natural world.
Do any archaeologists dispute the Younger Dryas?
There's about 60 major scientists. They've all published dozens of papers on the hypothesis. There's also a group of academics who are opposed to it. Homo sapiens line descends from a line that goes back about 6 million years, not much further than that, if we accept conventional evolutionary theory. So 6 million years ago, Antarctica is supposed to have been as cold and as frozen as it is today. And there's undoubtedly a time, they found fossils on Antarctica, there's undoubtedly a time when Antarctica was lush and green. The question is, was it lush and green during the lifetime of the human species?
Yes.
Graham Hancock's theories about an ancient civilization in Antarctica are quite intriguing, although they veer significantly from mainstream scientific views. He speculates that a part of this lost advanced civilization was located in what's now the icy expanse of Antarctica. This is a striking thought considering Antarctica's current freezing conditions. He links this to the hypothesis of Earth crust displacement.
The entire outer crust of the Earth, like the skin of an orange, might shift, leaving the core of the Earth in place.
This theory suggests that Antarctica wasn't always at the South Pole, but might have been in a more temperate region, allowing a civilization to thrive. However, it's crucial to note that this idea of Earth crust displacement isn't supported by the current scientific understanding of plate tectonics, which doesn't allow for such rapid and dramatic shifts of the Earth's crust. Hancock also delves into mythology, drawing connections between various global myths, legends, and religious texts. He interprets these as allegorical references to this lost civilization, particularly focusing on stories of great floods or cataclysms. He proposes that such a cataclysm, maybe a flood or a comet impact, led to the downfall of this advanced civilization.
To me, the obvious answer is we are dealing with the fingerprints of a lost civilization that mapped the world and that left evidence of that mapping.
According to his theory, survivors of this catastrophe might have traveled the world, spreading their advanced knowledge, significantly influencing the development of later civilizations like the Egyptians and Sumerians. One of the more fascinating aspects of his theory is how he points out the similarities in architectural structures and astronomical alignments at various ancient sites. He sees these as potential evidence of a shared origin of knowledge, suggesting that this knowledge could have been passed down from the earlier civilization. Hancock believes that this civilization's legacy includes not just advanced architectural techniques and astronomical observations, but potentially other lost technologies and wisdom.
The date that Göbekli Tepe in Turkey is built, 11,600 years ago. That, weirdly, is the date that Plato's Timaeus and Critias gives for the submergence of Atlantis.
While his ideas certainly capture the imagination, it's important to remember that they are viewed with skepticism by the scientific community. Antarctica during the Eocene epoch was a completely different world from what we know today. It was actually positioned over the South Pole, just like it is now, but the climate back then was way warmer, allowing for a whole different kind of environment. This was a time when the continents were still shifting around after the breakup of the supercontinent Pangaea. So Antarctica, which was part of what we call Gondwana, was slowly moving to where it sits now, all isolated at the bottom of the world. This shifting around of continents, like Australia and South America moving away, played a big role in changing ocean currents and the climate. One of the most striking things about Antarctica back then was that it didn't have the massive ice sheet it has today. This absence of ice was mainly because of the much warmer global temperatures at the time. This had a big knock-on effect on the planet's climate, as the reflective ice that sends solar radiation back into space wasn't there, adding to the overall warmth. The tectonic movements during the Eocene were also pretty significant. The breakup of Gondwana was a major event reshaping the layout of the Earth's land and water. A key moment was the opening of the Drake Passage, the stretch of water between Antarctica and South America. This opening was a game-changer because it led to the creation of the Antarctic Circumpolar Current, which is a massive ocean current that goes around Antarctica. This current had a huge impact on the climate. It kind of put Antarctica in a climatic bubble, circulating cold water around it and stopping the warmer waters from the north from getting through. This is believed to have played a big part in cooling down Antarctica and leading to the ice-covered continent we know today. As for what life was like back then, the fossil records are really fascinating. They show that Antarctica supported a diverse range of plants and even animals. We're talking about temperate to subtropical forests with beeches, conifers and ferns. Imagine that in place of today's icy desert. These fossils tell us the climate was much warmer and humid, and then there's the sea level, which was way higher than what we see now because there weren't those big ice caps locking up all that water.
This is how do you know that sea level rose? There are certain corals that can only exist within a certain number of feet of the sea's surface.
This meant that the coastline and the shape of the land were quite different, and some places that are land now were underwater back then. The warmer temperatures and higher sea levels would have made the marine life around Antarctica rich and diverse, very different from what's there now. The Eocene epoch, which lasted from about 56 to 34 million years ago, was a really interesting time in Earth's history. It was part of this bigger period called the Paleogene period, and it's a part of what scientists call the Cenozoic era. This era is often nicknamed the Age of Mammals because it's when mammals started to diversify a lot, especially after the dinosaurs had their big exit at the end of the Cretaceous period. During the Eocene, the world's continents were on the move, drifting towards where they are now. This movement was a big deal because it changed how ocean currents flowed and affected the climate in a bunch of ways. Now, one of the most dramatic things about the Eocene was this event called the Paleocene-Eocene thermal maximum. This happened around 56 million years ago, and it was a time when the Earth got really warm, really fast. Temperatures shot up by 5 to 8 degrees Celsius in just a few thousand years. Scientists think this might have been because of a ton of methane being released from the ocean floor. This warming had a huge impact on life on Earth. In the oceans, some species went extinct, while on land, mammals started to evolve and diversify like crazy. The levels of CO2 in the atmosphere were also way higher than what we have today. Estimates say it was between 1,000 to 2,000 parts per million, which is a lot compared to the pre-industrial level of about 280 ppm. This high level of CO2 came from things like volcanic activity, burning of organic matter, and because natural carbon sinks weren't as effective. One of the big differences between the Eocene and now was that there were no major ice sheets at the poles. This is really different from today, where we've got big ice caps in both the Arctic and Antarctic. Because the Earth was so much warmer, the temperature difference between the equator and the poles wasn't as extreme as it is now. As a result, the polar regions were much warmer than they are today. And because there was less ice, sea levels were higher. This means a lot of water that's currently frozen in ice was in the ocean back then. This affected marine life a lot, changing where different species lived and leading to the development of new types of marine ecosystems.
One of the things I find most striking is the presence of Antarctica on ancient maps, because we didn't discover it until 1820.
Now, Graham has a really fascinating theory about an ancient advanced civilization that he believes existed long before the civilizations we commonly recognize, like the Sumerians of Mesopotamia. His idea pushes the timeline of advanced human societies back tens of thousands of years, possibly even to the last ice age. This is a huge leap from the established historical understanding, which generally sees complex societies and civilizations emerging more recently. Hancock points to the incredible architectural feats of ancient megalithic structures like those at Göbekli Tepe in Turkey, Stonehenge in England, and various sites in Egypt and Mesoamerica. He sees these as evidence of a highly advanced architectural knowledge. Moreover, he talks about the astronomical precision of these structures. For instance, how the Great Pyramids of Giza align with the stars of Orion's belt, or how Stonehenge aligns with the solstices and equinoxes. These aren't just random placements, they suggest a deep understanding of the stars and seasons. He also believes this civilization had impressive navigational skills, which might explain how similar architectural and astronomical concepts appeared across different continents. But it's not just about the buildings and their alignments with celestial events. Hancock thinks these ancient monuments reflect a comprehensive knowledge of astronomy that was integrated into the culture and religious practices of the time. He also suggests evidence of sophisticated urban planning in ancient ruins, indicating a level of societal organization and city-building knowledge that's not typically credited to prehistoric societies. Then there's the idea of a global spread of knowledge. Hancock theorizes that the similarities in architectural styles and astronomical knowledge across various ancient cultures around the world point to a common, advanced source of knowledge. This knowledge could have been spread by the survivors of this ancient society. Graham Hancock's theory really takes a global perspective when it comes to the influence of this ancient, advanced civilization he proposes. He thinks that this civilization had a major impact all over the world. It's not just a localized phenomenon, but something that reached across continents. According to him, we can see traces of this civilization in the myths, architectural designs, and astronomical knowledge of many different ancient cultures. He's suggesting that there's a kind of cultural diffusion that took place from this lost civilization to later societies. So when we see similar styles in buildings or common themes in religious beliefs and astronomical practices across various ancient cultures, he interprets this as evidence of their influence. He goes further to speculate that after some huge disaster that brought this civilization down, the survivors might have spread out to different areas of the world. These survivors, he believes, were the ones who passed on their advanced knowledge, and this played a crucial role in the development of the civilizations we know about from history, like the Egyptians and Sumerians. Now, when it comes to evidence, Hancock looks at archaeological sites and findings that he feels mainstream archaeology hasn't been able to fully explain. He talks about structures that, to him, seem like they needed pretty advanced engineering or astronomical know-how to build. He also dives into ancient texts and myths, interpreting them not just as stories or legends, but as allegorical records of real historical events. Think of tales about great floods or lost lands like Atlantis. Hancock sees these as collective memories of the lost civilization. He also notes that there are these cross-cultural similarities, like how myths from different parts of the world seem to share common themes, or how architectural styles and astronomical knowledge seem to echo each other even across cultures that supposedly never interacted. To Hancock, this points to a shared older source of knowledge.
What was weird about Antarctica? You can't go to the interior of Antarctica, which is where we were. So there, at the South Pole, there is a bunch of, from my understanding, like pure science going on there. This is straight up kind of tourism.
Antarctica's icy expanses have long been a source of fascination and mystery, not just for scientists and explorers, but also for those who delve into the world of conspiracy theories.
So the U.S. government's like, something's going on with Antarctica, there's some activity up there, we want to find out what's going on.
Among the most captivating of these theories is the idea that the world's billionaires are deeply involved in uncovering the secrets that lie hidden beneath the continent's frozen surface. At the heart of this intrigue is the theory that ancient civilizations, perhaps as legendary and sought after as Atlantis or Lemuria, might have once existed or even still exist under the miles of ice.
One of the things I find most striking is the presence of Antarctica on ancient maps.
Supporters of this idea point to intriguing pieces of evidence, such as the Piri Reis map from 1513. This map, they argue, depicts Antarctica's coastline with remarkable accuracy, long before it was officially discovered. hinting at the possibility of ancient, advanced seafarers who knew of its existence.
Because we didn't discover it until 1820, and yet it's on maps drawn in the 1500s with great detail.
Adding to the mystery are various anomalies and unexplained findings in Antarctica that fuel speculation about secret bases or remnants of ancient civilizations. For instance, satellite imagery has occasionally revealed patterns and structures that defy easy explanation, suggesting either human or alien activity. Then there's the historical fact of Germany's expeditions to the continent.
So the area of Antarctica they went to was New Schwabenland.
New Schwabenland.
While officially aimed at exploration and drilling, these missions are speculated by some to have been a cover for establishing secret bases or making contact with extraterrestrial technology.
He had made a deal, basically, working with
What?
You've never heard this?
No.
It's the greatest story ever, bro.
Perhaps the most famous piece of evidence cited by conspiracy theorists is Operation High Jump. Led by Admiral Richard E. Byrd in 1946 to 1947, this U.S. Navy operation was officially tasked with establishing research bases.
Why this interest in the bottom of the world? Nobody living down there, is there?
I tell you one reason they're interested. It's by far the most valuable, important place left in the world for science.
However, some believe it was actually a covert mission to investigate suspected alien bases or ancient ruins hidden beneath the ice. Operation High Jump, intended to establish the research base Little America 4, has sparked widespread speculation. Despite its official scientific and exploratory objectives, the operation's extensive military involvement has led some to wonder if there was more to the mission. Conspiracy theorists are especially intrigued by alleged diary entries and interviews where Byrd spoke of encountering incredibly fast-flying objects, hinting at a non-human origin. These accounts fuel theories that Byrd's expeditions might have uncovered evidence of alien presence or even ancient advanced technology hidden beneath the ice, possibly linked to secret German bases or lost civilizations. Adding depth to these narratives are claims from whistleblowers, individuals who say they've encountered the extraordinary during their time in Antarctica.
There's low-frequency stuff going on, and they've made deals with people and things, and that's why things going on.
These accounts describe massive underground facilities and advanced technology, far beyond current human capabilities, including energy sources and spacecraft with designs not of this world. Some even claim direct interactions with extraterrestrial beings, describing these encounters as either peaceful exchanges of knowledge or distant observations with unclear motives. Allegations of government attempts to silence these stories or restrict access to certain Antarctic regions further compound the mystery, suggesting a cover-up of monumental proportions.
You can't go to the interior of Antarctica, which is where we were.
Supporting these individual accounts are broader theories suggesting that Antarctica might be a hub for secret space program activities and alien-human collaborations. Whistleblowers and theorists alike speculate that the continent's isolation makes it an ideal spot for covert operations away from the public eye. They talk of expeditions uncovering ancient artifacts and technologies, suggesting a history of Earth that includes interactions with advanced extraterrestrial civilizations long before recorded history. There's a compelling theory that suggests the continent is not just a frozen wilderness, but a treasure trove of undiscovered technology and mystical artifacts. This theory draws on the allure of the unknown, suggesting that billionaires in their quest for groundbreaking discoveries are funding expeditions to unearth secrets hidden beneath the ice. Imagine ancient alien technology, possibly lying dormant under the vast ice sheets. Artifacts and machinery from civilizations beyond our world could revolutionize our understanding of energy, propulsion, and technology itself. Then consider the possibility of finding mystical artifacts with immense historical significance, like the Ark of the Covenant or the Holy Grail. The idea that such objects could be hidden in Antarctica, far from the prying eyes of the mainstream world, adds an intriguing layer to the continent's allure. But what would one do with such discoveries? The theory suggests the construction of secret underground bases in Antarctica. These wouldn't be just any hideouts. We're talking about luxurious bunkers designed to shield the elite from global catastrophes, equipped with everything needed for self-sufficiency and advanced facilities. Imagine state-of-the-art laboratories dedicated to studying alien technology and ancient artifacts, all in a secure and secluded environment, away from the eyes of international agencies or potential espionage. What makes Antarctica so appealing for these secretive activities? It's the continent's extreme remoteness and the harsh climate, combined with the mystique of being Earth's last unexplored frontier. The Antarctic Treaty System, which prohibits military activity while promoting scientific cooperation, offers a unique legal loophole. In theory, those with sufficient resources and influence could exploit this to conduct activities that would be impossible or highly scrutinized elsewhere. In the vast icy wilderness of Antarctica, there are claims about geological anomalies and unexplained structures that seem to defy simple explanations. Take, for example, the pyramid-like formations spotted in satellite images and photographs of Antarctica. These structures bear a striking resemblance to the pyramids of Egypt, Mexico, and other ancient civilizations, featuring sharp angles and symmetrical geometries that suggest they might not be natural formations at all. Could these be the remnants of ancient civilizations that had contact with extraterrestrial beings? Or perhaps they were created by aliens themselves as energy transmitters, navigational aids for UFOs. The possibilities fuel endless speculation and wonder. Another fascinating theory revolves around the concept of an entrance to inner Earth in Antarctica. This idea posits that our planet has significant hollows or vast cavern systems capable of supporting life or entire ecosystems and civilizations. According to proponents, the icy landscape of Antarctica could be concealing entrances to these subterranean worlds, possibly inhabited by advanced civilizations or alien species. This theory isn't new. It has roots in various cultures and scholarly proposals throughout history. But in Antarctica, it takes on a new, mysterious dimension, with some claiming to have seen evidence of large openings or cave entrances that can't be explained by natural geological processes. Then there's the matter of unusual energy signatures detected in Antarctica. Occasionally, satellites and scientific instruments record unexplained heat sources under the ice or anomalous electromagnetic readings. While there might be natural explanations for these phenomena, such as geothermal activity, the more adventurous minds suggest they could be signs of alien technology. This could include anything from advanced propulsion systems powering underground bases to terraforming equipment meant to alter Earth's environment for extraterrestrial purposes. Adding another layer to the mystery, some argue that scientific missions to Antarctica are not what they seem. Instead of merely researching climate change, geology, or biology, these expeditions could be cover-ups for more secretive investigations into the anomalies. The suggestion is that these missions might be tasked with studying alien technology or engaging with extraterrestrial beings residing in hidden bases. The role of billionaires in potential alien collaborations takes center stage, especially when it comes to the icy expanse of Antarctica. There's talk, whispered in the circles that love to ponder the unknown, about how these ultra-wealthy individuals are not just idle spectators in the quest for extraterrestrial contact, but active participants. Rumors abound that some of them have been whisked away to secret meetings in the Antarctic wilderness, where they've sat down with beings from other worlds. The agenda? Nothing less than technology sharing, interstellar travel discussions, and maybe even plotting the course of global governance. But why would extraterrestrials choose to meet with billionaires? Well, it's said that these magnates are pouring money into covert operations and research teams with one goal: to dig up alien technology hidden beneath the endless ice. The prize, for those who believe in such tales, isn't just knowledge but power, the kind that could leapfrog humanity into a new era of technological supremacy. But with great power comes great, well, you know. The control over such alien technology could place unparalleled economic and military power in the hands of a select few, potentially reshaping the global power structure. It's even suggested that engagement with extraterrestrial beings could elevate certain billionaires or shadowy consortiums to the status of humanity's unofficial emissaries, wielding influence over interstellar diplomacy and policy. And then there's the chilling concept of a new world order, a theory that paints Antarctica not just as a meeting point with aliens, but as the headquarters for a global elite seeking to control or significantly influence world affairs. Imagine a coalition of billionaires, high-ranking politicians, and international bankers, all conspiring in a land of ice and snow, far from the oversight of national governments and the public eye.
What was weird about Antarctica?
What was that? What the hell was that?
You can't go to the interior of Antarctica, which is where we were.
It went by like we were standing still. Blue leader to group. Get off the air.
Our very distinguished guest for this evening is Admiral Richard E. Byrd.
I must say that Admiral Byrd, our guest tonight, is not only our greatest living explorer, but he's been an inspiration to countless Americans.
Diving into the depths of Earth's mysteries, the concept of a hollow Earth has been a subject of human fascination that ties together ancient myths with the threads of more modern, albeit speculative, scientific thought.
If you can't create a way to protect from the meteor impacts, you're going to want to go in there, man.
This journey through our planet's hypothetical hidden layers has evolved remarkably over the centuries, shifting from tales of underworlds ruled by gods and spirits to the realms of scientific inquiry during the Enlightenment and beyond.
There's a specific kind of idea that's unique to a human being.
This is why I love Hollow Earth theory, man.
The story begins in the 17th and 18th centuries, a period ripe with intellectual curiosity and scientific revolution. It was then that Edmund Halley, an esteemed figure in astronomy known for identifying the comet bearing his name, introduced a radical theory that would challenge the conventional understanding of our planet. In 1692, Halley proposed that Earth was not a solid mass, but rather consisted of a hollow shell about 500 miles thick. This shell, he suggested, harbored two inner concentric shells and an innermost core, each separated by atmospheric layers with their own magnetic poles.
In the core of the Earth is another sun that has an advanced civilization that hasn't been disrupted.
Halley's hypothesis aimed to explain the magnetic anomalies that baffled scientists of his time, suggesting these hidden layers each had their own magnetic field. Halley's groundbreaking proposal, though lacking in empirical evidence, marked a pivotal departure from previous notions of Earth's composition and laid the foundation for future speculative exploration into the planet's inner mysteries. His ideas, born out of observations of magnetic variance, opened the door to a world of possibilities that would captivate the minds of future generations. As we journey into the 19th century, the Hollow Earth theory found a new champion in John Cleves Symmes Jr., an American Army officer whose vision took Halley's concepts to new heights. Symmes passionately advocated for a model of the Earth that featured not just concentric layers, but large navigable holes at the poles, later dubbed Symmes holes, acting as gateways to the world beneath. According to Symmes, these openings led to habitable lands rich with unknown species and civilizations.
If the idea is like, yeah, humans have been on the planet for a long time, this is why I love Hollow Earth theory.
A concept that stirred the imagination of many. Dedicated to his theory, Symmes spent his life promoting the idea through lectures, writings, and the pursuit of an expedition to the North Pole to prove his claims. Despite his fervor, Symmes's ideas were largely dismissed by the scientific community of his time as too fanciful, and his hoped-for expedition never came to fruition. Yet his advocacy for a hollow Earth added a significant chapter to the story of human curiosity, propelling the quest to understand the unknown depths of our planet into the realm of popular imagination and speculative science. Digging deeper into the world of hollow Earth theories, two ideas particularly spark the imagination. Imagine, if you will, a realm beneath the icy expanse of Antarctica, illuminated not by the familiar light of our sun, but by a central sun of its own. This is not the cold, dark void you might expect to find under the Earth's crust, but a vibrant, hidden world teeming with life. This central sun, a concept at the heart of many hollow Earth theories, is said to cast a perpetual glow, creating conditions that are nothing short of miraculous when compared to the frosty Antarctic surface we're familiar with. Picture vast, unexplored forests and expansive landscapes under a never-setting sun, where diverse species flourish in a climate that's both temperate and inviting. Unlike the harsh sun that scorches the surface world, this inner sun is gentler, less intense, providing just the right amount of warmth and light to sustain an ideal, Eden-like environment for its inhabitants. The nature of this luminous body at the core of the Earth is a subject of much speculation among believers. Some suggest it's a smaller, dense core emitting its own unique form of radiant energy, perhaps through processes unknown or unimagined by surface-dwelling scientists. Could it be nuclear reactions unlike any we understand? Or is it something even more mysterious? The theories vary widely, But the idea of a central sun remains a captivating notion. Now, there is an interesting story of Admiral Richard E. Byrd, a figure whose real-life adventures read like the pages of a high-stakes thriller, but it's his alleged secret diary that really takes the cake. Picture this: an American explorer and naval officer, already famed for his daring expeditions to the ends of the earth, supposedly uncovers a hidden world right beneath our feet, according to diary entries that have sparked endless fascination. Byrd is no stranger to the record books, having flown over the North Pole in 1926 and the South Pole in 1929. These feats alone cemented his place in history, but it's what supposedly happened in 1947 that really stirs the pot. The story goes that during a flight over the North Pole, and later over the South Pole, Byrd stumbled upon an entrance leading to an inner Earth, a concept straight out of a science fiction novel. According to these disputed diary entries, he found a place where the laws of nature as we know them were turned on their head. A verdant paradise thriving with life, including species long thought extinct, all hidden beneath the icy wastelands of the poles. Imagine transitioning from a landscape of ice and snow to one of lush forests and green mountains, where woolly mammoths roam. This is what Byrd described in his alleged diary, detailing his journey into a polar opening that revealed an inner world contrary to the barren, frozen exterior we're accustomed to. But it doesn't stop there. Byrd's entries speak of encountering a civilization with technology so advanced, it makes our surface innovations look primitive by comparison. This society, hidden away from the world above, supposedly shared with Byrd their concerns for humanity's path, particularly our penchant for self-destruction. What's truly intriguing is the civilization's approach to Byrd, one of diplomacy and openness. They were not conquerors or threats, but rather beings deeply worried about the surface world's trajectory, especially the development of atomic weapons. Their message to Byrd, as he recounts, was one of warning but also of hope, urging for peace and cooperation among the nations above to avoid nuclear annihilation. In the intriguing diary entries attributed to Admiral Richard E. Byrd, he recounts an encounter that feels lifted straight from a science fiction narrative. Byrd allegedly stumbled upon a civilization with advancements that far exceeded anything the surface world had seen in his era. This wasn't just about fancy gadgets or superior engineering. It was a society that had seemingly cracked the code on living in perfect harmony with their environment. They had technology that allowed them to do things we can only dream of, like flying in aircraft that could maneuver at incredible speeds without making a sound, hinting at a profound understanding of physics that our scientists haven't yet grasped. These vehicles could seamlessly transition from soaring in the air to diving underwater and even operating in the vacuum of space, suggesting they might have mastered anti-gravity or tapped into other mysterious forces of nature. But what's perhaps most striking about Byrd's account isn't just the technological marvels he describes, it's the ethos of the people he encountered. This wasn't a civilization out to conquer or intimidate. Rather, they were a society deeply concerned with the path humanity was on, especially in the aftermath of World War II and the dawn of the atomic age, viewing these weapons as a potential tipping point for the fate of everyone living on the planet's surface. Their message to Byrd, which he in turn felt compelled to share with the world, was one of caution, but also of hope. They urged for peace and mutual respect among nations, advocating for a shift away from the brinkmanship of nuclear annihilation towards a more cooperative, sustainable future. They believed in humanity's potential to change its trajectory, to adopt a more peaceful approach to technology and global relations. Byrd's description of his meeting with the leaders of this advanced society paints a picture of a diplomatic and respectful exchange. He was brought into an environment designed to awe, but also to facilitate serious conversation, where these leaders shared not only their concerns but also their insights into how a society might progress without sacrificing its planet or peace. They offered a glimpse into their history and development, suggesting that the surface world too could reach such heights if it chose a path of peace and sustainability. Dive into the mysteries of Agartha and the Hollow Earth theory, and you're entering a realm where the lines between science and pure fantasy blur intriguingly. These theories offer a captivating look at what might lie beneath the surface of our planet, stirring the imagination with the possibility of hidden worlds just beyond our reach. Agartha, as it's often depicted, isn't just another world. It's a utopian vision of what a civilization could achieve. Tucked away at the Earth's core, Agartha is said to be a place where the inhabitants have surpassed our technological achievements, harnessing clean energy, advanced transportation, and even the power to bend time and space to their will. It's a society that's reached the zenith of cultural and spiritual development, acting as custodians of knowledge far beyond what we've managed to grasp. The entrances to this hidden realm are the stuff of legend, hidden in the most remote and mystical locations on Earth, from the deserts to the polar ice caps, accessible only to those who are spiritually ready to cross into its domain. When you pit Agartha against the Hollow Earth theory, it's clear they share a foundational belief in a significant concealed world beneath our feet. However, they part ways in their portrayal of what that world looks like and what it represents. Agartha is often shown as a singular enlightened civilization where science and spirituality merge, offering a model of existence that's in perfect balance with the universe. The Hollow Earth theory, in contrast, opens the door to endless possibilities, imagining a variety of realms that could be as perilous as they are wondrous. The impact of these theories extends far beyond mere speculation, inspiring everything from novels and films to intense debates and philosophical discussions. They tap into our perennial quest for knowledge and the deep-seated human desire to believe in something more, something extraordinary that defies our understanding of reality. Whether viewed through the lens of science, spirituality, or pure fantasy, the legends of Agartha and the Hollow Earth challenge us to dream of what might lie just out of sight, beneath the ground under our feet.
Why this interest in the bottom of the world? Nobody living down there.
I tell you one reason they're interested. It's by far the most valuable, important place left in the world for science.
Have you ever heard of Operation High Jump?
No.
Dude,
What's
it's
Operation
crazy.
High Jump? What does that mean?
You've never heard this?
No.
It's the greatest story ever, bro.
Project High Jump, also known as the United States Navy Antarctic Developments Program, 1946 to 1947, stands out as a remarkable chapter in the history of exploration, blending military precision with scientific curiosity. This operation, under the guidance of the indomitable Admiral Richard E. Byrd, was more than just an expedition. It was a groundbreaking venture into the unknown, aimed at asserting US presence and prowess in the Antarctic during the tense early years of the Cold War.
So the U.S. government's like, something's going on with Antarctica. There's some activity up there. We want to find out what's going on. So they send this cat named Admiral Byrd up to investigate with a giant fleet.
At the heart of Project High Jump was the establishment of Little America Fu, the latest in a series of bases that served as a testament to human resilience and ingenuity. Located strategically on the Ross Ice Shelf near the Bay of Whales, this base was not just a shelter but a fully equipped research station, with state-of-the-art labs, living quarters, and storage units all designed to endure the extreme cold. Little America 4 became the epicenter of operations, facilitating groundbreaking research in meteorology, geology, and glaciology. It was from here that aerial and ground surveys were launched, significantly enhancing our understanding of Antarctic geography. But Project High Jump was as much about the people as it was about the place.
And this is where the missing 411 come from, which is all these people have mysteriously disappeared in force.
Over 4,700 military personnel underwent rigorous training to adapt to the harsh polar conditions, marking the operation as much a human endeavor as a technological one. The expedition tested the limits of cold weather gear, from specialized clothing to heating systems, ensuring the team could operate effectively in the unforgiving Antarctic environment.
There will be a number of expeditions to the bottom of the world because the government has really become interested.
The technological achievements of High Jump were nothing short of revolutionary. The operation marked the first major use of helicopters and aircraft in Antarctica, transforming the logistics of polar expeditions. This fleet of snow tractors, weasels, aircraft, and ships was not just tested, but proven in the polar climate, providing invaluable data for future operations in similar conditions. Beyond the scientific and logistical achievements, Project High Jump was a statement of geopolitical intent.
I 100% believe this is a spiritual war and that these people are working with dark entities, and that's what this is all about.
In the shadow of the Cold War, establishing a US presence in Antarctica was a strategic move, showcasing American capabilities and interests in this remote region. The operation navigated the complex terrain of international law and diplomacy, aiming to consolidate US claims and influence in Antarctica.
I think there's low frequency stuff going on, and they've made deals with people and things, and that's why I think's going on.
It's clear that this was no ordinary expedition. It was a bold foray into the unknown. The establishment of Little America 4 and the extensive training and testing that took place under the harsh Antarctic conditions were all steps toward a greater understanding of our planet. The legacy of Project High Jump would eventually lead to the Antarctic Treaty System. When Admiral Richard E. Byrd spearheaded Project High Jump in the mid-1940s, he wasn't just leading an expedition. He was venturing into the unknown on a scale never before seen in Antarctic exploration. This ambitious endeavor by the United States Navy was a testament to human curiosity and the drive to push beyond conventional boundaries. With over 4,700 personnel on board, ranging from naval officers to scientists and support staff, the operation was a massive undertaking that showcased the Navy's commitment to exploring and understanding the mysteries of the Antarctic continent. The fleet for this colossal mission was just as impressive, comprising 13 ships with diverse capabilities. Among them, the USS Philippine Sea stood out, not just as an aircraft carrier, but as a floating base for aerial operations that brought unprecedented mobility and reach to the expedition. This fleet, complete with icebreakers, supply ships, and destroyers, played pivotal roles, from navigating through treacherous ice to providing essential logistical support and serving as platforms for scientific research. This innovation opened new avenues for exploration and research, allowing the team to reach previously inaccessible areas. Fixed-wing aircraft were extensively used for aerial photography and mapping, covering nearly 1.5 million square kilometers of uncharted territory. This was no small feat. The aerial reconnaissance conducted during High Jump was crucial for mapping the continent's geography, studying its geology, and planning future expeditions. The resulting photographs and maps became authoritative sources of Antarctic geography for years to come. The harsh and extreme conditions of Antarctica posed significant challenges, necessitating innovative technological adaptations. Everything from vehicles to aircraft and ships was modified to withstand the polar conditions. Special insulation, heating systems, and lubricants were developed to ensure functionality in the extreme cold. These adaptations were not just crucial for the success of the expedition, they contributed to the development of technologies that would be used in cold environments worldwide. According to some, the United States Navy's expedition to the icy continent wasn't just about exploring uncharted territory. It was a covert operation to uncover something much more extraordinary: exotic technologies or evidence of ancient civilizations buried beneath the ice. The story goes a bit like this. Tucked away in the vast frozen landscapes of Antarctica, there might have been remnants of an advanced ancient civilization, or perhaps even a crashed alien spacecraft. Imagine that, hidden bases or technology from other worlds right here on Earth, lying in wait under the ice. This theory plays into the idea that such discoveries could explain the rapid technological advancements of the period. Maybe, just maybe, the team behind Project High Jump was on the brink of uncovering secrets akin to those of Atlantis or other legendary lands, secrets that could rewrite our understanding of history and science. But let's take a step back and sift through the layers of this captivating story. When we dive into the official records and facts from the expedition, a different picture emerges, one rooted firmly in the realm of scientific exploration and research. There's no denying the operation was ambitious and groundbreaking, but its achievements lie in the contributions it made to our understanding of the Antarctic region, not in unearthing ancient tech or alien relics. Now, one of the most intriguing conspiracy theories that's been swirling around for decades, the idea that Project High Jump was actually a secret mission to uncover a German base hidden deep in the icy expanses of Antarctica. It's a tale that mixes real historical events with a hefty dose of speculation, all set against the mysterious backdrop of the Antarctic wilderness. Let's start at the beginning. Back in the late 1930s, Germany did indeed embark on an expedition to Antarctica, known as the Third German Antarctic Expedition. This venture was aimed at expanding Germany's whaling capacities and staking a territorial claim for resource extraction, naming the explored area Neuschwabenland after a region in Germany. However, despite the grand ambitions, the expedition didn't result in the establishment of a permanent base, just a fleeting brush with the icy continent. Now onto the more thrilling part of the story, the theory that the Germans conducted secret drilling operations in Antarctica. According to various speculative narratives, these operations had several possible goals: hunting for rare minerals to power their war machine, establishing a covert base under the ice, dubbed Base 2111 or New Berlin, or even seeking out ancient knowledge or alien tech hidden in the Antarctic depths. It's the stuff of science fiction with a dash of historical intrigue, but let's pause for a reality check. The technical feats required for deep drilling in the Antarctic ice are formidable, even by today's standards. Considering the technology available in the 1930s and 1940s, the idea that they could have pulled off such a feat is highly improbable. Modern ice core drilling projects, which have successfully reached great depths, rely on sophisticated equipment and logistics that simply weren't at the Germans' disposal. But as World War II came to a close, rumors started to take flight. Stories began circulating about Germans fleeing and seeking refuge in a secret base in Antarctica, supposedly established in the wake of the Richer expedition. As the years went by, this theory found its way into various books, articles, and eventually online forums and documentaries, each iteration adding layers to the narrative. Speculations about the Germans developing advanced technology and weaponry in isolation, far from the prying eyes of the world, only served to deepen the mystery and allure of the story. Yet despite its captivating narrative, this theory remains just that, a theory.
One thing that they used to say is Hancock can't be right because there was no global cataclysm, 12 or 13,000 years ago. Well, now we know there was, and there are various explanations for it. Right at the epicenter of this cataclysm was a civilization that we would regard as advanced, not a simple hunter-gatherer civilization, which was utterly wiped out in this cataclysmic event.
Graham Hancock's interpretation of the Piri Reis map, created in 1513 by the Ottoman admiral and cartographer Piri Reis, presents a fascinating narrative about the knowledge of ancient civilizations. The map, discovered in 1929 in the Topkapi Palace in Istanbul, Turkey, has only about 1/3 of its original content preserved. Despite this, the map's detail and coverage, including parts of Europe, North Africa, and the Brazilian coast, are noteworthy. The scale of the map is inconsistent, a common feature in early cartography, and it includes various annotations and illustrations.
This is a very neglected area of the world as far as deep and ancient archaeology goes. If you're going to propose a lost civilization, there are certain preconditions.
Piri Reis himself indicated that the map was compiled using various earlier sources, including charts from Christopher Columbus and possibly older maps, which might have included Western and Eastern, including Arabic, navigational charts. Hancock's interpretation of the map primarily focuses on its depiction of the Antarctic coastline. He claims that the map shows the northern coastline of Antarctica in a largely ice-free state, which, according to him, last occurred more than 6,000 years ago. This assertion, if true, would imply a significant historical anomaly, suggesting that ancient seafarers might have charted Antarctica long before it was officially discovered. However, this interpretation is contentious. Critics argue that the so-called Antarctic coast could be a misrepresentation or misinterpretation of the South American coast, or even an imaginative addition, not uncommon in early cartography.
In 1513, when Piri Reis drew the map, Antarctica had not been discovered. In fact, it wasn't discovered until 1880 by our civilization. It incorporates highly accurate relative longitudes. To do longitudes accurately on maps requires a chronometer, a marine chronometer that will keep accurate time at sea. And again, this was something that our civilization couldn't do until the late 18th century.
Another intriguing aspect of the Piri Reis map, according to Hancock, is its accuracy in longitude in certain sections. He posits that this level of accuracy indicates a more advanced knowledge of navigation and geography than what was available at the time. However, this claim is debated by scholars who argue that the accuracies could be coincidental or exaggerated, since accurate methods for measuring longitude were not developed until the 18th century. Hancock also suggests that the map depicts mountain ranges in Antarctica, which were unknown and under ice until recent times. This, he believes, further points to ancient knowledge of geography. Critics, however, counter that these features could be inaccuracies, such as misdrawn coastlines or symbolic illustrations, rather than representations of actual geographical features. Graham Hancock's hypothesis about advanced ancient knowledge, particularly as seen through the lens of ancient maps like the Piri Reis map, certainly stirs up a conversation about our understanding of historical and archaeological knowledge. Hancock points out that these maps display a level of geographical detail that seems remarkably accurate, especially when you consider the time they were created. For example, the Piri Reis map, which includes detailed coastlines and island locations, seems to suggest a level of knowledge that surpasses what was known or should have been possible at the time. It's quite intriguing, really. One of the more captivating aspects of Hancock's theory is the suggestion that some of these maps show features that were not officially recognized until much later.
Well, this map was drawn in 1813. It's the Pinkerton World Map, and it's based on the latest science available in 1813. So Antarctica isn't there. Why isn't Antarctica there? Because it's an honest map. They hadn't discovered it in 1813. So it's very odd, in my view, that Antarctica appears on much older source maps, which themselves are based on even older source maps.
Take, for instance, his interpretation of the Antarctic coast as depicted on the Piri Reis map, a region not known in the 16th century. This leads Hancock to speculate that these maps could have been based on even older sources, possibly from a forgotten civilization that had extensively charted the globe. It's as if he's hinting at a lost chapter in human history, one that recorded the Earth with surprising accuracy and detail. When we dive into the technological implications of his theory, things get even more interesting. Hancock suggests that the creators of these original source maps must have had advanced navigational skills, including the accurate measurement of longitude. A significant challenge that wasn't resolved until much later with the invention of marine chronometers in the 18th century. The precision in these maps, particularly in terms of latitudinal and longitudinal readings, implies a level of cartographic sophistication that seems out of place in the historical timeline as we understand it. It's as if these map makers had tools and knowledge that history says they shouldn't have had. Graham Hancock's ideas about the loss and transmission of ancient knowledge are quite captivating, weaving together a narrative that stretches across time and civilizations. He proposes that a wealth of geographical knowledge, once possessed by an advanced ancient civilization, was largely lost due to cataclysmic events or perhaps the gradual decline of this civilization.
It's a navigational device. It's a geared, cogged system that allows you to track the passage of time and figure out where you are. Again, that testifies to a lost navigational skill that we have not taken account of before.
It's a thought-provoking idea, suggesting that what we know of our past might just be the tip of the iceberg. Hancock believes that some remnants of this knowledge managed to survive and eventually influence the cartographic work of later civilizations, including those in the medieval and Renaissance periods. Hancock delves into how this information could have been passed down. He suggests a variety of channels, including oral traditions, mythological texts, and even surviving cartographic materials, which later mapmakers like Piri Reis might have used. Imagine, for a moment, ancient mariners passing down stories of distant lands and seas, with these tales eventually finding their way into the maps and charts of later generations. One of the more intriguing aspects of Hancock's hypothesis is his connection with myths and legends from different cultures around the world. He often draws parallels between these stories and the idea of advanced prehistoric knowledge and global cataclysms, such as the Great Flood narratives found in many cultures. In Hancock's view, these myths and legends aren't just fanciful stories, they're potential historical records, allegorical but based on real events and knowledge from these lost civilizations. It's a narrative that challenges us to think beyond conventional historical accounts, suggesting that our ancestors might have known far more about the world than we give them credit for.
You see, the one thing there's no dispute about anymore is that the Younger Dryas was a cataclysm. The megafauna that die off, the disruption of human activity that takes place at that time, the huge climate changes, this was a cataclysm by any standards. Where the argument still goes on is what caused the cataclysm.
Graham Hancock has this really interesting, if somewhat controversial, hypothesis about a global cataclysm that he believes occurred around 10,600 BCE. He suggests that Earth was hit by a comet or a series of comet impacts at this time, leading to massive environmental and climatic upheavals worldwide. This idea is particularly interesting because he links it to the Younger Dryas period, a well-documented era of abrupt climate change that started around 12,900 years ago and lasted for about 1,300 years. The Younger Dryas is known for a sudden shift back to colder and drier conditions following a period of warming after the last ice age. Hancock posits that this comet impact could have been the trigger for this dramatic climatic shift. What's intriguing is how Hancock uses ice core samples from Greenland and Antarctica to support his theory. These ice cores, which provide a detailed record of past temperatures and atmospheric compositions, show evidence of a rapid climatic change during the Younger Dryas. He sees this as a smoking gun, indicating a major impact event. He also points to geological evidence like sediment layers that show signs of sudden environmental changes, further supporting his comet impact theory.
We see all the megafauna dying off suddenly and rapidly. We see rises in sea level. We see a huge collapse in global temperature. What is becoming clearer and clearer is that the evidence that a comet was behind it is extremely strong.
But Hancock doesn't stop there. He goes on to suggest that this hypothesized comet impact had profound effects on both flora and fauna, including contributing to the extinction of many large mammal species during what's known as the Pleistocene megafauna extinction. The changes in vegetation and ecosystems, he argues, would have had cascading effects on wildlife and human populations alike. For human societies, Hancock believes this event was catastrophic, causing significant disruptions and leading to the loss of advanced knowledge and cultural practices of prehistoric civilizations. It's like he's suggesting a kind of cultural amnesia, where societies forgot the advancements they had made. And then there's this fascinating idea that survivors of this cataclysm might have passed on fragments of their advanced knowledge to other cultures, influencing the development of future civilizations. It's a narrative that makes you wonder about the connections between ancient civilizations and how knowledge could have been transferred across generations and geographies in ways we might not fully understand.
I want to talk about Antarctica. They are clearly protecting or preserving something that may or may not be under 3 miles of ice.
There's undoubtedly a time when Antarctica was lush and green. The question is, was it lush and green during the lifetime of the human species?
Yes.
And this is where it gets tricky.
Imagine embarking on an expedition to the frozen, remote expanses of Antarctica, only to uncover secrets of a lost civilization that might have thrived there in ancient times. This fascinating theory suggests that parts of a sophisticated ancient civilization could have existed on what is now the icy continent of Antarctica. This idea is tied to the hypothesis of Earth crust displacement,
whereby from time to time the entire outer crust of the Earth, like the skin of an orange, might shift, leaving the core of the Earth in place.
Indicating that Antarctica wasn't always positioned at the South Pole, but might have enjoyed a more temperate climate long ago, making it hospitable for human life. However, this theory is not without its controversies.
Does it happen at all is the first question. I mean, of all the theories I've looked at and supported, this is the one that I've come in for the most criticism for.
The concept of such dramatic geographical shifts is viewed by the scientific community as highly speculative and lacking in solid geological evidence. The current understanding of plate tectonics does not support the possibility of the Earth's crust moving so drastically and quickly to reposition an entire continent from a temperate zone to the South Pole. But the theory delves deeper than just geography. It explores global myths, legends, and religious texts, interpreting them as potential clues to the existence of this ancient civilization. Tales of great floods and cataclysms found in these stories are not seen as mere fiction, but as allegorical records of real events that led to the downfall of this advanced society.
The most important issue to me is the issue of a global cataclysm at the end of the Ice Age.
It is hypothesized that a major disaster, such as a flood or comet impact, could have been the cause of this civilization's disappearance from historical records, with survivors possibly dispersing around the globe and spreading their advanced knowledge to other emerging cultures.
Of course, the most important are the flooded continental shelves. Sea level rose 400 feet at the end of the last ice age. Let's be clear, this was a rise that was extended over a period of 11 or 12,000 years. It did not rise 400 feet overnight.
This leads to another intriguing aspect of the theory, the influence of this lost civilization on later societies. It is believed that the remnants of this ancient society played a significant role in shaping the development of well-known ancient cultures, such as the Egyptians and Sumerians. Similarities in architectural structures and astronomical alignments across different ancient sites are cited as evidence of a shared origin of knowledge. This suggests that these early civilizations might have inherited advanced architectural techniques, astronomical insights, and possibly other lost technologies and wisdom from their predecessors.
The discovery of the technique to do longitudes that actually show the world as it looks during the last ice age suggests that somebody during the last ice age was mapping the world.
Imagine a world where an advanced civilization flourished tens of thousands of years ago, long before the Sumerians of Mesopotamia marked what we consider the dawn of civilization around 6,000 years ago. This bold claim challenges the conventional timeline of history, suggesting that this sophisticated society existed during the last ice age or even earlier, presenting a significant puzzle for mainstream historical narratives that typically view complex societies and state-level civilizations as relatively recent developments. The evidence pointed to is as fascinating as it is controversial. It highlights the architectural marvels of megalithic structures like Göbekli Tepe in Turkey, the iconic Stonehenge in England, and the majestic pyramids of Egypt and Mesoamerica.
One of the many ways that Göbekli Tepe, I think, is going to prove to be a game changer is it's going to require us to reconsider our whole dating sequence on megalithic sites around the world.
These ancient constructs are not just stone monuments but testimonies to an advanced knowledge of architecture, engineering, and astronomy. Precise astronomical alignments of these structures, such as the alignment of the Great Pyramids with Orion's Belt or the solstices and equinoxes at Stonehenge, underscore a sophisticated understanding of the heavens. This expertise suggests that the people who built these monuments had a deep comprehension of celestial bodies, seasons, and cycles. The theory extends beyond monumental architecture. It proposes that this civilization possessed advanced navigational skills, which could explain how similar architectural styles and astronomical knowledge appeared across vast distances, transcending oceans and continents. The scale, precision, and complexity of these megalithic structures indicate technological and engineering skills far beyond what has traditionally been attributed to prehistoric societies. Furthermore, the alignment of ancient monuments with astronomical phenomena hints at a comprehensive grasp of astronomy, deeply integrated into their cultural and religious practices. Evidence of sophisticated urban planning evident in the ruins of ancient cities suggests advanced societal organization and knowledge of city building. The global spread of similar architectural and astronomical insights among disparate ancient cultures indicates a shared source of advanced knowledge. This could have been disseminated by survivors of this prehistoric society, whose legacy might be the foundation upon which later civilizations built their own achievements. Journey back to the Eocene epoch and you'd discover Antarctica vastly different from the icy remote continent familiar to us today. This fascinating period reveals a past where Antarctica wasn't engulfed in ice but was bustling with life. During the Eocene, Antarctica occupied the same position over the South Pole as it does currently. Yet the global climate was substantially warmer, enabling the continent to support a climate far removed from the frozen desert we recognize now.
There was a lush rainforest that is now covered in miles of ice.
Yeah, that's probably true. The Earth's climate was very different from how it is today.
This era marked a time of significant change, with continental drift following the breakup of the supercontinent Pangaea. As part of the Gondwana fragment, Antarctica was gradually moving to its present isolated position, while continents like Australia and South America began to drift away, modifying ocean currents and climatic conditions. A notable difference from today's Antarctica was the absence of the vast ice sheet that currently covers the continent. The Eocene's elevated global temperatures meant Antarctica was devoid of this extensive ice cover, which had profound implications for the planet's climate. The lack of ice's high albedo effect, which reflects solar radiation, resulted in an even warmer Earth's climate. The tectonic activity during the Eocene was crucial in reshaping our world. The breakup of Gondwana persisted, and the formation of the Drake Passage between Antarctica and South America began to physically isolate the continent. This isolation marked a critical juncture in Antarctica's climatic history. Another significant development was the formation of the Antarctic Circumpolar Current towards the end of the Eocene, or at the beginning of the Oligocene. As the world's largest ocean current encircling Antarctica, the ACC played a vital role in the thermal isolation of the continent. By circulating cold water, it established a climatic barrier that kept warmer waters at bay, leading to the cooling and eventual glaciation of Antarctica. Fossil evidence breathes life into the Eocene Antarctica, with forests of beeches, conifers and ferns indicating a much warmer and more humid climate than today's icy conditions. These fossils, including those of plants and pollen, demonstrate that the continent once supported a diverse range of flora and fauna. Sea levels during the Eocene were significantly higher due to the absence of large ice caps and the warmer global temperatures. This resulted in different coastal configurations, with areas now above water being submerged at that time. The elevated sea levels and warmer temperatures fostered a rich and diverse marine ecosystem, distinct from the current Antarctic marine life. Thus, when we contemplate Antarctica today, it's essential to remember that this icy continent once experienced a vastly different past, one that was warmer, brimming with life, and played a pivotal role in Earth's geological and climatic history. The Eocene epoch, a captivating chapter in Earth's history characterized by dramatic climatic shifts and significant transformations in life on our planet. This period, stretching from about 56 to 34 million years ago, is nestled within the Paleogene period of the Cenozoic era, famously known as the Age of Mammals. This era marked the flourishing of mammals, taking the stage after the dinosaurs exited at the end of the Cretaceous period. The Eocene sits between the Paleocene and the Oligocene epochs, with each phase documenting crucial geological, climatic, and biological shifts. Tectonic plates were on the move towards their current positions, influencing the oceans and sculpting the climate in profound ways. A notable event of this epoch was the Paleocene-Eocene thermal maximum, which occurred around 56 million years ago. Imagine Earth undergoing a sudden temperature surge, with temperatures increasing by 5 to 8 degrees Celsius in just a few thousand years, likely due to a massive release of methane from oceanic methane clathrates. This event significantly impacted ecosystems, leading to the extinction of some species while triggering rapid evolution and diversification in others, especially among mammals. During the Eocene, the atmosphere was laden with CO2, with levels ranging between 1,000 to 2,000 parts per million, far exceeding the pre-industrial levels of about 280 ppm. High CO2 levels, driven by volcanic activity, the combustion of organic matter, and the declining efficiency of carbon sinks, enveloped the Earth in a greenhouse climate. This led to rising temperatures, altering weather patterns and ocean currents, and crafting a world vastly different from our own. The Eocene's warmer conditions had significant effects on marine life. Temperature changes affected marine currents, altering species distribution and fostering the development of new ecosystems. It was a period of change, new beginnings, and dramatic shifts that laid the groundwork for the planet's future. The Eocene epoch, with its stories of warming, shifting, and evolving, serves as a reminder of the dynamic and ever-changing nature of Earth. What if I told you that beneath the sprawling modern cityscapes and the timeless deserts, there's another world lurking? A world that thrived when mammoths still roamed and the Sahara was lush with vegetation. It's a world where colossal structures and cities, thought to be younger, were in fact the creations of civilizations lost to us in the mists of prehistory. Today, we're diving deep into the world of submerged cities, signs of catastrophic floods, the ancient Egyptian civilization, and their monuments like the Sphinx and the pyramids. So, let's embark on this journey through time, unlocking secrets hidden beneath waves and sand dunes. Let's now journey south, along the lifeline of one of the world's greatest civilizations, the Nile. Egypt, the land of the pharaohs, was home to bustling metropolises, temples, and cities that are now covered by the waters of the Nile and the Mediterranean. Two of these cities, Thonis Heracleion and Canopus, were found submerged under Aboukir Bay near Alexandria in the late 20th century. Thonis Heracleion, once a prosperous port city, was lost to the world around 1200 years ago. As to what led to its submergence, it's believed that a combination of rising sea levels, land subsidence, and possibly a catastrophic event like an earthquake led to its sinking. Imagine walking down the streets of this city, once populated by thousands, now silent except for the occasional sound of aquatic life. The city was discovered in 2000 by a team led by French underwater archaeologist Frank Gaudiot. They found the ruins spread over 11 kilometers, including 64 ships, 700 anchors, gold coins, weights from Athens, which have never before been found at an Egyptian site, statues standing 16 feet tall, and most notably the remains of a massive temple to the god Amun-Gareb. In its glory days, Thonis Heracleion was Egypt's main international trading post, receiving goods from Greece, the Middle East, and other parts of Africa. Nearby, the city of Canopus was also rediscovered, a center for the worship of the god Serapis. The city was known for its temples and pilgrimage sites, attracting people from all corners of the ancient world. The treasures recovered from the site include a perfectly preserved bust of a Ptolemaic queen, grand statues of gods and goddesses, and intricate amulets. Now, let's head over to the iconic Giza Plateau, the site of the Great Sphinx and the pyramids. These structures are a testament to the grandeur of ancient Egypt, but could they also bear the signs of a great flood? Some researchers believe so. The Sphinx, carved from the bedrock of the Giza Plateau, exhibits a degree of erosion that some geologists argue is consistent with water damage. This is a particularly curious phenomenon given that the Sphinx is located in one of the driest places on Earth. Where could such extensive water damage have come from? This has led to the controversial Sphinx water erosion hypothesis. According to this theory, proposed by individuals like geologist Robert Schoch and author John Anthony West, the erosion on the Sphinx indicates that it was subjected to a prolonged period of heavy rainfall. But there's a twist. The last time Egypt experienced the level of rainfall capable of causing such erosion was at the end of the last ice age around 10,000 BCE, long before the civilization we know as ancient Egypt even began. This theory suggests that the Sphinx, and possibly even the pyramids, were already standing by the time the first pharaohs took the throne, and the ancient Egyptians merely rediscovered and repurposed these ancient structures. Furthermore, some believe that the pyramids show signs of being submerged underwater at some point, as evident from the presence of fossil shells and petrified wood in and around the pyramids. Again, these are just theories, but they spark a fascinating discussion and provide a fresh perspective on the origins of these mysterious structures. It's a fascinating speculation. Could there be more hidden beneath the vast sands of Egypt, swept under by the relentless waves of a catastrophic flood? Let's explore. Some researchers propose that the uniform layer of silt found across large parts of Egypt could be evidence of a massive flooding event. This layer of silt, often several meters deep, could have resulted from gigantic waves that would have moved vast amounts of sand and silt, potentially burying existing structures. Support for this theory can be found in the studies of sedimentary deposits in the Nile Valley. These deposits indicate instances of rapid short-term increases in the rate of sedimentation, suggestive of a large-scale flooding event. Such an event would have drastically altered the landscape, burying existing structures under meters of sand and sediment. The evidence of tsunami-like events in the Mediterranean basin in the past adds further weight to this theory. Some of these tsunamis could have inundated large parts of Egypt's coast, carrying with them sand from the seabed and depositing it far inland. The idea that there could be more pyramids and other structures hidden under Egypt's sands is indeed thought-inducing. Several buried structures have already been discovered in recent years using ground-penetrating radar and other technologies. The potential that there are more secrets to unearth deepens the intrigue of this ancient land. The possibility of a massive flood event having contributed to the reshaping of the landscape opens up new avenues of research and exploration. Egypt, a cradle of human civilization, continues to reveal its past, piece by piece, challenging our understanding of history. We've all heard of the biblical story of Noah's Ark, but the flood narrative isn't unique to Judeo-Christian tradition. From ancient Sumerian tales to Greek mythology to Hindu scriptures, stories of great floods wiping out civilizations and being survived by a handful of individuals are almost universal. So let's plunge into these flood myths and look for evidence. The oldest known flood myth is the Epic of Gilgamesh, originating from ancient Sumer, in which the gods send a flood to wipe out humanity. But one man, Utnapishtim, is warned in advance and builds a great boat to survive. Sound familiar? In Greek mythology, we have the story of Deucalion and Pyrrha, who survive a great deluge sent by Zeus by building a chest. After the flood, they repopulate the earth by throwing stones over their shoulders, which transform into people. The Hindu tradition speaks of a great flood in the story of Manu, the progenitor of mankind. Warned of the impending deluge by a fish, an avatar of the god Vishnu, Manu builds a boat and rescues himself along with the seeds of life to start humanity anew after the floodwaters recede. These myths, scattered across different continents and cultures, all bear striking resemblances to each other, despite being thousands of years old. Could they be retelling the same event? Some researchers believe these myths might be distant, cultural memories of real events, perhaps the flooding at the end of the last ice age when sea levels rose dramatically. Several archaeological sites seem to support this theory. The ancient city of Dwarka, described in Hindu scriptures, was discovered underwater off the coast of modern-day India. Some claim that its submersion aligns with the timeline of the flood described in the story of Manu. In the Mediterranean, evidence of prehistoric settlements was found submerged near the coasts of Greece and Turkey. Were these thriving communities that were swallowed by the sea at the end of the Ice Age? While we need more archaeological and geological evidence to validate these theories, the parallels in these flood myths and their potential connections to submerged archaeological sites make us wonder, could these myths be echoes from a time when sea levels rose, engulfing coastal communities and reshaping our world? The very notion is like a riddle waiting to be solved, a story waiting to be told hidden beneath the waves of our ancient past. Contrary to what we've come to accept about the parched Sahara Desert, the time-worn structures of ancient Egypt tell a different story, an earth-shattering tale that speaks of a time when this arid landscape was a verdant paradise. Let's delve into it. Some researchers believe that the visible water erosion on the Sphinx and the pyramids could indicate that these structures were built during or before a wetter period in Egypt's history. The theory hinges on the existence of unmistakable signs of water erosion, particularly on the Great Sphinx. These erosion patterns do not match the patterns seen on structures known to be built in the dry climate of the last few thousand years. Water erosion on the Sphinx and the pyramids is more consistent with the erosion caused by heavy rainfall than by windsand erosion. Rainfall of such a magnitude hasn't been seen in the region for many thousands of years, predating the conventional timeline of the Sphinx and the pyramids. This theory has led some to speculate that the Sphinx and the pyramids were constructed during the last humid period in the Sahara, known as the African Humid Period, which ended around 5000 BC. That's several millennia before the accepted timeline for the construction of these monuments. If the water erosion theory is correct, it could radically change our understanding of Egypt's history. A lush, green Egypt, with rivers and forests where we now find sand, dramatically changes the backdrop against which we picture these ancient civilizations. It also paints a vivid picture of how drastically our planet's climate can change over long periods. Ancient Egypt's pyramids continue to draw us in with their grandeur and their complex symbolism. Yet the pyramids might not be the sole achievement of the ancient Egyptians we know today. In fact, some theories suggest that they were built by an even older, pre-dynastic civilization, and the Egyptians merely moved in after a catastrophic flood. Egyptology traditionally holds that the pyramids were built around 2600 BCE, primarily as tombs for pharaohs. Yet, some theorists argue that there is evidence to suggest that the pyramids, specifically the Great Pyramid of Giza, were built by a technologically advanced civilization that predates the Egyptians. Architectural elements, such as the precise alignment of the pyramids to true north, Their sophisticated understanding of mathematics and geometry and the construction technique used in building these massive structures all seem to suggest a level of knowledge that was quite advanced for the time. The Sphinx also adds to this theory. Geological studies on the erosion patterns of the Sphinx suggest that it might have been exposed to thousands of years of rainfall, yet Egypt's arid climate hasn't seen such rain for at least 8,000 years. This has led some to propose that the Sphinx was built by an older civilization that existed during a more temperate climate. The theory of a pre-existing civilization becomes even more intriguing when we consider the flood myths that permeate cultures around the world, including that of the ancient Egyptians. Could it be that the pyramids were built by an advanced civilization that was wiped out by a global flood event, only for the structures to be later adopted by the surviving Egyptians? Before we bid adieu, let's take a moment to reflect on what we've explored. If our understanding of history could be so significantly altered by water erosion marks on the Sphinx and the pyramids, or by cities hidden beneath the sea, think of the countless other secrets waiting to be unearthed. What we consider fact today may just be the stepping stone to a more profound truth hidden beneath layers of sand, water, and time. So keep asking, keep exploring, and remember, the past is a puzzle.
Noah is actually a term that was given as a biblical term. He was actually the very last of these pre-Diluvian kings of one of these original 5 cities of Sumer.
Are we looking at the traces of a forgotten episode in human history? I think so. I think that's what's going on here.
Would it be fair to say that there's an element of a rediscovery of a lost technology from the past?
I think it would be fair to say that, yes.
Yeah.
Have you ever wondered about the legend of King Gilgamesh and the ancient city he ruled? Let's dive into a time machine and head back to around 2700 BCE, right into the heart of Mesopotamian civilization, during what scholars call the early dynastic period.
I would prefer to propose, and I have proposed, that what we're looking at is evidence of some kind of transfer of technology, that people came into that area who had other knowledge.
This was an era when city-states were popping up all over Mesopotamia, marking some of the earliest complex societies in human history. And right there, in the thick of it, was Gilgamesh, a name that echoes through history not just as a king, but as a figure of myth and epic tales. Gilgamesh's realm was none other than Uruk, a jewel among the Sumerian city-states, nestled in the fertile lands along the Euphrates River in what we now know as modern-day Iraq.
This is a very neglected area of the world, as far as deep and ancient archaeology goes.
Picture this, a bustling urban center alive with the hum of marketplaces, the grandeur of massive temple complexes, and the imposing presence of the legendary Uruk wall, said to be built by Gilgamesh himself.
It's interesting that the patterns are geometrical. Someone made it, and it involved a very large amount of organized labor in order to make it. There had to be the will and the intent in order to do that.
Uruk wasn't just any city. It was a beacon of culture, economy, and innovation, credited with many firsts in human civilization, including the invention of cuneiform writing. But what was life like under King Gilgamesh's rule? Imagine a leader who was more than just a man. He was a figure of divine significance, believed to be responsible for the welfare and prosperity of his people. Under his leadership, Uruk flourished, becoming a center for religious devotion, particularly for the worship of Inanna, a major deity in the Sumerian pantheon. Gilgamesh's Uruk was a city that represented the zenith of Sumerian engineering, architecture, and social organization, boasting a population that highlighted its status as one of the world's largest cities at the time. During his reign, Gilgamesh would have been the linchpin in the city's governance, overseeing administrative decisions, religious practices, and military campaigns to safeguard Uruk's interests. His leadership likely saw the construction of monumental projects that not only enhanced the city's splendor, but also its defenses, ensuring Uruk's prominence in the annals of ancient history.
If we're only looking for a mere reflection of ourselves, we could overlook it completely. I think we're getting very close to rediscovering some of the things that our ancient ancestors were up to.
Diving into the sands of time, the figure of King Gilgamesh stands as a fascinating blend of myth and reality, a character who has intrigued historians and archaeologists alike. While the line between the legendary and the historical is often blurred, there's a handful of archaeological breadcrumbs that lead us back to the possibility of Gilgamesh's actual existence in ancient Mesopotamian civilizations. First off, let's talk about the Sumerian king list. This isn't your average historical document. It's more like a mashup of history and mythology, listing rulers of Sumer and their reign lengths. What's cool about this list is that our guy Gilgamesh makes an appearance. His name popping up among other rulers gives us a hint that maybe, just maybe, he was a real figure who ruled, and wasn't just a character in ancient bedtime stories. The fact that there are several versions of this list, found in different places and from various times, shows that keeping track of their leaders was pretty important to the Sumerians, and that Gilgamesh was a significant part of that record. Then there are the inscriptions and artifacts. Imagine finding a tablet or a cylinder seal with Gilgamesh's name carved into it. These bits and pieces don't give us the full picture of his reign, but do suggest he was recognized as a king. These items, scattered across ancient Sumerian sites like breadcrumbs, hint at the long-lasting memory of Gilgamesh, underlining his status not just as a myth but as a cultural icon. But here's where it gets tricky. Trying to separate the man from the myth in Gilgamesh's story is like trying to untangle a finely knotted rope. The archaeological evidence we have doesn't lay out his life story or list his achievements in detail. Instead, it teases us with glimpses, leaving us wondering about the reality of his reign. This scarcity of clear-cut historical records makes Gilgamesh an enigmatic figure, shrouded in the mists of time. Despite these challenges, the evidence we do have is precious. It bridges the gap between legend and history, suggesting that Gilgamesh might have been more than just a character in an epic tale. Diving into the ancient world, let's explore one of the oldest stories ever told, the Epic of Gilgamesh. Picture this: clay tablets etched with cuneiform, the very first writing system cooked up by the ingenious Sumerians. This epic isn't just a tale, it's a journey back to the 3rd dynasty of Ur, around 2100 BCE, though its roots stretch back even further through earlier Sumerian poems about our hero Gilgamesh. The story of Gilgamesh came to light in the modern era thanks to 19th century archaeologists rummaging through the ruins of Nineveh's library. Imagine piecing together a jigsaw puzzle of ancient clay fragments, each piece a window into the epic's soul-stirring narrative. Sure, some parts are missing, lost to time, but what remains is a testament to human creativity and spirit. Now onto Gilgamesh himself. This guy was not your average ancient king. Described as 2/3 god and 1/3 human, he was a force to be reckoned with. His divine lineage gave him superhuman strength and courage, setting him leagues apart from mere mortals and even other mythical heroes. The epic's narrative is a roller coaster of adventures and quests, showcasing Gilgamesh's thirst for glory and eternal fame. Take his trek to the cedar forest to defeat Humbaba, for example. It's the stuff of legends, a clear display of his heroism. Yet, it's the death of his friend Enkidu that turns his world upside down, launching him on a quest for immortality and leading him to confront the harsh truth of human mortality. Speaking of Enkidu, his friendship with Gilgamesh is nothing short of transformative. Enkidu, created by the gods from the wild to temper Gilgamesh's arrogance, ends up becoming his soulmate. Their bond is a powerful narrative force, illustrating how deep connections can foster personal growth and lead to profound realizations about life and oneself. At its core, the Epic of Gilgamesh is rich with themes that resonate deeply with the human experience. It's a tale of the relentless search for fame and the universal quest for immortality, only to find that death is an inescapable part of life. The story underscores the importance of friendship and how it shapes our journey towards understanding and accepting our humanity. In the whirlwind adventure that is the Epic of Gilgamesh, we're treated to some of the most captivating encounters between a mortal and the divine you'll find anywhere in ancient literature. Gilgamesh's quest is not just a tale of heroism and the search for eternal life, it's a deep dive into the complex dance between gods and humans in Mesopotamian culture. Take, for instance, Gilgamesh's meeting with Utnapishtim, the ancient world's version of Noah. Imagine sitting down with someone who survived a world-ending flood, all because a god gave him the heads up to build a boat. This isn't just an incredible survival story, it's a pivotal moment for Gilgamesh. He's on a quest for immortality, and here's Utnapishtim, living proof that the gods can grant such a wish. The story of the Great Flood, where the gods decide to reboot humanity but spare Utnapishtim, mirrors the power the Anunnaki wield in Mesopotamian myths, making life and death decisions over humanity's fate. Gilgamesh's journey is peppered with divine interactions that really make you think about the ancient Mesopotamian view of the cosmos. There's Enkidu, Gilgamesh's partner in crime, who was literally made by a goddess because the gods felt Gilgamesh needed to tone it down a bit. Then there's Ishtar, the goddess of love and war, who doesn't take rejection well. After Gilgamesh turns her down, she sends a celestial bull to Rakshop as payback. And let's not forget about Humbaba, the fearsome guardian of the cedar forest, appointed by the god Enlil. Gilgamesh and Enkidu's battle with Humbaba isn't just an epic fight scene, it's a narrative about human ambition clashing with divine intent. Throughout his quests, Gilgamesh keeps in touch with the sun god Shamash, who's like a divine mentor, offering guidance and support. It's fascinating to see this godly figure taking an active interest in Gilgamesh's endeavors. Even Gilgamesh's mom, Ninsun, gets in on the divine action. Though she's more of a minor goddess, her interventions on her son's behalf highlight the intimate relationship between the gods and Gilgamesh, blurring the lines between the celestial and the terrestrial. Heading back into mesmerizing world of ancient Mesopotamia, and you'll encounter the Anunnaki, a group of deities whose stories weave through the heart of Sumerian and Akkadian mythology. These mythologies, among the oldest in human history, share a fascinating pantheon of gods, with the Anunnaki holding a special place. Interestingly, over time, some Anunnaki began to be associated with celestial bodies. This transition highlights their growing significance in Mesopotamian astrology and cosmology, where the movements of stars and planets were seen as divine messages. The identification of certain Anunnaki with the Sun, Moon, and Venus, for example, lent these celestial bodies a sacred significance, connecting the dots between the heavens and the divine drama of the gods.
You had survivors of two types. Those who survived by the luck of the draw, and those who survived because they knew it was going to happen. They planned for it, they prepared for it.
You think they knew it was going to happen?
I think we could make a strong argument that somebody did know.
The Nibiru cataclysm theory and Randall Carlson's repeating cataclysm theory both delve into the realm of catastrophic events impacting Earth, yet they stem from markedly different foundations and implications.
Now what we do is we throw some type of an impact into the mix. It seems to fill gaps that were, at this point, still unexplained.
The Nibiru cataclysm theory posits the existence of a rogue planet, Nibiru, which supposedly passes through our solar system with an elongated orbit, causing gravitational upheavals and potentially catastrophic events on Earth every 3,600 years. This theory, largely based on interpretations of ancient texts, emphasizes a single extraterrestrial trigger for apocalyptic events. In contrast, Randall Carlson's theory is grounded in geological and astronomical evidence, suggesting that Earth has undergone periodic cataclysmic events due to a variety of natural causes, including comet impacts, volcanic eruptions, and ice age cycles.
One of the scenarios would certainly suggest that there were extreme climate changes.
Carlson, a self-taught geologist and scholar of ancient mythology, argues that these repeating cataclysms have shaped human history and the Earth's geology over millennia. While the Nibiru theory focuses on a specific, externally driven cataclysm linked to ancient myths, is there a possible hidden connection between Earth's cataclysms and Nibiru in space?
There had to be something we needed to look at that triggered the extreme climate changes that we do see.
The term Nibiru is deeply embedded in Sumerian and Babylonian mythology. It's a name that not only evokes the mysteries of the stars, but also connects us to the divine beliefs and astronomical prowess of ancient Mesopotamian cultures.
So when we're looking back at Sumer, those are the people that are sort of reinventing and relearning.
Well, part of our modern psychology is to imagine that we are somehow so far advanced.
Nibiru is linked to the god Marduk, a central figure in the Babylonian pantheon. Marduk represents the meeting point of power, divinity, and cosmic order, highlighting Nibiru's immense significance in religious texts and its crucial role in the astronomical and calendrical systems of that era. When it comes to the astronomical significance of Nibiru, the Babylonians held it in high esteem. Nibiru was considered the highest point of the ecliptic, marking the summer solstice's position. This wasn't just an arbitrary point in the sky, it was vital for their calendrical system, influencing agricultural practices and religious ceremonies. The tracking of Nibiru and its association with specific constellations underscored its importance for ancient astronomers. These scholars of the sky leveraged their knowledge of Nibiru's path to guide agricultural cycles, plan religious festivals, and interpret omens, integrating celestial observations into the fabric of their daily lives. Drawing parallels between civilizations, Nibiru in Mesopotamian mythology and the Greek star Phaethon offers a fascinating glimpse into the universal human endeavor to make sense of the cosmos. Phaethon, the Shining One linked to the sun god Helios, was said to drive the sun's chariot across the sky. This myth, much like the significance of Nibiru to the Mesopotamians, illustrates the critical role celestial bodies played in shaping the ancient world's understanding of time, space. Both Nibiru and Phaethon's stories reflect a deep-seated belief in the power of celestial entities to influence or even dictate the fundamental rhythms of earthly existence. Zecharia Sitchin's The 12th Planet, published in 1976, kicked off a series of books that weave together ancient mythology, astronomy, and the notion of extraterrestrial life into a narrative that's as fascinating as it is controversial. Sitchin introduced the world to the idea of Nibiru, a mysterious, yet-to-be-discovered planet with a wildly elliptical orbit taking it deep into the cosmos, far beyond Neptune every 3,600 years. But where did such an out-of-this-world theory come from? Sitchin's answer: ancient Sumerian cuneiform tablets, which he interpreted as chronicling the existence of this 12th celestial body in our solar system, if you also count the sun and moon. At the heart of Sitchin's theory lies the Anunnaki, a race of advanced beings from Nibiru, who supposedly visited Earth about 450,000 years ago. Sitchin's narrative doesn't just place these extraterrestrials on Earth, it credits them with genetically engineering early humans to create modern Homo sapiens for the purpose of mining gold needed on their home planet. It's a tale that marries the genesis of human civilization with cosmic visitors, suggesting that the advanced astronomical knowledge of the Sumerians, including their awareness of Nibiru's orbit, was a gift from these otherworldly ancestors. Sitchin's proposal of Nibiru's 3,600-year orbit stems from his unique interpretation of the Sumerian numeral system and their concept of a great year. Despite the lack of concrete evidence from mainstream science to back up Nibiru's existence or its effect on our planet, the idea has captured the imagination of many. It's even sparked theories linking Nibiru to mass extinction events on Earth, with some suggesting that its gravitational pull might fling comets and asteroids towards Earth, triggering catastrophic events.
What we certainly do see here is a clustering right around 13,000 years ago. That looks pretty evident to me.
Sitchin's work draws an interesting parallel to the theories of Immanuel Velikovsky, especially those laid out in his 1950s book, Worlds in Collision. Like Sitchin, Velikovsky turned to ancient texts, interpreting them as accounts of catastrophic astronomical events that reshaped early human history and mythology. However, Velikovsky focused on collisions within our inner solar system, while Sitchin took the narrative further into space, introducing an extraterrestrial dimension with the Anunnaki and their distant, unseen home planet, Nibiru. Both theories, while outside mainstream scientific consensus, offer a tantalizing glimpse into the possibility that ancient myths might hold more truth about our universe and origins than we've traditionally believed.
So here we got mythology, and here we have scientific evidence that Earth was blasted.
As the Mayan long count calendar ticked down to its final days in December 2012, the world was abuzz with talk of apocalyptic predictions. Central to the frenzy was the mysterious planet Nibiru, a rogue celestial body rumored to be on a collision course with Earth. This blend of ancient prophecy, modern-day conspiracy, and astronomical speculation had people everywhere wondering if we were on the brink of cataclysmic destruction. The idea was that Nibiru, invisible to astronomers yet somehow detected by those in the know, would either smash into Earth or come close enough to wreak havoc through its gravitational pull. NASA, stepping into the fray, did something quite unexpected for a scientific organization. It directly addressed these doomsday predictions. The space agency was clear. There was no evidence of Nibiru, nor any celestial threat looming on the horizon. If a planet were barreling towards us, it would have been spotted by countless eyes scanning the skies, both professional and amateur. NASA's extensive sky surveys, including those by the Wide-Field Infrared Survey Explorer, had turned up nothing that could be the mythical Nibiru. Enter Randall Carlson, a self-taught geologist with a penchant for catastrophism. Carlson has delved deep into Earth's geological record, uncovering evidence of repeated cataclysmic events that have dramatically reshaped our planet. From rapid climate shifts to massive floods and comet impacts, his research paints a picture of Earth's tumultuous history and its impact on human civilization. This is where things get interesting. Could a hypothetical Nibiru fit into this pattern of cataclysms? Some might speculate that if Nibiru existed, its elongated orbit could coincide with these catastrophic periods, possibly acting as a gravitational catalyst for comet showers or other disruptive events. The broader scientific community, however, frames these cataclysms within the context of natural Earth processes and known astronomical phenomena. Events like asteroid impacts, supervolcanic eruptions, and ice age cycles are recognized as part of Earth's dynamic history, but are attributed to natural causes rather than the influence of an unseen planet. The dialogue between speculative theories like Nibiru and the scientific exploration of Earth's cataclysmic past, as undertaken by researchers like Carlson, underscores our fascination with cosmic disasters. It reflects a deep-seated curiosity about the forces that have shaped and continue to influence our planet. While one path ventures into the realm of myth and pseudoscience, the other seeks to unravel the mysteries of our world through the rigorous lens of geology and astronomy. Together, they highlight our ongoing quest to understand the cataclysmic events that mark Earth's history and the cosmic ballet that plays out above us.
In the depths of the American jungles, an ancient tale unfolds. Beneath Guatemala's dense forests, a monumental discovery is reshaping our view of the Maya world. A vast, hidden city emerges, revealing a civilization far grander than ever imagined. This echoes another groundbreaking find in the land of the Olmec, the rubber people. Their lost culture, predating even the Aztecs and Incas, speaks of remarkable skill and ambition. Now, these two enigmatic civilizations, though centuries apart, are poised to rewrite the story of ancient America as we delve into the Olmec and Maya worlds, exploring their awe-inspiring achievements and lasting impact. From towering pyramids to complex writing systems, their legacy continues to astound. This isn't just a story of lost cities and forgotten empires. Join us on this adventure through time. Feel the wonder of standing where ancient feet once trod, of uncovering secrets long buried by jungle and earth. This journey into the heart of the Olmec and Maya worlds isn't just about understanding the past. It's about seeing our own world and ourselves in a new light.
Everyone goes to the big Mayan sites, or they go to Teotihuacan and Mexico City because they're impressive. Whereas the Olmec sites, there's not much left. I've been to these sites several times now, all of them. We've been to pretty much every known Olmec site there is. But the Olmecs, really, they're characterized by the megalithic stone heads. Very unusual features that appear to be native Mexican, Native American.
The ancient Olmec civilization, often considered the mother culture of Mesoamerica, was a mystery hidden beneath the jungles of southern Mexico for centuries. The discovery of this mysterious civilization began in the 19th century, when European explorers and archaeologists started to uncover the remnants of a once great society that predated the Maya and the Aztecs by hundreds of years. The first significant discovery attributed to the Olmecs occurred in 1862, when a colossal stone head was found near the town of Tres Zapotes in the Mexican state of Veracruz. José Melgar Serrano, a Mexican archaeologist, was the first to document this find. At the time, the discovery of the colossal head was puzzling and inexplicable. Melgar was struck by the head's unusual features, which he described as having Ethiopian traits. This observation led to early speculations about the origins of the civilization responsible for the head, and some even suggested connections to Africa or Asia, long before the Olmecs were understood in their own right. The mysterious nature of the discovery was further compounded by the lack of context. The head, standing over 6 feet tall and weighing several tons, was unlike anything else found in the region. It wasn't until the early 20th century that further discoveries began to shed light on the civilization responsible for these colossal sculptures. In the 1920s and 1930s, archaeological investigations led by pioneers like Franz Blum and Matthew Stirling provided more substantial evidence of the Olmec civilization. Stirling, an American archaeologist, conducted extensive excavations in the Gulf Coast region, where he uncovered more colossal heads, as well as other monumental sculptures and artifacts. These findings were concentrated in 3 main sites: San Lorenzo, La Venta, and Tres Zapotes, which are now recognized as major Olmec centers. The size and scale of the structures discovered during these excavations were astonishing. The colossal stone heads, which are perhaps the most iconic artifacts of the Olmecs, range in height from 1.5 meters to over 3 meters and can weigh up to 40 tons. To put this into perspective, a single stone head can be as heavy as 10 African elephants combined. These sculptures were carved from basalt, a volcanic rock that was transported from quarries located over 60 miles away from the sites where the heads were found. The discovery of the Olmec civilization was shrouded in mystery from the beginning. The colossal heads, with their distinctive facial features and helmet-like headdresses, sparked intense curiosity and debate among scholars. Who were these people? What was the purpose of these massive sculptures? How did they transport such enormous stones without the use of the wheel or draft animals? One of the most interesting aspects of the Olmec heads is the precision and skill with which they were carved. Despite their immense size, the heads are remarkably detailed, with intricate facial expressions, realistic features, and a sense of individuality that suggests they may represent specific rulers or important figures in Olmec society. The helmets worn by the figures have led some to speculate that they might have been warriors, ballplayers, or even deities. The question of how the Olmecs transported these massive stones remains one of the great mysteries of Mesoamerican archaeology. The basalt used for the heads was quarried from the Tuxtla Mountains, located dozens of miles from the Olmec centers. Moving these stones would have required an incredible amount of labor and ingenuity. Some theories suggest that the Olmecs used a combination of rolling logs, sledges, and manpower to move the stones, while others propose that they may have used waterways to transport the stones by raft. However, the exact methods remain unknown, adding to the allure and mystery of the Olmec civilization. The age of the Olmec stoneheads and other structures has been determined primarily through radiocarbon dating of the surrounding archaeological layers and the analysis of the stylistic features of the artifacts. The oldest known Olmec sites, such as San Lorenzo, date back to around 1200 BCE, with some structures possibly even older. The La Venta site, another major Olmec center, reached its peak around 900 to 400 BCE. This places the Olmecs as one of the earliest complex societies in Mesoamerica, predating the Maya by several centuries. To establish the age of the stone heads and other structures, archaeologists examined the stratigraphy of the sites where they were found. By analyzing the layers of earth and the artifacts contained within them, they were able to estimate the time periods during which these objects were created. Additionally, radiocarbon dating of organic materials found near the sculptures has provided more precise dates, confirming the Olmecs as an ancient civilization with roots deep in the pre-classic period of Mesoamerican history. One of the most intriguing theories about the Olmec civilization relates to their role as the progenitors of later Mesoamerican cultures. The Olmecs are often called the mother culture of Mesoamerica because they appear to have laid the foundations for many cultural and religious practices that were later adopted and adapted by the Maya, Aztecs, and other civilizations. This includes the development of the long count calendar, the concept of zero, and the Mesoamerican ball game, all of which have been linked to the Olmecs. A particularly interesting theory suggests that the Olmec civilization may have been highly stratified, with a powerful elite class that controlled large numbers of laborers. This elite would have been responsible for commissioning the colossal heads and other monumental works, using their power and influence to marshal the resources and manpower necessary for such endeavors. The heads, in this view, could have been portraits of these elite rulers, intended to immortalize their power and legacy. Another theory posits that the Olmec heads might have served a religious or ceremonial function. The Olmecs practiced a form of shamanism, and it is possible that the heads were created as offerings to the gods or as markers of sacred spaces. Some scholars have suggested that the heads were placed at the entrances to important ceremonial sites, serving as guardians or representations of the gods themselves. The decline of the Olmec civilization remains one of the most enduring mysteries in the study of ancient Mesoamerica. By around 400 BCE, the major Olmec centers of San Lorenzo and La Venta had been abandoned, and the once thriving civilization had all but disappeared. The reasons for this decline are still debated, with several theories offering potential explanations. One theory suggests that environmental changes played a significant role in the Olmec's decline. Archaeological evidence indicates that the Olmec heartland experienced significant changes in climate and hydrology during the later part of their civilization. Rivers that once provided abundant water and fertile land may have changed course or dried up, leading to crop failures and shortages. This environmental stress could have caused social unrest and ultimately led to the collapse of Olmec society. Another theory points to internal conflict as a possible cause of the Olmec decline. As with many ancient civilizations, power struggles among the elite may have weakened the political structure, leading to the fragmentation of the society. The destruction of major Olmec sites, such as the defacement of stone monuments and the burning of ceremonial centers, suggests that there may have been a violent end to the Olmec civilization. There are also more speculative theories that tie the Olmec decline to external forces. Some suggest that the Olmecs were invaded by other groups, possibly from the highlands of Mexico, who overthrew the ruling class and dismantled their society. Others propose that the Olmecs were part of a larger network of civilizations that experienced a simultaneous decline, leading to a broader collapse across the region. Among the more fringe theories about the Olmecs is the idea that they were somehow connected to the lost civilization of Atlantis, or that they had contact with extraterrestrial beings. These theories are not supported by mainstream archaeology, but continue to capture the imagination of those fascinated by ancient mysteries. The Atlantis connection is rooted in the idea that the Olmecs were descendants of Atlantean survivors who fled to the Americas after the destruction of their homeland. Proponents of this theory point to the advanced nature of Olmec art and architecture, as well as the mysterious disappearance of the civilization as evidence of their Atlantean origins. However, there is no concrete evidence to support this idea, and it remains a speculative and largely discredited theory. The alien connection theory suggests that the Olmecs may have been visited by extraterrestrial beings who provided them with advanced knowledge and technology. This theory is often linked to the colossal stone heads, which some believe were inspired by or created with the help of aliens. The precise craftsmanship and the logistical challenges of moving such large stones have led some to speculate that the Olmecs could not have achieved these feats without outside assistance. Again, this theory lacks scientific evidence and is generally considered a modern myth rather than a serious historical hypothesis. The discovery of the Olmec civilization was a momentous event in the history of archaeology, revealing a complex and advanced society that laid the groundwork for much of Mesoamerican culture. The colossal stoneheads, monumental architecture, and sophisticated artistic traditions of the Olmecs continue to captivate scholars and the public alike. Despite the many unanswered questions and the enduring mysteries surrounding their origins, achievements, and decline, the Olmecs remain a fascinating chapter in the story of ancient civilizations. Theories about their connection to Atlantis or extraterrestrial beings, while intriguing, serve our imagination to pursue our world's history.
I had been in the Maya area quite a lot ever since I was a sophomore at Harvard. Something went drastically wrong with these people and with this civilization. This area was abandoned, really, pretty much for hundreds and hundreds, almost 800 years. And center after center, city after city, failed to put up dated stone monuments.
Located in the Petén Basin of Guatemala, Tikal sits in the dense jungles of northern Guatemala and forms part of the Tikal National Park, a UNESCO World Heritage Site. This ancient city is one of the largest and most significant archaeological sites of the pre-Columbian Maya civilization.
At that time, Tikal was thought to be the biggest Maya city and stayed that way for a while.
Flourishing between 200 and 900 AD during the classic period of Maya history, Tikal was a major political, economic, and military center. At its peak, the city had an estimated population of between 50,000 and 100,000 people.
These were not empty cities, there were actually thousands upon thousands of people living there.
The discovery of Tikal dates back to 1848 when Ambrosio Tut, the governor of Petén, was informed about the ruins by local indigenous people. These locals had largely abandoned the site due to its remote location in the dense jungle. Recognizing the potential significance of these ruins, Tut organized an expedition to explore the area. The first recorded expedition was led by Modesto Méndez, then governor of Petén, and artist Eusebio Lara. Their objective was to document the ruins and assess their historical significance. Méndez and Lara's expedition brought detailed information about Tikal to the broader world, recording the existence of several large structures and creating initial sketches and descriptions that sparked interest among scholars and explorers.
But you can see, of course, that they're not cities like Teotihuacan, they're certainly not cities like Rome.
In the 1880s, Alfred P. Maudsley, an English archaeologist and explorer known for his work on Maya ruins, visited Tikal several times. Maudsley conducted meticulous studies of the ruins, creating extensive drawings, maps, and photographs. His work provided some of the earliest comprehensive records of Tikal's architectural and artistic features. Maudsley's publications included detailed plans and descriptions of the major structures, as well as photographs of stele and other carvings. His contributions were instrumental in bringing Tikal to the attention of the international archaeological community, laying the groundwork for future scientific investigations. Significant archaeological excavations were carried out from 1956 to 1970 by the University of Pennsylvania Museum of Archaeology and Anthropology's Tikal project. Initiated by key figures such as Edwin M. Shook and William R. Coe, the project's goals were to conduct systematic archaeological excavations, restore key structures, and study the site's history, architecture, and culture in detail.
First, Edwin Shook and then William Coe started excavating at Tikal.
The excavations unearthed numerous burial tombs, particularly those of the elite and ruling class, often located within or beneath major structures like temples and pyramids. One of the most notable discoveries was the tomb of Jasar Chan Kawil Wand, found beneath Temple 1, also known as the Temple of the Great Jaguar. The tomb contained an array of valuable artifacts, including intricately carved jade masks, jewelry, pottery, and ceremonial items. The jade mask, a hallmark of Maya elite burials, symbolizes the power and divine nature of the ruler. Other royal burials also revealed significant insights. These tombs were often built with vaulted ceilings using the corbel arch technique, which was a significant architectural achievement for the Maya. The stele and monuments at Tikal serve as historical records, commemorating significant events such as battles and the reigns of kings. These hieroglyphic inscriptions detail the genealogy of rulers, their accomplishments, and their alliances with other city-states.
These are very, very different kinds of cities, and we have to understand them in different ways.
Often accompanied by elaborate carvings of deities, mythical creatures, and symbolic imagery, these texts provide a vivid picture of Tikal's past. Epigraphers have worked painstakingly to decipher Maya glyphs, a complex writing system composed of logograms and syllabic symbols. This challenging work has revealed much about Tikal's political history and its relations with neighboring cities. Through these inscriptions, key figures such as Yikin Chan Kawil and Jasar Chan Kawil have been identified. The texts include detailed accounts of their military campaigns and construction projects. The ability to read these glyphs has allowed researchers to reconstruct a chronological list of Tikal's rulers, their interactions with rival cities like Calakmul, and periods of prosperity and decline. Tikal's history is marked by evidence of extensive warfare, as seen in its defensive structures and weaponry.
This is a period when really we don't know very much about Maya society or civilization at all.
The city was well protected by large earthworks, walls and moats designed to fend off invasions. These fortifications were strategically placed around the city's perimeter and key entry points. A massive defensive ditch, likely filled with water, and an accompanying embankment surrounded much of the core area of Tikal, illustrating the city's preparedness for siege warfare. Archaeologists have uncovered various weapons such as obsidian blades, flint points and spearheads, indicating the martial nature of Tikal's society. The presence of mass-produced weaponry suggests a highly organized military. Some burial sites even include skeletal remains, showing signs of battle injuries, along with grave goods like weapons and armor, hinting at the valorization of warriors in Tikal's culture. Tikal's history includes prolonged conflicts with the rival Maya city-state of Calakmul. These wars were frequently fought over regional dominance and control of trade routes. Hieroglyphic inscriptions document several major battles, including significant defeats and victories that influenced the political landscape of the Maya lowlands. Tikal, in the dense jungles of northern Guatemala, is a marvel of ancient architecture and engineering. One of its most iconic structures is the Temple of the Great Jaguar, or Temple 1, which stands at approximately 47 meters tall. Built around 732 AD to honor Jasau Chan Kawil I, a significant ruler of Tikal, this pyramid also served as his tomb. The temple features a steep staircase leading to a small roof-combed shrine at the summit. The roof comb is intricately decorated with stucco sculptures. The alignment of Temple 1 suggests it was used for astronomical observations, particularly during important solar events. Directly opposite Temple 1 on the western side of the Great Plaza is the Temple of the Masks, or Temple 2. This pyramid, standing at approximately 38 meters tall, was likely built to honor the wife of Jasau Chan Kawil I, though her tomb has not been definitively identified. Temple 2 is known for the large sculpted masks that adorn its stairways, thought to represent deities or mythological figures. The tallest structure in Tikal is Temple 4, which reaches approximately 70 meters into the sky. Completed around 741 AD during the reign of Yikin Chan Kawil, the son of Jasau Chan Kawil I, this temple offers panoramic views over the jungle canopy, extending to the horizon. This height not only provided a vantage point for observing celestial events, but also symbolized the ruler's connection to the heavens. The roof comb of Temple 4 is particularly elaborate, featuring carvings and stucco work that once depicted scenes of the ruler's power and divinity. The central acropolis at Tikal served as a complex of interconnected structures functioning as royal palaces and administrative buildings. This area includes multiple courtyards, narrow corridors, and stairways connecting various residential and administrative rooms. Equally significant is the North Acropolis, a ceremonial complex featuring numerous pyramids and temples, serving as the main burial ground for Tikal's elite. The North Acropolis is densely packed with temples, shrines, and tombs, each constructed over previous structures in a tradition of continuous building. Tikal is renowned for its stelae and altars, intricately carved with images and hieroglyphic texts. These monuments commemorate significant events and rulers in Tikal's history, often depicting kings and queens, battles, and important dates. The hieroglyphic texts on these stelae have been crucial in understanding the political and social history of Tikal and the broader Maya civilization. Elevated roads, known as causeways or sakbiob, connected different parts of the city, demonstrating advanced urban planning. Constructed with limestone and featuring retaining walls to prevent erosion, these causeways facilitated trade, communication, and movement within the city. Tikal's extensive water management system, including reservoirs and canals, indicate their engineering intelligence. These systems collected and stored rainwater, ensuring a reliable water supply throughout the year, even during dry seasons. The ability to manage water resources effectively supported Tikal's large population and complex urban environment. One intriguing theory is that the layout of Tikal was influenced by celestial events and constellations. Some researchers suggest that the arrangement of temples and pyramids mirrors specific star patterns, aligning with important dates in the Maya calendar. This connection between architecture and astronomy underscores the Mayas' deep knowledge of the cosmos and its integration into their urban planning. Comparing Tikal to the Egyptian pyramids reveals both similarities and differences. Both Tikal's temples and the Egyptian pyramids served as monumental structures as well as possibly tombs for elite individuals. However, while the Egyptian pyramids, such as those at Giza, are primarily solid structures with internal burial chambers, Tikal's pyramids are multifunctional, combining tombs with temple platforms for rituals. Additionally, the intricate hieroglyphic carvings and stelae at Tikal provide a more detailed historical narrative compared to the relatively sparse inscriptions on the Egyptian pyramids.
If you enjoyed this journey through the mysterious past, then you're definitely going to want to join us for our next adventure. We're venturing into the heart of Egypt, where an ancient secret lies hidden beneath the gaze of the iconic Sphinx. It's a mystery shrouded in legend and whispered through the sands of time, a puzzle that has perplexed scientists for centuries. We're on a mission to uncover the truth, and we invite you to come along for the ride. The study of ancient civilizations often conjures images of their most celebrated epochs: the pyramid-building frenzy of Egypt's Old Kingdom, the zenith of the Indus Valley civilization's urban planning, or the philosophical flourishing of classical Greece. While these periods undoubtedly shaped the course of history, a closer examination reveals other fascinating eras, less widely known, that offer profound insights into the transformations and nuances of these societies. These periods of transition, innovation, and societal change, though perhaps not as monumental in popular imagination, provide a richer and more complete understanding of the ancient world. The first intermediate period of Egypt, 2181 to 2055 BC, followed the Old Kingdom, and is often described as a dark age due to the collapse of centralized authority. However, contemporary scholars view it as a time of significant change and transition. The pharaoh's power waned as regional governors, nomarchs, gained prominence, leading to a decentralization of power. This shift impacted the Egyptian economy and society. The construction of elaborate tombs and access to funerary texts, previously limited to the elite, became more widespread. This suggests a redistribution of economic power. While grand monuments were no longer built, cultural activity thrived, particularly in provincial towns. The emergence of significant literary genres during this period suggests a shift in cultural dynamism from royal centers to regional areas. The absence of a strong central government led to a political division within Egypt, with power centers in Heracleopolis and Thebes. Around 2125 BC, Thebes initiated a movement towards reunification, culminating with Mentuhotep II uniting the country and marking the end of the first intermediate period. The traditional negative view of this period reflects the perspective of later centralized dynasties. However, decentralization fostered a wider distribution of wealth and cultural expression. This suggests that societal dynamism and cultural development are not solely dependent on centralized control. The eventual reunification of Egypt highlights a recurring pattern of fragmentation and consolidation in Egyptian history. The Indus Valley civilization, recognized for advanced urban centers like Harappa and Mohenjo-Daro, flourished around 2600 BC. However, the late Harappan phase, 1900 to 1300 BC, reveals a gradual decline and transformation. During this phase, large, well-planned urban centers broke down, and meticulous urban planning, advanced drainage systems, and standardized weights and measures disappeared. The late Harappan phase saw a shift towards smaller rural settlements. Archaeological evidence indicates migration and abandonment of post-urban sites towards the end of this period. By 1800 BC, most major Harappan cities were deserted. Climate change, specifically shifts in monsoon patterns, likely made agriculture difficult, prompting migration eastward towards the Himalayan foothills for more reliable rainfall. Despite the decline, the underlying cultural elements of the Indus Valley civilization persisted. Archaeological data suggests late Harappan cultural traits continued until around 1000 to 900 BC. While cities and centralized administration faded, cultural identity and aspects of the Harappan way of life influenced later societies. The late Harappan phase demonstrates the vulnerability of urban systems to environmental changes and the adaptability of populations. The persistence of Harappan culture highlights the enduring nature of cultural identity, and the phase serves as a case study illustrating how environmental shifts can trigger societal changes. The Minoan civilization flourished on Crete during the Bronze Age and is known for its magnificent palaces at Knossos, Phaistos, and Malia, which emerged around 2000 BC. These complexes represent the pinnacle of Minoan culture. However, the preceding pre-palatial period 3100 to 2000 BC offers insight into the formative stages of this civilization. The early Minoan period saw advancements in crafts like pottery and metallurgy. True bronze metallurgy became widespread around 2500 BC, marking significant progress. Social complexity also increased, with society transitioning from clan-based villages to a more urbanized and stratified structure. The pre-palatial period was characterized by small agricultural communities that cultivated crops and raised livestock. Trade networks existed, as evidenced by obsidian from Milos found in pre-palatial sites, indicating early maritime activity. Towards the end of the pre-palatial period, population increased at sites like Knossos, Phaistos, and Malia, accompanied by major construction. Elite burials emerged, suggesting growing social differentiation. Connections with the Eastern Mediterranean increased, evidenced by ivory, scarabs, and stone vessels. The pre-palatial period was a crucial developmental phase where key aspects of Minoan culture took root. Trade and contact with the Eastern Mediterranean highlight the interconnectedness of ancient Aegean cultures. The emergence of elite burials signifies the consolidation of social hierarchies that led to the centralized administration of the palatial system. While the Shang dynasty is generally recognized as the first historically confirmed dynasty of China, the preceding Xia dynasty, 2070 to 1600 BC, holds the traditional title of the first dynasty in Chinese history. For a long time, the existence of the Xia dynasty was debated among historians due to a lack of contemporary written records. However, increasing archaeological discoveries in recent decades have provided growing support for its historical reality. The Xia dynasty is believed to have been situated in the Yellow River Valley, the traditional heartland of early Chinese civilization in what is now northern China. Archaeological evidence suggests that the Xia dynasty descended from the Longshan Neolithic culture, a widespread culture in the Yellow River region known for its millet cultivation, the domestication of pigs, cattle, and sheep, as well as advancements in silk making and the production of distinctive black lacquered pottery. The Xia dynasty represents a crucial evolutionary link between the late Neolithic societies of the region and the more distinctly urbanized civilization of the subsequent Shang dynasty. Although no definitive examples of Xia-era writing have been discovered to date, many historians now believe that the Xia people possessed a writing system that served as a precursor to the oracle bone script of the Shang dynasty. This suggests a continuity of intellectual development leading to the fully developed writing system of the Shang. The most compelling evidence for the Xia dynasty's existence comes from archaeological excavations conducted since the 1960s and 1970s. These excavations have unearthed urban sites, bronze implements, and tombs in the same geographical locations cited in ancient Chinese historical texts as belonging to the Xia period. These findings provide tangible support for the historical accounts that describe the Xia dynasty. According to ancient Chinese legends, the Xia dynasty was founded by the hero king Yu the Great, who is credited with successfully controlling the devastating floods that plagued ancient China. Yu's legendary efforts in dredging rivers, building dams, and constructing canals earned him immense respect and ultimately led to his ascension as the first ruler of the Xia dynasty. This foundation myth of the Xia dynasty and its association with flood control has remained a significant part of Chinese cultural memory. Despite the limited direct evidence compared to later dynasties, the Xia dynasty holds immense cultural significance. The term Huaxia, which is still used today to refer to the Chinese people, reflects a deep sense of pride and connection to this ancient period, even with its semi-legendary status. The Xia dynasty, therefore, represents not just a potential historical reality, but also a foundational element in the narrative of Chinese civilization, bridging the transition from prehistory to the more well-documented periods of Chinese history. The ongoing archaeological work continues to shed more light on this formative era.
In 1513, when Piri Reis drew the map, Antarctica had not been discovered. In fact, it wasn't discovered until 1818 by our civilization. It's based on more than 20 earlier source maps, which Piri Reis told us went back in some cases to before the time of Christ.
Have you ever imagined a world where the icy expanse of Antarctica was once a lush, verdant jungle? The Piri Reis map, a mysterious cartographic relic crafted in 1513, might hold clues to such a forgotten past.
The Earth's climate was very different from how it is today. There's undoubtedly a time when Antarctica was lush and green.
Renowned for its astonishing precision and enigmatic depictions, this map intriguingly includes what some believe to be the coastline of Antarctica, mapped out centuries before its official discovery. This discovery raises tantalizing questions. Was Antarctica once free of ice, teeming with dense forests and diverse wildlife? And could ancient maps like the Piri Reis offer proof of Earth's dramatically shifting climates and landscapes?
From time to time, the entire outer crust of the Earth, like the skin of an orange, might shift. If that happens, Antarctica could have been in warmer latitudes and could have been shifted into colder latitudes.
Join us as we delve into the secrets preserved within ancient maps, exploring a world vastly different from our own. In 1929, a remarkable discovery was made in the Topkapi Palace Library in Istanbul by Gustav Deismann. Amidst a collection of parchments, he unearthed the Piri Reis map, a world map drawn on gazelle skin by the Ottoman Turkish admiral and cartographer Piri Reis in 1513.
So this map appears to incorporate many features that are not supposed to have been known about in 1513.
This historical artifact has since captivated scholars, historians, and conspiracy theorists alike, not just for its intricate detail and accuracy, but also for its enigmatic portrayals of the globe's coastlines, including what some believe to be the coastline of Antarctica.
Why don't they see the same thing that you do?
They think it's just fantasies of the map makers.
Mapped over 3 centuries before its official discovery by a Russian expedition in 1820, the map is renowned for its astonishing precision in depicting various coastlines. For instance, the eastern coast of South America and the Caribbean islands are outlined with a precision that far surpasses many contemporary maps of the era. The Brazilian coastline is detailed with river inlets and capes, which many European maps at the time either overlooked or misrepresented. Moreover, the map is filled with annotations that provide a rich historical context, shedding light on the maritime knowledge of the early 16th century. These notes are not just practical, detailing crucial information about ocean currents, but also ethnographic, offering insights into the early encounters between Europeans and indigenous populations. The map even ventures into the realm of the mythical, with depictions of legendary islands and sea creatures that reflect the folklore and seafaring culture of the period. Perhaps the most intriguing aspect of the Piri Reis map is its depiction of a southern landmass connected to South America by a narrow isthmus.
I think we're looking at hints and clues that something is missing in our story.
This portrayal includes detailed geographical features like mountain ranges, bays, and inlets that bear a striking resemblance to the subglacial topography of Antarctica, as it might appear without its ice sheet. These details are speculative yet align curiously well with modern seismic data, despite the fact that this area was not officially discovered until 1820 and not accurately mapped without ice until much later with advanced seismic equipment. This unusual depiction on the map suggests that Admiral Piri Reis may have had access to source maps of remarkable antiquity and accuracy.
It's based on more than 20 earlier source maps. That he put all these maps together and derived his own map from these.
The theory surrounding the Piri Reis map opens a captivating chapter in the study of cartography and ancient civilizations, intertwining historical mysteries with speculative archaeology. This fascinating map, far exceeding the geographical knowledge of its time, has led some to propose that it might be based on sources from a pre-glacial era, potentially crafted by an advanced maritime civilization. Such a theory not only challenges our understanding of historical timelines, but also sparks broader discussions about the sophistication of ancient societies. The hypothesis of advanced ancient mariners suggests these navigators possessed the technological expertise to travel vast oceanic distances and create precise maps of their voyages. This level of proficiency would necessitate a deep understanding of astronomy, mathematics, and physics, attributes that are evident in civilizations renowned for their astronomical prowess, such as the Maya and the ancient Egyptians. Moreover, the widespread myths and shared architectural styles across distant ancient civilizations, such as pyramidal structures in Mesoamerica and Egypt, hint at a possible global interaction facilitated by seafaring skills.
I believe that it's worth considering the possibility of a remote common ancestor, which passed down key information that was inherited by later cultures.
These connections could indicate that these societies shared more than just architectural concepts, perhaps even cartographic information. Continuing with archaeological parallels, the legend of Atlantis as described by Plato, of a technologically advanced civilization lost to the sea, echoes this theory.
Ooh, archaeologists hate the word Atlantis. Because they've proved that Atlantis could never have existed, even though they have not looked at the parts of the world that need to be looked at.
While often regarded as a mere myth, the story of Atlantis resonates with those who theorize about prehistoric cultural exchanges mediated by a seafaring civilization. Such narratives provide a metaphorical framework that some scholars use to conceptualize real yet undiscovered advanced maritime societies. Another compelling site that aligns with this theory is Göbekli Tepe in modern-day Turkey.
Huge enclosures under the ground that they haven't excavated yet. The story of Göbekli Tepe is just beginning.
Dated to over 10,000 years ago, this site features sophisticated megalithic structures that predate Stonehenge by thousands of years, challenging conventional views on the development of early human societies.
It's going to require us to reconsider our whole dating sequence on megalithic sites around the world.
The complexity of Göbekli Tepe suggests that advanced societal structures and knowledge systems, possibly including navigation and map-making, could have existed much earlier than traditionally accepted. Additionally, mysterious underwater structures like the Yonaguni Monument in Japan add to the speculation about advanced prehistoric civilizations. These formations, controversially interpreted by some as man-made, might represent remnants of a sunken civilization that had sophisticated maritime technology. Such underwater discoveries continue to fuel debates and curiosity about the extent of prehistoric human achievements and their capabilities to navigate and understand the world around them. It's fascinating to consider how archaeological discoveries could provide a foundation for legends of advanced ancient civilizations. This integration suggests that stories of seafaring gods and heroes, such as Poseidon or Gilgamesh, might not just be mythical tales but could actually represent cultural memories of real historical figures from a globally connected ancient world. Take, for instance, the Vinland map, which surfaced in the 20th century and is purported to date back to the mid-15th century. This map includes a depiction of Vinland, a region of modern-day North America's northeast coast, famously associated with Norse explorations around the year 1000 AD. The controversy surrounding the map's authenticity, particularly debates fueled by conflicting scientific tests on the ink and parchment's age, adds a layer of mystery. If genuine, the Vinland map would be the earliest known depiction of the Americas, predating Columbus's voyages. Another intriguing comparison is with the Kangnido map, a pre-modern East Asian map from 1402, created during Korea's Joseon dynasty. This map predates both the Piri Reis and the Vinland maps and shows a generalized view of the known world at that time, including an oversized China and India and a recognizably outlined Arabian Peninsula. Reflecting the Joseon dynasty's keen interest in geography and its diplomatic relationships, particularly with China and Japan, The Cangnido map underscores the historical significance of cartographic knowledge in facilitating trade and diplomatic missions in East Asia. Unlike the controversial aspects of the Piri Reis and Vinland maps, the Cangnido map is well documented and recognized for its historical accuracy within the scope of contemporary Asian knowledge. These maps not only showcase the cartographic skills of their respective cultures, but also highlight the global nature of medieval exploration and the interconnectivity of various societies through trade, exploration, and possibly even shared mythologies. As we delve deeper into the history of cartography, it's clear that maps from different cultures and eras offer unique insights into the geopolitical and philosophical mindsets of their creators. For instance, the Ming Dynasty maps from early 15th century China, such as the Daming Hun Yi Tu, which is an amalgamated map of the Great Ming Empire, showcase an impressive level of detail and scope. These maps presented the world from a distinctly Chinese perspective, centering on the vast expanse of the Ming Empire, while also extending to parts of Africa, Europe, and the rest of Asia. The cartographic techniques used were advanced for the time, incorporating grid systems and a consistent scale that European maps only started to use inconsistently much later. Unlike many European maps focused extensively on maritime exploration, the Ming maps prioritized land masses and political boundaries, reflecting their primary use for administrative and imperial purposes.
What was weird about Antarctica?
What was that? What the hell is that?
You can't go to the interior of Antarctica, which is where we were.
It went by like we were standing still. Blue leader to group. Get off the air.
Our very distinguished guest for this evening is Admiral Richard E. Byrd.
I must say that Admiral Byrd, our guest tonight, is not only our greatest living explorer, but he's been an inspiration to countless Americans.
Diving into the depths of Earth's mysteries, the concept of a hollow Earth has been a subject of human fascination that ties together ancient myths with the threads of more modern, albeit speculative, scientific thought.
If you can't create a way to protect from the meteor impacts, you're going to want to go in there, man.
This journey through our planet's hypothetical hidden layers has evolved remarkably over the centuries, shifting from tales of underworlds ruled by gods and spirits to the realms of scientific inquiry during the Enlightenment and beyond.
There's a specific kind of idea that's unique to a human being.
This is why I love Hollow Earth theory, man.
The story begins in the 17th and 18th centuries, a period ripe with intellectual curiosity and scientific revolution. It was then that Edmund Halley, an esteemed figure in astronomy known for identifying the comet bearing his name, introduced a radical theory that would challenge the conventional understanding of our planet. In 1692, Halley proposed that Earth was not a solid mass, but rather consisted of a hollow shell about 500 miles thick. This shell, he suggested, harbored two inner concentric shells and an innermost core, each separated by atmospheric layers with their own magnetic poles.
In the core of the Earth is another sun that has an advanced civilization that hasn't been disrupted.
Halley's hypothesis aimed to explain the magnetic anomalies that baffled scientists of his time, suggesting these hidden layers each had their own magnetic field. Halley's groundbreaking proposal, though lacking in empirical evidence, marked a pivotal departure from previous notions of Earth's composition and laid the foundation for future speculative exploration into the planet's inner mysteries. His ideas, born out of observations of magnetic variance, opened the door to a world of possibilities that would captivate the minds of future generations. As we journey into the 19th century, the Hollow Earth theory found a new champion in John Cleves Sims Jr., an American Army officer whose vision took Halley's concepts to new heights. Sims passionately advocated for a model of the Earth that featured not just concentric layers, but large navigable holes at the poles, later dubbed Sims holes, acting as gateways to the world beneath. According to Sims, these openings led to habitable lands rich with unknown species and civilizations.
If the idea is like, yeah, humans have been on the planet for a long time, this is why I love Hollow Earth theory.
A concept that stirred the imagination of many. Dedicated to his theory, Sims spent his life promoting the idea through lectures, writings, and the pursuit of an expedition to the North Pole to prove his claims. Despite his fervor, Sims's ideas were largely dismissed by the scientific community of his time as too fanciful, and his hoped-for expedition never came to fruition. Yet his advocacy for a hollow Earth added a significant chapter to the story of human curiosity, propelling the quest to understand the unknown depths of our planet into the realm of popular imagination and speculative science. Digging deeper into the world of hollow Earth theories, two ideas particularly spark the imagination. Imagine, if you will, a realm beneath the icy expanse of Antarctica, illuminated not by the familiar light of our sun, but by a central sun of its own. This is not the cold, dark void you might expect to find under the Earth's crust, but a vibrant, hidden world teeming with life. This central sun, a concept at the heart of many hollow Earth theories, is said to cast a perpetual glow, creating conditions that are nothing short of miraculous when compared to the frosty Antarctic surface we're familiar with. Picture vast, unexplored forests and expansive landscapes under a never-setting sun, where diverse species flourish in a climate that's both temperate and inviting. Unlike the harsh sun that scorches the surface world, this inner sun is gentler, less intense, providing just the right amount of warmth and light to sustain an ideal, Eden-like environment for its inhabitants. The nature of this luminous body at the core of the Earth is a subject of much speculation among believers. Some suggest it's a smaller, dense core emitting its own unique form of radiant energy, perhaps through processes unknown or unimagined by surface-dwelling scientists. Could it be nuclear reactions unlike any we understand, or is it something even more mysterious? The theories vary widely, but the idea of a central sun remains a captivating notion. Now, there is an interesting story of Admiral Richard E. Byrd, a figure whose real-life adventures read like the pages of a high-stakes thriller, but it's his alleged secret diary that really takes the cake. Picture this: an American explorer and naval officer already famed for his daring expeditions to the ends of the Earth supposedly uncovers a hidden world right beneath our feet, according to diary entries that have sparked endless fascination. Byrd is no stranger to the record books, having flown over the North Pole in 1926 and the South Pole in 1929. These feats alone cemented his place in history, but it's what supposedly happened in 1947 that really stirs the pot. The story goes that during a flight over the North Pole, and later over the South Pole, Byrd stumbled upon an entrance leading to an inner Earth, a concept straight out of a science fiction novel. According to these disputed diary entries, he found a place where the laws of nature as we know them were turned on their head, a verdant paradise thriving with life, including species long thought extinct, all hidden beneath the icy wastelands of the poles. Imagine transitioning from a landscape of ice and snow to one of lush forests and green mountains, where woolly mammoths roam. This is what Byrd described in his alleged diary, detailing his journey into a polar opening that revealed an inner world contrary to the barren, frozen exterior we're accustomed to. But it doesn't stop there. Byrd's entries speak of encountering a civilization with technology so advanced, it makes our surface innovations look primitive by comparison. This society, hidden away from the world above, supposedly shared with Byrd their concerns for humanity's path, particularly our penchant for self-destruction. What's truly intriguing is the civilization's approach to Byrd, one of diplomacy and openness. They were not conquerors or threats, but rather beings deeply worried about the surface world's trajectory, especially the development of atomic weapons. Their message to Byrd, as he recounts, was one of warning but also of hope, urging for peace and cooperation among the nations above to avoid nuclear annihilation. In the intriguing diary entries attributed to Admiral Richard E. Byrd, he recounts an encounter that feels lifted straight from a science fiction narrative. Byrd allegedly stumbled upon a civilization with advancements that far exceeded anything the surface world had seen in his era. This wasn't just about fancy gadgets or superior engineering. It was a society that had seemingly cracked the code on living in perfect harmony with their environment. They had technology that allowed them to do things we can only dream of, like flying in aircraft that could maneuver at incredible speeds without making a sound, hinting at a profound understanding of physics that our scientists haven't yet grasped. These vehicles could seamlessly transition from soaring in the air to diving underwater and even operating in the vacuum of space, suggesting they might have mastered anti-gravity or tapped into other mysterious forces of nature. But what's perhaps most striking about Byrd's account isn't just the technological marvels he describes, it's the ethos of the people he encountered. This wasn't a civilization out to conquer or intimidate. Rather, they were a society deeply concerned with the path humanity was on, especially in the aftermath of World War II and the dawn of the atomic age. viewing these weapons as a potential tipping point for the fate of everyone living on the planet's surface. Their message to Byrd, which he in turn felt compelled to share with the world, was one of caution, but also of hope. They urged for peace and mutual respect among nations, advocating for a shift away from the brinkmanship of nuclear annihilation towards a more cooperative, sustainable future. They believed in humanity's potential to change its trajectory, to adopt a more peaceful approach to technology and global relations. Byrd's description of his meeting with the leaders of this advanced society paints a picture of a diplomatic and respectful exchange. He was brought into an environment designed to awe, but also to facilitate serious conversation, where these leaders shared not only their concerns but also their insights into how a society might progress without sacrificing its planet or peace. They offered a glimpse into their history and development, suggesting that the surface world too could reach such heights if it chose a path of peace and sustainability. Dive into the mysteries of Agartha and the Hollow Earth theory, and you're entering a realm where the lines between science and pure fantasy blur intriguingly. These theories offer a captivating look at what might lie beneath the surface of our planet, stirring the imagination with the possibility of hidden worlds just beyond our reach. Agartha, as it's often depicted, isn't just another world. It's a utopian vision of what a civilization could achieve. Tucked away at the Earth's core, Agartha is said to be a place where the inhabitants have surpassed our technological achievements, harnessing clean energy, advanced transportation, and even the power to bend time and space to their will. It's a society that's reached the zenith of cultural and spiritual development, acting as custodians of knowledge far beyond what we've managed to grasp. The entrances to this hidden realm are the stuff of legend, hidden in the most remote and mystical locations on Earth, from the deserts to the polar ice caps, accessible only to those who are spiritually ready to cross into its domain. When you pit Agartha against the Hollow Earth theory, it's clear they share a foundational belief in a significant concealed world beneath our feet. However, they part ways in their portrayal of what that world looks like and what it represents. Agartha is often shown as a singular enlightened civilization where science and spirituality merge, offering a model of existence that's in perfect balance with the universe. The Hollow Earth theory, in contrast, opens the door to endless possibilities, imagining a variety of realms that could be as perilous as they are wondrous. The impact of these theories extends far beyond mere speculation, inspiring everything from novels and films to intense debates and philosophical discussions. They tap into our perennial quest for knowledge and the deep-seated human desire to believe in something more, something extraordinary that defies our understanding of reality. Whether viewed through the lens of science, spirituality, or pure fantasy, the legends of Agartha and the Hollow Earth challenge us to dream of what might lie just out of sight, beneath the ground under our feet.
In the scorched deserts of ancient Heliopolis, once among the most sacred cities of Egypt, a monumental discovery has emerged from beneath centuries of silence and dust. A team of Egyptian and German archaeologists, while excavating a previously overlooked site in Abu Ghurab, have unearthed what appears to be one of Egypt's fabled lost sun temples. This rare structure, believed to date back over 4,500 years to the 5th dynasty of the Old Kingdom, offers a stunning glimpse into one of the most spiritually charged epochs in Egyptian history, a time when pharaohs sought to identify themselves not just as kings, but as living embodiments of the sun god Ra. During the 5th dynasty of ancient Egypt, which spanned approximately from 2465 to 2323 BCE, a significant shift occurred in the religious landscape of the kingdom. The pharaohs of this era elevated the cult of Ra, the sun god, to a position of supreme prominence. These rulers adopted the title Sons of Ra, asserting their divine right to rule not solely based on their royal lineage, but also on their perceived direct descent from the sun god himself. This divine connection was central to their authority and legitimacy. While the preceding 4th dynasty had showcased its power and grandeur through the construction of the monumental pyramids at Giza, the 5th dynasty sought to distinguish itself by emphasizing its spiritual legitimacy. This was achieved through the construction of an entirely new type of religious structure, the Sun Temple. Unlike the pyramids, which served as tombs for deceased pharaohs, sun temples were built specifically for the worship of Ra, the sun god. They were places where rituals and ceremonies were conducted to honor and appease the deity, ensuring the continued favor of the sun god towards the pharaoh, and by extension, the entire kingdom. The construction of sun temples represented a significant departure from the funerary architecture of the previous dynasty. It marked a shift in focus from the afterlife to the present, and from the individual pharaoh to the overarching power of the sun god. This shift reflected the evolving religious beliefs and political strategies of the 5th dynasty, as its rulers sought to solidify their power and authority through a close association with the most powerful deity in the Egyptian pantheon. Historical records and ancient texts, including the works of later Greek historians and inscriptions on temple walls, indicate that during the 5th dynasty, pharaohs commissioned the construction of 6 sun temples. These temples were significant to the religious practices of the time, likely dedicated to the sun god Ra, and serving as important centers of worship. For centuries, the locations of most of these temples remained a mystery. Only 2 had been discovered, the sun temples of Usirkaf and Nusera, leaving the remaining 4 lost to time. These lost temples were possibly buried beneath the shifting sands of the desert, their once grand structures concealed and forgotten. Alternatively, it's conceivable that some of these temples were never fully completed, their construction abandoned due to political unrest, changes in religious practices, or other unforeseen circumstances. The discovery of any of these lost sun temples would be a significant archaeological find, shedding light on the religious beliefs, architectural practices, and daily life of the ancient Egyptians during the 5th dynasty. Such a discovery could potentially reveal new insights into the specific rituals performed at sun temples, the role of the pharaoh in religious practices, and the interplay between religion and politics in ancient Egypt. That has now changed. The recent find was made beneath the already known Sun Temple of Nusera in Abu Ghurab, about 20 kilometers south of modern Cairo. During routine excavations led by a joint team from the University of Leipzig and the Egyptian Ministry of Antiquities, archaeologists encountered foundations and building materials that did not match those of Nusera's known structure. At first, it was assumed these remnants were part of an earlier phase of the same temple. However, radiocarbon dating, construction methods, and the alignment of architectural features soon suggested otherwise. Beneath Nusera's temple lay the ruins of an entirely different sun temple, built of mud brick and limestone, older and more rudimentary, likely the work of a predecessor. This older temple may be the long-lost sun temple of either Pharaoh Usirkaf or his successor Sahure, making it the 3rd such temple ever confirmed. The uncovered temple is currently only partially excavated, but the findings so far are nothing short of astonishing. Archaeologists have identified massive mud brick foundations that suggest a large courtyard structure, alabaster basins likely used for purification rituals or libations, fragments of carved limestone bearing solar symbols, including the sun disk, Aten, and representations of Ra seated on his solar bark, storage rooms and offering chambers indicative of extensive ritual activity, ceramic jars and seal impressions, some inscribed with the names of kings possibly linked to the original construction. These features match descriptions of the sun temples from ancient inscriptions: large open-air courtyards, an altar exposed to the sky, and a central obelisk or pyramidion representing the Benben, the primeval mound from which Ra was said to rise. The sun temples were not tombs. They were cosmic stage sets where the pharaoh could ritually unite with Ra. They were the setting for the daily solar rituals, where offerings were made at dawn, noon, and dusk in honor of the sun's celestial voyage. The structure's open design allowed sunlight to flood the altar, emphasizing the presence of the divine. In this way, the temples served as political and religious propaganda. By building these sanctuaries, 5th dynasty kings aligned themselves directly with Ra's divine cycle, reaffirming their position as both king and god. The rediscovery of such a temple sheds light not only on religious practices, but also on how kings legitimized their rule through monumental architecture. It confirms the existence of a spiritual architectural tradition that parallels, and in some ways rivals, the pyramids in symbolic power. Why were some sun temples lost to history? Several theories exist: abandonment and reuse. Later pharaohs may have dismantled earlier temples to reuse their materials, especially during periods of decline. Natural erosion. Mud brick structures are far more vulnerable to erosion than stone pyramids. Over thousands of years, they could disappear almost entirely beneath the sand. Deliberate supersession. Nusera, one of the last kings of the 5th dynasty, may have intentionally built his own sun temple over a predecessor's, symbolizing continuity or conquest of legacy. This find helps answer those questions. It demonstrates a layering of history, where temples were not simply erased, but absorbed, buried beneath the ambition of later kings. The excavation is ongoing. Advanced technologies, including ground-penetrating radar, GPR, drone-based topographic mapping, and 3D laser scanning, are being used to reconstruct the temple's original form. These methods may also reveal additional chambers or connected buildings in the surrounding complex. The team also plans to analyze residue in the basins and jars, which could reveal more about the types of offerings made, including wine, incense, or sacred oils. Further inscriptions, if uncovered, may help definitively identify the temple's builder. The rediscovery of a lost sun temple in Abu Ghurab is more than an archaeological milestone. It is a rediscovery of Egypt's spiritual architecture, an echo from a time when kings built monuments not to house their corpses, but to touch the divine. It deepens our understanding of the 5th dynasty's solar theology and reveals that, beneath the familiar sands of the Nile, Egypt's secrets are far from exhausted. As the sunlight once again strikes the ancient altars, it reminds us history is not dead, it only sleeps, waiting for those who dare to uncover it.
The ocean's depths have always held a powerful allure, concealing secrets and sparking our imaginations with the possibility of lost worlds. Among the most intriguing underwater mysteries are the Bimini Road in the Bahamas and the Yonaguni Monument off the coast of Japan. These submerged structures have ignited fierce debate, forcing us to confront a fundamental question. Are they evidence of advanced pre-flood civilizations that predate our current understanding of human history, or are they simply remarkable products of geological processes? The implications of their origins are profound, potentially rewriting the timeline of human civilization and challenging the archaeological dogma that has, until recently, limited exploration of the deep past. The quoted claim that these findings raise a big question mark over our entire notion of the prehistory of the world is not hyperbole, given the potential for a 130,000-year human prehistory compared to the relatively short 13,000 years currently documented.
Discovered in 1968 by Dr. J. Manson Valentine, a marine biologist and archaeologist, the Bimini Road presents a striking visual puzzle. Located near North Bimini Island in the Bahamas, it consists of a series of rectangular limestone blocks arranged in a linear fashion, extending for approximately 800 meters beneath the clear turquoise waters. The blocks, some as large as 4 meters in length, 3 meters in width, and 1 mm in thickness, appear deliberately placed, resembling a road, wall, or perhaps even a breakwater. The immediate association for many was with the legendary lost city of Atlantis. This connection was significantly amplified by the prior predictions of Edgar Cayce, a renowned American psychic. In the 1930s and 40s, Cayce, often referred to as the Sleeping Prophet, made numerous pronouncements about Atlantis, claiming it was a highly advanced civilization destroyed by a cataclysmic flood. Crucially, he predicted that remnants of Atlantis would be discovered near Bimini in the late 1960s, a prediction that seemed remarkably fulfilled by Valentine's discovery. The myth of Atlantis itself has a long and influential history. Its origins lie in the writings of the Greek philosopher Plato, specifically his dialogues Timaeus and Critias, written around 360 BC. In these dialogues, Plato describes Atlantis as a powerful island nation located beyond the Pillars of Hercules, generally interpreted as the Strait of Gibraltar. He portrays Atlantis as a technologically advanced and militarily powerful civilization that ultimately fell out of favor with the gods and was swallowed by the sea in a single day and night of earthquakes and floods. While most scholars believe Plato intended Atlantis as an allegory, a cautionary tale about the dangers of hubris and imperial overreach, the story has resonated deeply through the centuries. It has inspired countless explorers, writers, and researchers, fueling a persistent belief in the existence of a lost, advanced civilization. Early investigations of the Bimini Road, such as those conducted by British researcher Harold Wilkins and underwater photography pioneer Dr. Dmitry Rebekov in the early 1970s, seem to support the Atlantis theory. They reported finding additional stone structures and artifacts in the vicinity, further fueling speculation. Modern surveys employing sonar mapping and underwater excavation have provided more detailed information about the formation's dimensions and composition, but have not definitively resolved the central question of its origin. The prevailing scientific explanation, however, favors a natural origin. Geologists point to the process of beach rock formation. Beach rock is a type of limestone that forms in the intertidal zone, where sand and shell fragments are cemented together by calcium carbonate precipitated from seawater. As sea levels fluctuate, this beach rock can be exposed and subsequently submerged. The rectangular shape of the Bimini Road blocks is attributed to the natural fracturing and erosion of this beach rock. Limestone is prone to developing regular joint patterns, essentially cracks, along planes of weakness. Wave action, tidal currents, and the chemical dissolution of the limestone can then widen these cracks, eventually separating the rock into rectangular blocks. This geological explanation aligns with the broader understanding of the Bahamas' geological history. The islands are part of a large carbonate platform that has been shaped by fluctuating sea levels throughout the Pleistocene epoch, 2.6 million to 11,700 years ago, and the Holocene epoch, the last 11,700 years. During glacial periods, sea levels were significantly lower, exposing vast areas of the platform. As glaciers melted, sea levels rose, submerging previously exposed land. This cycle of exposure and submersion, combined with the natural processes of erosion and sedimentation, can account for many of the features observed at the Bimini Road. Across the Pacific Ocean, off the southern coast of Yonaguni Island, part of Japan's Ryukyu archipelago, lies another underwater structure that has captivated researchers and fueled debate: the Yonaguni Monument. Discovered in 1986 by local diver Kiichiro Aratake, this massive formation is composed of fine-grained sandstone and mudstone, common sedimentary rocks in the region. What makes it extraordinary is its appearance. It resembles a stepped pyramid, or a complex of terraces and platforms, featuring remarkably straight edges, flat surfaces, and right-angled corners. The monument's dimensions are substantial, approximately 150 meters long, 40 meters wide, and 27 meters high. It consists of multiple layers or steps, with some areas featuring what appear to be staircases connecting large, flat terraces. Other features include depressions and channels that resemble basins or pools, and upright stone pillars and walls with sharp angles. Dr. Masaki Kimura, a marine geologist from the University of the Ryukyus, has been the most prominent advocate for the theory that the Yonaguni Monument is a human-made structure. Over years of research, his team has meticulously documented the monument's features, arguing that the precision of the angles, the regularity of the shapes, and the presence of seemingly functional elements, like the staircases and basins, are highly unlikely to have been formed solely by natural processes. Kimura proposes that the monument was part of a city or complex built more than 10,000 years ago, during a period when sea levels were significantly lower. He suggests that it was submerged by rising sea levels at the end of the last ice age, or possibly by a catastrophic tectonic event. This timeline presents a significant challenge to established archaeological understanding of the Ryukyu Islands. While the islands have a long history of human habitation, with evidence of human presence dating back over 30,000 years to the Paleolithic period, the earliest known complex societies in the region are much more recent. The Gusuku period, characterized by the construction of stone castles, Gusuku, and the development of a distinct Ryukyuan culture, flourished between the 12th and 15th centuries AD. There is no currently accepted archaeological evidence of a civilization capable of constructing a structure like the Yonaguni Monument during the proposed timeframe of 10,000 years ago. This timeline presents a significant challenge to established archaeological understanding of the Ryukyu Islands. While the islands have a long history of human habitation, with evidence of human presence dating back over 30,000 years to the Paleolithic period, the earliest known complex societies in the region are much more recent. The Gusuku period, characterized by the construction of stone castles, Gusuku, and the development of a distinct Ryukyuan culture, flourished between the 12th and 15th centuries AD. There is no currently accepted archaeological evidence of a civilization capable of constructing a structure like the Yonaguni monument during the proposed timeframe of 10,000 years ago. Geologists suggest that the combination of natural jointing, tectonic activity, and erosion over thousands of years could have produced the seemingly artificial features of the Yonaguni monument. They point to similar, albeit smaller scale, naturally occurring formations found elsewhere in the world as evidence that such geological processes can create remarkably geometric shapes. Both the Bimini Road and the Yonaguni monument remain subjects of intense debate and ongoing research. While the scientific consensus leans towards natural geological explanations, the visual impact of these structures and the tantalizing possibility of lost civilizations continue to fuel alternative theories. Definitive proof, in the form of irrefutable artifacts or clear evidence of human modification, would be needed to overturn the prevailing scientific view. These underwater mysteries serve as a powerful reminder of the vastness of our oceans and the limitations of our current knowledge. They highlight the importance of continued exploration and open-minded scientific inquiry. The possibility, however remote, that these sites represent a radically different understanding of human history, a prehistory extending far beyond our current understanding, keeps the questions alive and underscores the enduring human fascination with our origins and the potential for groundbreaking discoveries that could rewrite the story of our past. The continued study of these sites, employing advanced technologies and interdisciplinary approaches, may yet reveal secrets that have been hidden beneath the waves for millennia.